Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the June 1st meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner,
Here.
Councilmember Bannister,
Here.
Councilmember Griswold,
Here.
Councilmember Long,
Here.
Councilmember Grand,
Here.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Here.
Mayor Taylor,
Here.
Councilmember Eaton,
Here.
Councilmember Nelson,
Here.
Councilmember Smith, absent, Councilmember Ramlawi.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Councilmember Smith is striving to call in. He's having IT issues, but he'll pick us up on the flip side. May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion of the agenda. Councilmember Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I indicated in my email last week, I would like to move to place DC1, the resolution on water rates, before B1, which is the rate increase itself, on the agenda. I think that would be the logical sequence. If DC1 passes, B1 would be postponed. And if DC1 fails, we just vote on the proposed rate increase.
All right. Other amendments to the agenda? Councilmember Hayner, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out to the many folks who had called today and emailed that the approval of the agreement with the police officers has been stricken from the agenda. Just want to throw that out there because I know a lot of people were concerned about it. They wanted a chance to comment on it. And so just wanted to note that that's missing. Also that I actually put in a request for a resolution to override the partial veto that you issued, Mr. Mayor. And it's not going to appear on today's, I had some IT problems. I never got the attachment. And so it's not going to appear on tonight's agenda, but I fully intend to bring that back at the next meeting, which will, if we accept the clerk's report tonight with your veto in it, that will be well within the 30-day limit. So thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion of the agenda as altered? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The agenda is approved. We have communications today from our city administrator.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. A couple things. I wanted to recognize Chief Cox for walking along with the protesters earlier today, as some of our residents expressed their frustration over the nationwide issue of police brutality and its disproportionate impact on the people of color. Separately, as Councilmember Hayner referenced, on tonight's agenda, the police collective bargaining agreement was included as CA-14. There were a number of questions that were raised today about the contract and how it relates to this national discussion on police policies and procedures. While I believe that our contract has many of the best practices incorporated in it, it is important that we take the time to answer questions we've received in a professional manner. So I wanted to highlight that it's been removed from the meeting, and that if council members could share their questions with staff this week, we'll try to respond and provide your response by the end of next week. Lastly, council presently has a working session scheduled for this coming Monday, June 8th. The materials for this meeting are not really ready for discussion, so I'd like to cancel that meeting and give you that time back, if that's okay.
Any objection on that?
do we need to take any particular action, a motion or anything, or consent?
I'm okay with it by consent. Councilmember Griswold?
Could you explain what the items are for the mobility work session?
Well, that was part of the discussion. There have been several materials that were provided to council over the last 4 to 6 weeks, I'd say. And while staff can present on those materials, you've already received them, but I don't think we're prepared to kind of take the next step with those materials for your discussion.
Okay, was that like healthy streets or something more like the report from Sam Schwartz?
I'd have to pull up the details because I haven't actually seen the
Oh, okay.
draft presentation. I'm sorry, I don't have it handy.
That's fine. Okay, I vote yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi Bannister.
And do we have a date certain or a date selected for that?
Mr. Crawford.
You mean to have the meeting rescheduled?
Yeah.
We don't have this time, no. If I can circle back with the admin committee and get that arranged, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
Yes, I was just trying to remember some of the other topics that were on our list that we wanted to have working sessions for. I don't know, maybe like it was annexations or further group work on our AP0 plan, or so there's nothing on the wait list that we wanted to fill in instead.
Not that we're prepared to speak with on that short of notice. Typically, we would already have the materials prepared, and I've been through them at this point, and I wouldn't be comfortable with that. There are some things that we do need to talk about, including the solid waste plan and some other things later in the year.
Thank you.
I think we're okay with it then by acclamation with no objection. Mr. Crawford, you still have the floor.
That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. The phone number and the meeting ID to call in should be displayed on your screen. Callers will be called on one by the city clerk using the last 3 digits of your phone number, and you'll hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak. When you are speaking, please move to a quiet area, mute your television or any background sounds so that we may hear you clearly. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to a time clock. If you are maintaining one, the clerk will announce when 30 seconds are remaining for your time, and when your time is up, you'll be, after an opportunity for you to finish your sentence, placed on mute. We thank you for observing the time clock. If you are new to City Council, public comment is an opportunity to provide comments to council and the community. It is not an opportunity for dialogue between public and City Council that occurs in other forums. I'd like to, and as I see that it is the topic of a couple of folks on our public comment, I just want to, again confirm, or rather, again affirm what Councilmember Hayner and Mr. Crawford both indicated, and that is to say that CA14, the collective bargaining agreement between the City of Ann Arbor and the Ann Arbor Police Officers Association, has been stricken from the agenda and will be considered at another meeting. That all said, let's move on, please, now with public comment. Our first speaker at public comment is Stephen Hall.
Terrific. Thank you, everybody, for having me. My name is Stephen Hall. My wife and I, Abby Olitsky, own Spencer Restaurant on East Liberty, and we are calling to discuss the closing of downtown streets during upcoming weekends, which we would like to oppose. In the last 24 hours, we've spoken to members of the DDA, the Main Street Association, and the mayor, and we've heard that there have been many productive conversations with merchants and restaurant owners and business owners throughout downtown. However, it seems that no one has taken as much time to speak to the employees of these businesses, and given that they far outnumber the employers, we would like to point out that their safety and the difficult positions that they may face have not been fairly considered. So many of the employees, have been laid off or furloughed by their employers, and for the past number of weeks have been forced to navigate a really, mismanaged labyrinth of the unemployment system. And so in being asked to return to these work environments, they're met with unclear safety guidelines. They're responsible for guest safety and social distancing, to which they have no training. They'll be expected to adapt to, the inevitable revisions to these protocols, without any sort of guarantees that they will have enough hours or a consistent schedule to make ends meet. So they're being asked to expose themselves and their families to health risks while also potentially compromising their eligibility for unemployment benefits. For restaurant workers who depend on tips, whether they're servers or bartenders, it's unclear. It's assumed that this new sort of distance system would decrease their earnings. And then even for back of house staff, managers and kitchen staff, the idea of pivoting between carry-out service on weeknights that is currently in place and essentially full-blown summer patio mode multiple times each month to bounce back and forth successfully seems unrealistic without more support or oversight. Moreover, on Liberty Street, we've watched a lot of people come out recently not wearing masks, not observing social distancing guidelines. Memorial Day recently was a great example of that, where people really acted a little bit less responsibly than I think people would have hoped. And so I think in talking about transitioning to reopening and taking measures such as closing down the streets, we should be looking at serving the most cautious, responsible, at-risk members of the community. We say this because we are, I think, the only downtown restaurant that has not closed any additional days during the pandemic. We have fired none of our staff. And so this tedious, grueling transition that we've had to undertake, we don't want undermined by an experiment for the public that, is intermittent or unpredictable. I think that's my time. Thank you for listening.
Time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Evan Redmond.
I'm very glad.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Hello, my name is Evan Redmond. I live on Whitewood Street, and I'm running for Ann Arbor City Council in Ward 3. And I signed up today at 8 a.m. to speak on CA14, so I'm glad that it's been removed from the consent agenda. The city had the opportunity to stand up against police violence in 2014, and I am glad that you all are trying again. Some people listening to this might not have had the time to read the proposed collective bargaining agreement. It's rather long. So I'd like to tell them about some of what's included in this version. Firstly, investigations into officer misconduct will continue to be entirely run by supervisors in the police department, and no outside people or agencies are privy to the findings, only seeing what happens as a result. And secondly, no elected officials, including city council members, are able to review personnel files of police officers. When thinking about police oversight, I think of a grim scenario. What if another Arbor Rosser incident happened today? What if AAPD killed a civilian in 2020? And the only answer I can come up with is that nothing would be different. The fact that there's been no change on this issue in 4 years is a really tough pill to swallow, but you all have the opportunity to make a difference now. The biggest historical obstacle to the Independent Police Oversight Commission actually overseeing the AAPD is the collective bargaining agreement with the city. Usually collective bargaining agreements are good, but not when the police are given the power to commit crimes with no repercussions. If a union goes on strike, I seriously doubt the unionized police officers will be on the picket line holding hands singing Solidarity Forever. And few in the community know that City Council doesn't really have recourse over the Ann Arbor Police Department, and it's an undemocratic black box. And the blatant murder of George Floyd has awoken the nation. Not only am I calling on City Council not to accept this agreement, but to pledge not to increase the police budget again for as long as they're in office. I was really saddened last year when City Council unanimously agreed to increase the AAPD budget to supposedly help it work better with the ICPOC. But how much more training will people request of their police officers? How much more money do we have to spend before we realize that policing is a broken institution? And how many more people of color have to be killed before we cut their funding? So please ruminate on these questions and consider taking a pledge to improve our social services rather than continue to fund groups that protect property over people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Landon Slanger.
Mayor, Mr. Slanger is not on the line.
Very good. Our next speaker is Xingxi Shen.
Hello? Hello?
Go ahead.
Right. Okay. Thank you. My name is Qingqi Chen at 2725 Nixon Road. Thanks for giving me the chance to express my opinion on CA-8 about the street, bridge, and sidewalk millage. Today, around 6 p.m., just before this meeting, I stood in front of my house to count how many people walked, jogged, biked along Nixon Road passing my house. In 5 minutes, I counted 8. So if I stay there longer, I'm sure I can easily count beyond 100. Compare with how many times my family will use the new sidewalk in front of my house after it is built. It is obvious that the nearby community will benefit from it much more than the adjacent property owner like me. Therefore, the cost of the new sidewalk should be shared by a larger community instead of putting big financial burdens on the adjacent property owners. This viewpoint is also recognized by the city and the council to propose a new millage to pay for future new street, bridge, sidewalk projects. We agree with the new viewpoint, but in the meantime, we don't like to be double taxed. That we need to comply with the existing imperfect law, paying for substantially high special assessment fee. And later, we also need to subsidize future sidewalk projects by paying the new millage. We want the city and the council to come up with adequate solutions to let us feel like that we will be treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maren Klopner.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Maren Klumpner, and I live at 2765 Nixon Road, and I have very similar ideas as the last caller. I'm not much at public speaking, so I've written down a couple of words. I urge City Council to bring the street, bridge, millage, sidewalk millage to the ballot this November. Sidewalks can improve a community, and property taxes are a way to share the cost of this new community development with the entire community. New sidewalks should not be paid for by special assessment, as this places an undue burden on few property owners. People expect and plan for property taxes, and the proposed millage would only add a few dollars to most individual property taxes. Slamming homeowners with special assessment fees poses a disproportional and unexpected burden of thousands of dollars to a select few. I believe that special assessment taxes are not an equitable way to develop the Ann Arbor community. This council has identified that new sidewalks to fill sidewalk gaps, improve safety, transportation, recreational, and general community health. The primary beneficiary would not be the individual homeowners, it's the community. So I would just hope that the cost would be shared. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Lin.
Go ahead, caller 985.
Yeah, my name is Julie Lin, and I'm the owner at 2703 Nixon Road. And thank you for the opportunity to let me explain my opinion on proposing to add a sidewalk mileage to the November ballot. My opinion number one, I would like to encourage council members to approve adding a millage for new sidewalk construction to the November ballot on the condition that the ballot language shall include the cost for 3 new sidewalk gap elimination project on Barton Hill, Nixon Traver, and Jackson Road, because targeting a small group of individuals for a public benefit driven by the city is inequitable and doesn't make sense at all. Number two, I also appreciate that council members recognize that the current means of funding sidewalk construction through special assessment of individual property owner is flawed. Number three, regretfully, the council has recently passed its vote, even it is clear that the property owners have objections. However, given the pandemic situation over the past several months, the property owners had not been given adequate opportunity to voice these objections. Number four, therefore, I would also ask City Council to put aside its decision to assess the Barton Hill Drive, Nixon Road homeowners for the proposed sidewalk project until after the November ballot. Number five, if the city council has determined that the special assessment are inappropriate enough to ask for millage, then they cannot, in good conscience, move forward with assessing only these property owners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Saya Ufuma.
Caller 701, go ahead.
My name is Shafu Ma. I'm here to address the agenda item CA8, proposal for sidewalk millage. I have to say that in the midst of a pandemic and nationwide protest over social injustice, I feel a little silly talking about a sidewalk. But I'm frustrated that I've had to focus my time and energy on convincing City Council that it is unfair to ask my family to pay $52,000 to construct a sidewalk on our vacant land, sidewalk we do not even want. Never mind our assessment, the $8,000, $10,000, $15,000 assessments that Chen's, Gary's, Cameron's, Lynn's, Hampton's, Klumpner's, Kaufman's, and Young's are being asked to pay are equally unfair. I mentioned the numbers for impact, but the real issue is that the principle is faulty. It's not like we got a call from the city saying, hey, we can get a great deal from Doan Construction to build sidewalks for $150 a linear foot. You want in? These sidewalks are not for our individual benefit, but for the good of the community, and as such should be paid for by the community. We are fortunate to live in a nation where we may voice our objections. As I watch our country literally going up in flames, I'm reminded of how important it is to remain calm and respectful. As an Asian American, it is part of my cultural upbringing to be respectful. I just hope that that is enough to be heard. I respectfully beseech the members of City Council to re-examine the ordinances that impose extraordinary costs of sidewalks being constructed for the use and benefit of the general public onto a handful of property owners. I'm sorry that previous homeowners have had to pay similar assessments, but we cannot reverse history. We can only move forward to improve and make sure we do not continue to make the same mistakes. In these unprecedented times when our government has asked of its citizens to shelter in place, to wear masks, and to abide by curfews, is it too much for the citizens to ask of its government to make exceptions to normal protocol and revisit decisions made on the non-essential, non-urgent Nixon, Barton, Jackson Road sidewalk projects? I'm advocating for the Chens, Garys, Camerons, Lynn's, Hamptons, Klumpner's, Kaufman's, and Young's who have felt voiceless, but have made it clear in writing that they object to these projects and assessments, and in many cases do not have the economic wherewithal to respond to the assessments. We ask that the previously voted on decisions regarding these sidewalks be put aside until after the November ballot. It would be unconscionable to exclude these sidewalk projects from the outcome of the ballot. I worry that the pressure of million-dollar contracts with large construction companies will overshadow the concerns and needs of tax-paying, law-abiding citizens who are feeling somewhat railroaded. I spent the first 25 years of my life in Ann Arbor. My family has had 3 generations graduate from the University of Michigan. I go blue, perfect strangers wherever I am. Ann Arbor has helped shape who I am, and I hope that in some small way I can help shape who Ann Arbor is. Thank you for your time and efforts. We do appreciate that you have the best interests of the citizens at heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jane Fogel.
Caller 958, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Council, I want to share two stories that at their roots are about Ann Arbor as a recognized leader in the region and nationally. Story one. Solar Faithful kicked off in late 2017 when Ann Arbor was one of about 120 small cities around the country that got a $10,000 DOE grant to develop a model to promote solar in their community. Ann Arbor's model came top 7 in the country. At a Zoom-based workshop yesterday, Sunday, 40 participants came to hear Ann Arbor success stories, including many from the west side of the state and a number from Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. Story 2. The Michigan Climate Action Network held its conference via Zoom in April. Toward the end, there were 12, 15 quick updates from around the state, including an update on the Ann Arbor's climate neutrality plan, as well as U of M's work in this space. What was notable is how many cities around the state are looking to Ann Arbor's carbon neutrality plan as a guidance for their own. This is exactly what President Schlissel talked about when he committed U of M to a path to carbon neutrality. We need to come up with a replicatable model so we can have an impact at scale. Like Ann Arbor, U of M is working hard to develop and resource that plan. Like Ann Arbor, U of M's constituents, students, faculty, alumni are making their voice heard in a demand for a robust plan and timeline. Over 1,400 faculty, and there have been over 50 speakers at Regents meetings. Previous generations of this council have a legacy of leadership that is recognized and respected across the state, the region, and nationally. Ann Arbor, right now, is uniquely positioned nationally. This council, in parallel with the regions, can commit to and resource a carbon neutrality plan that can inform efforts in many other cities and together scale up for the impact we need to address the climate crisis.
30 seconds.
Like the two stories demonstrate, Ann Arbor has a recognized legacy of leadership to build on and strengthen. It is a moment of leadership in the climate crisis and in the social justice crisis that is the flip side of that coin. I call on this council to stand and lead. It will be hard, and that's okay. We will innovate and collaborate, and with a failure-positive attitude, we will work our way through this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ralph McGee. Ralph McGee.
Vast majority.
Caller 556, go ahead.
I wanted to speak tonight on leadership and divisiveness. The vast majority listening tonight would agree that there's some very bad examples and some very good examples of leadership on all the craziness that's going around right now. And this issue is a small issue, obviously, compared to that. But I do have a small criticism of Mayor Taylor as to divisiveness. The background is this. Since 2018, there have been council caucuses with public input held Sunday evenings before Monday night council meetings. Mayor Taylor and his allies on council don't typically attend those. And what message does that send? I would read that as sort of, we don't really want to work with those other council members. Maybe that's not a big deal. When the mayor, you have your own events to talk about city business, maybe that's not a big deal either. But I do find it disturbing, Mr. Mayor, when you hold your events at exactly the same time as the traditional council caucuses. It sends a very clear, it's us or versus them kind of message. And what about residents who would really like to listen to different perspectives on issues or participate in both events? They can't. That's divisive. Mayor Taylor, if you don't want to participate in the caucuses, how about scheduling your event at a different time so residents wouldn't have to choose between events? And please don't criticize others for being divisive or lament that others on council aren't working with you or don't want to work with you on issues, because really you're the one that's responsible for setting the tone. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Are there communications today from council? I strive to look on I had Griswold and Bannister, but I strive to look on the raised hands so I make sure that I get the queue right. So Councilmember Griswold.
Okay. I just want to say that caucus is really an optional event, and it's really designed for people that want to get something out of it. And so if you're not going to get anything out of it, don't feel like you have to attend. Last night we had a record 28 participants at one time. So we actually went to 2 separate screens, which was a bit of a challenge, but we did it. I just want to talk about all of the positive energy that we've had in this community in the last couple of weeks. And not only in this community, but first, most people know that I grew up in Flint, Michigan, which was best known for the water crisis, but now it is known for a sheriff who has taken the lead on collaborating with protesters. He's been on the national news, and I think that he is probably the impetus for many other police chiefs and sheriffs to join the protesters. And that's just really, really wonderful. Our governor was quoted as saying these are dark times. I would agree they are dark times, but I think we also have to celebrate all of the positives and all of the people that have stepped up during this time to address problems. I've been to 2 peaceful protests in the last few days. We'll probably attend another one tomorrow in Ann Arbor. So far, we're doing it right. We're getting things done, getting the message out. Today, Congresswoman Debbie Dingell was there, as well as state senators, state representatives. And the last thing I want to say is, while it may look like there's some divisiveness publicly, there's been a tremendous amount of collaboration that's been going on with staff and with community members. I have learned so much about the A20 plan and ways to reach carbon neutrality as a result of all of the emails and phone calls from community members. And it really gives me hope that we're going to achieve our goal. Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
Yes, I just wanted to re-underline for residents that they can join us on caucus on Sunday nights before the Monday meeting from 7 to 9. And we have a couple toll-free numbers for you to listen in on the audio. And we're working on turning on the video so that you can see which council members are saying what and all. But just in case you don't hear about it otherwise, just know that it happens every Sunday before the Monday meeting. And it's a really good time to express yourself and learn more about the meeting itself and the agenda. And then I know we frequently encourage people to sign up and apply to be on boards and commissions. And I just wanted to say that if you if you've been on the list and you haven't heard for maybe more than 6 months or so, feel free to nudge us, send an email to myself or Mayor Taylor on whichever committees you applied to be on, so that we can just be reminded that your application is in the system. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to just briefly give a shout out to everybody who's getting ready to celebrate the Pride Month that's happening right now, and I know there's been a lot of trouble here across the nation this last week or so, and it's just with Pride coming up, it's just an opportunity for everyone to recognize that everyone that's gone before us, who's fought so hard to create equality and to equal treatment for everyone in our nation and in our world, and Pride sort of stood for that and stands for that. And I think that there are real opportunities in the weeks and months ahead for all of us to realize the things we have, that bring us together, that don't separate us, and to stand up for our brothers and sisters and others in the community, and work together to make not only our community but our nation and our world a better place. And so I hope that we have the most successful community building and Pride Month we've ever seen here in the city. So I want to thank everybody for getting behind that notion, and I look forward to the conversations we're going to have tonight. Thank you.
Further communication from council. I'd like to recommend the following nominations for your consideration at our next meeting. Jihei Kim to the Downtown Development Authority, Ravi Ragani to the Elizabeth Dean Fund Committee, Samuel Bernstein to the Elizabeth Dean Fund Committee, Robert George, the Energy Commission, a youth member, the Health and Human Services Advisory Board, Andre Watson, and to the Parks Advisory Commission, Anne Marzan. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Smith. Discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Can I move CA8?
CA8. Councilmember Lum.
Councilmember Ramlawi took care of it. Okay.
Further discussion of the consent agenda with the exception of CA8.
Were we going to, was anyone interested in moving CA4 on the Green Fair?
I'll move to have that removed as well.
Further discussion of the consent agenda with the exception of CA4 and CA8.
And Mayor, just a note that CA14 was stricken.
Thank you. Councilmember Hayner.
I'd like to pull CA9 also. Thank you.
Further discussion of the consent agenda? All in favor of the consent agenda with the exception of CA4, 8, 9, and of course 14, which does not appear any longer on the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA2, CA3, CA13. CA8, resolution directing the city administrator to prepare resolutions to approve ballot language for a street, bridge, and sidewalk millage, moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of CA8. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I appreciate the work staff has done in bringing this forth. There's two millages here, two separate millages that are being proposed. One is a renewal of 2.1 for street and sidewalk and bridges. And then also an appendix of 0.2 mils for new sidewalks. There's been a lot of discussion and consternation over filling sidewalk gaps, especially ones that require big assessments. And I think this is an issue that needs to eventually get resolved so that we can better serve our constituents and our community and reach our goals. I have sent, I hope Ms. Beaudry has it, an amendment that I wanted to include in this resolution. The 0.2 part of this resolution that's asking for us to go to the voters and have the voters decide. And I'm not a big fan right now of asking people to shell out more money considering the climate we're facing and we're in, and we talk about affordability at every meeting, and here we're asking for voters for more money. And I would like to have, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's have this amendment introduced, moved and seconded, then you can continue to talk about it, please. Moved by you, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Sorry, Councilmember Ramlawi, you still have the floor with respect to your amendment.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So this amendment will direct this new millage a portion of this millage, at least give some direction, so that the voters can better understand where the money is going to be going and how it's going to be spent, and perhaps also address some of our issues that we have in approving assessments. It asks that this proceeds, some of these proceeds, if not all, some of them at least, be used to offset the special assessments charged to residents who do not voluntarily initiate capital improvement projects that trigger the need for a new sidewalk. And I apologize for some of this language, but I was not having to do it on the fly. So that's it in a nutshell.
So I've got Councilmember Ackerman and Hayner on the queue, on the main queue. Can I clear you both, unless you wish to both speak to the amendment? I'm going to drop you and then we'll get you back in on the flip side.
All right.
All right. So please help remind me of that. Discussion on the amendment, please. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to clarify with the offer that this is any projects between now and when this may appear on the ballot and may or may not be passed. Is that what your suggestion is? If a sidewalk is coming down on these folks like Boardwalk is, you're saying that this might offset that? I just want to make sure where this nudges into the process here.
Well,
is this to go backwards like those folks ask at?
I wouldn't say it would be for it to go backwards. I would look to our city administrator to ask when could this go into effect and when would it be the soonest that if all this went through, that these funds would be available for those type of projects. But I think, go ahead.
We also have Mr. Huppy on here if you want to speak to it. But the first that it could possibly go is actually December, but we don't actually levy in December for city millages. We levy in July. So if you were to change it, I'd recommend the July 1st, which of next year would be the earliest that I think would be consistent with how we levy.
And then that funds would be available for FY 22 constructions.
Right.
And to talk to Councilmember Romali's, this would be set up as an enterprise, a dedicated fund, so it would only be used for new sidewalk construction. The way the resolution is currently written, it would remove assessments totally, whether that's what council desires to do or not, or whether council wishes to have some sort of base or floor assessment with the millage kicking in on top of that. That is direction city staff would gladly receive, however you want to use the millage.
Mr. Huppy, could that additional direction be given at a later time? We just got this and there's a lot to consider, obviously. I'm just trying to get us trending in the right direction.
We would be bringing ballot language back to you in July, and I believe Nick Hutchins is on the meeting also. He can tell you the exact date that we'd have to have ballot language to you to approve.
Let me suggest this, and council. There has been, I think it's plain that some council members are interested in utilizing potential millage monies, both on a going forward basis and to offset assessments of this nature, whether looking backwards a little bit or moving forwards a little bit. I don't know that we're going to get super clear guidance to staff at this juncture. Perhaps we can ask staff to, as they bring forward millage language as a general matter, that they also consider a couple of alternatives with respect to utilizing monies, maybe looking backwards, maybe on the offset for other special assessments, that they come to us with some proposals because they've sat at the table and they've seen how some council members are interested in moving on the issue. This way we'd have a little bit more clarity and a little more, fulsome proposal from staff on the point. Is that adequate? I don't know exactly how to tell. I don't know how to tell whether that's adequate or not, but I guess I'll say.
Well, it's adequate from us. It's giving us direction, which is what we're seeking.
Yeah, I think my inference is that we're looking for some alternatives on this. I don't know, but I guess that's my suggestion. I've got Lum, Bannister, and Grand on the queue. I should say too, our prior meetings have gone on for quite some time, and I'm just, I'm trying to keep track of 3 minutes, and I understand that there's some play, but I am keeping a clock, and so whoever the first person is that happens to talk for 3 minutes, and I observe it, it's not personal. I'm trying to get it down for everyone. So my apologies. Lum, Bannister, Grant.
I have a question, which is to follow on to Councilmember Miley's proposal, and just in general, and I have comments if I may. I'll try to be quick. I did submit a question, and thanks for your response, Mr. Hupy or Mr. Hutchinson, whoever responded, asking if this, and this would get to how the question is formed when it comes back to us in July, or questions. I asked if the 2/10 mil sidewalk construction millage, if it would be passed, would it be combined with the 2.15 mil millage, or if it would be maintained separately? And response indicated that it was written with the presumption that the 0.2 would be added to the street bridge and the existing street bridge and sidewalk millage, and that you would spell out the use on how this millage money would be used. And alternatively, you mentioned this other option, and I would appreciate when you bring it back to us, if you could come back with these two options. Is that doable? The other option is that the 0.2 mils for new sidewalk would be a separate millage because it's a new millage. And that could be set up, as you said, as you noted, we'd start collecting on that in fiscal year 22. So can you bring these two options, Mr. Hupy? Thanks.
Mr. Hupy?
When that answer was written, we were assuming that we would be renewing the street bridge resurfacing millage at the same time and potentially starting it at the same time as the sidewalk millage. It's looking like they will not be starting at the same time. If we do the sidewalk millage earlier to get a year's use out of it before the street bridge and resurfacing millage is due. So they would have to stay in separate funds.
Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks for answering that. May I just do my comment then, Mr. Mayor, on this, since it was pulled out? Is that okay? Okay, thanks. I won't raise my hand again. So I will be supporting this tonight because I do believe that this question of who pays for the constructing new sidewalks and filling sidewalk gaps is obviously become an important one, and I do think the voters should decide this question. I will say I do have serious reservations about adopting any new tax millage at this time, including this one. And we have a lot of people who are struggling right now, and I likely would oppose its passage in November. I also have real concerns about the equity of changing the rules that have existed for decades, and we all know we have many people across town who are making those installment plans on their assessments that we've approved over recent years. Having said that, I fully support the right of voters to decide these important questions. With my apologies, Mr. Mayor, when you vetoed the resolution to allow voters to decide the question of nonpartisan local elections in Ann Arbor, I will just say I do not presume I know better than voters, and I would never stand in the way of their democratic right to decide an important question, because I personally do not agree. If this extra tax is to be on the ballot in November, It's important that it be a separate question, I believe, which is why I had that question, Mr. Fupi and staff, that it be a separate question from the renewal of the existing street and sidewalk millage, and that is what is contemplated here. And I also think having separate ballot questions is the more transparent approach, and it provides voters the maximum range of choices as well. I'm also comfortable with having the votes in November rather than wait until next year when the existing street and sidewalk millage expires. And at this point, there is no scheduled election for next year. So conducting the referendum this November avoids the possible cost of a special election. And I also believe if this millage is ultimately approved by voters, it's important to track the funds for new sidewalk construction separately to ensure street millage funds are actually going to fix the roads. This was a problem when we combined all of these years ago. I understand this resolution is not to actually place the millage questions on the ballot, but rather to direct staff to develop the language, but we should not direct staff to do all the work unless we're comfortable putting the question to voters. So I'm comfortable, again, allowing voters to decide, even though I likely won't ultimately support the passage in November. So I'll be supporting this resolution tonight. Thanks.
Councilmember Bannister, and I think we're still on the amendment.
Okay, so I'm a little asking for clarification then, because Mayor Taylor, you were saying that what we could do is not entertain all these, we would have like all the amendments included as staff works on them, or are we going to work through the amendments tonight?
I guess my suggestion is that we, if it's council's pleasure, that we pull the amendment off. We pass the resolution. Staff, but staff goes forward on the understanding that we're going to be looking for some options with respect to the use of millage funds. Options that include some look back on assessments previously passed, and options that look to assist residents who are who have been assessed in a manner that makes them unhappy. So I guess that would involve council's acquiescence to the removal of the amendment, and then moving forward in the ordinary course.
I'm fine with that. And
can we just say, does anybody, well, if I may, is everybody all right with that? Moving the amendment as is? I've got Grand and then I've got Bannister actually on the queue. I need more feedback before I can say anything. So I guess Bannister,
I would leave it up to the proposer of it. As a seconder, I'm okay with it, but it's up to
it's the
Ramlawi.
bodies. It's not the proposer. Although I'm sure,
Right.
although Councilmember Ramlawi, I suppose you're since you brought it, is that okay with you?
Absolutely. I didn't mean to get stuck up on this as long as we have, but it's part of a broader discussion.
Is this all right with the body that we withdraw that amendment and move forward? Let me put it this way. Does anybody object to withdrawing the amendment and moving forward?
Well, I'm sorry. I thought your action was to do the opposite. I thought it was a friendly amendment, no?
The amendment provides, no, it was to withdraw the amendment and then have staff come forward and having essentially worked through a couple of options on how we should address the use of the millage money. Do we simply look forward? Do we help out?
I think that's a separate issue. The timing, I think it's where the funds ought to be directed, and I don't want the amendment withdrawn. I want it voted on.
Amendments on the floor. I've got Bannister, Grand, and then Councilmember Lum. If you could click your mouse, that way I'm sure I know where you are in the queue. Councilmember Bannister on the amendment.
okay, well, this is the first it had thought to me of this amendment, so that if the sidewalk was not voluntarily initiated, if it would not be paid, it would voluntarily initiated sidewalks would not be paid for with this millage. And that, I'm not sure I like the sounds of that, although I'm open to hearing other people's comments, because I do like the idea of residents who need a sidewalk for safety reasons or whatnot, to be able to get one. And maybe what would make this amendment more appealing would be if it would still have to meet some criteria for necessity. It wouldn't be just because for aesthetics or landscaping, but for a safety purpose.
Councilor Grant.
Thank you. I was also hoping we could pull this and just give staff some general direction, because as Councilmember Malawi pointed out, this was done a little bit on the fly. So it would be my preference to vote this down and just give staff general direction. I personally would prefer something a little, I don't know. To me, it seems like we could just ask that if it's a new development that builds a sidewalk, I don't think that's the purpose that anyone intends for the millage, right? That the development would then pay for that sidewalk. If it's filling a gap, then I think this, at least from my perspective, this is how I would like to see those funds used. So I don't know if, I think that's what Councilmember Malawi is trying to get at, but I draw the line at more like new development versus filling a sidewalk gap. And that's just the direction I wanted to offer to staff. So I appreciate where he's coming from. I'm going to vote no, because I just want us to be able to give feedback to staff in general and then move forward with the options when we see the language in July.
Councilor Lum.
I just think in general, I do think that we need to formally provide this direction to staff to go off, give them our formal blessing to generate this ballot question. And this resolution does that. So I think this is the appropriate first step to take as a body. I think that, good points are being raised here, obviously. Councilmember Brand, your concerns and others. I think it's up to us to work with staff between now and July so what comes back to us, and then we can of course continue to submit questions and suggest revisions, but so that we can produce a product that addresses the various concerns. We aren't going to do that tonight, obviously. So I would like us to vote on this, though, not remove it. I do have one question, though. I didn't know if there were going to be further amendments tonight. It sounds like we're not going to go down that path. That's the path you suggested. Basically, we not proceed on, Mr. Mayor, I believe. That there is a timing concern with some of these things, because there is a concern about been mentioned again tonight by some of the speakers, the projects, Fuller, Nixon, Traver, et cetera, sidewalk projects that we just approved. And, for some of these, I think construction was supposed to begin this summer. The Fuller, Nixon, Traver, I think the work is supposed to start in the fall of 2020. Is that correct, Mr. Hutchinson or QP?
I can jump in there on Nixon and Nixon and Traver, and on Fuller Court. We are actually looking to start construction next spring for a variety of issues. We still need to get through the federal process of plan approval and bid letting. So by the time we get through that, it's going to be fairly late in the season. And so we're actually looking at starting maybe April of next year.
Okay, thank you.
The work on Barton Drive has begun already, although not the sidewalk work yet.
Thanks.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to staff for bringing this forward. It's very responsive to conversations we've been having for the last 3 months, and I'm really grateful that you all are taking a step to solve those debates. So thank you. I don't think I will support this amendment simply because I want staff to have flexibility to create multiple options, and I don't want to lock ourselves into this. I don't think I have any objections to this idea being included in an option, but I do just want to confirm something. So I'll give a hypothetical that I think is important. Is if I were this is certainly hypothetical. If I were a wealthy resident and I wanted to jump the queue by funding the construction of a sidewalk in front of my own house. Would that impact our capacity to build sidewalk and fill gaps elsewhere? Can we just, if there are people voluntarily signing up to pay for these things, can we just add them to a given construction year, or would that impact the kind of socialized construction that we're doing elsewhere to fill gaps around the city?
We can do that, and we have actually done that in the past. We've been approached by usually not individuals, but like a condo association, for example, that has requested a sidewalk and has said that they would pay for it. And we've gone ahead and done that under a separate agreement rather than as a special assessment.
Okay, and it doesn't impact our ability to construct elsewhere other sidewalk gaps that we would otherwise be building?
I wouldn't think that it would, no.
Great, that's perfect. Thank you.
Further discussion of the amendment? For my part, I'm gonna vote against the amendment. I don't quite. It just doesn't strike me as sufficiently clear to be direction to staff, and it's I think it's over inclusive. It's not time limited. I'm not sure how far it goes back. Does it go back when it says the proceeds? Does that mean all the proceeds? Or does that mean a subset of the proceeds? Yeah, I mean, to me, it's not sufficiently clear, I think, to be proper language of instruction in a resolution. If it's going to be gestalty, that's okay, and just some. But to have it be specific instruction, I'm going to vote against it. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Well, I would just invite more instruction. I would invite, help in crafting the language if you see it to be insufficient. I think it's a good basis, and I would invite you to offer to make it better. But I appreciate the feedback.
As it was slightly directed to me, I'm going to jump the queue. I would need to talk to staff and have a better understanding of what our options are and how this would properly work. That's why I think the proper and wise thing to do is to say council members are interested in helping residents that don't want to pay assessments. You staff, as you go forward with drafting the ultimate language, think about that and give us some options. That makes sense to me. I'm not going to be in a position to craft this with particularity. Councilmember Bannister.
Yeah, Ollie, I want to go with Councilmember Ramwali's suggestion, but I also have like a random sort of suggestion too for amendment such that current projects, particularly the Barton Road, the Nixter Fulton Traver, and the Jackson Avenue, be included in this millage fund when they do come in. So that's why this particular amendment is a little, I think Mayor Taylor, your method better, where we submit all 6 of our different preferences to staff and then they prepare it from there. If that's how that works.
Further discussion of the amendment? Got a roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Hayner on the amendment.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion, going back to Councilmember Ackerman. Hayner on the queue. Councilmember Ackerman.
Actually, everything I brought up has been discussed, so I'm good. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Just to clarify that this will be of its own millage. It will be specifically for the new sidewalk construction or sidewalk gap construction, and that we're able to send recommendations to staff under this. if this passes. That's correct. I mean, I was thinking when, what I've mentioned this many times that I think it is a common good and should have a common way to pay for it. I also, not to confuse the issue, I'm not sure how it would appear on a ballot, but I also respect the notion that we have always kind of stuck homeowners a little bit, and there might be some kind of token fee that homeowners pay. And also, I think it is an important distinction to make that when, say, a new sub goes in, not that there's much of that left, but what there is, that developer pays for those sidewalks, has always been the case. So I want to make sure that those opportunities exist if we pass this forward. That's all. And it seems as though staff has always been willing to work with us, and so I fully support this notion. And thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
Yes, and I'm just thinking of all of the residents at home watching us talk about this, and I would just like to ask a question of us or staff for the 3 current controversial projects, especially the Barton Drive one that is already, the water main is already being worked on. The efficiencies that we save by doing it at the same time as the water main. Other people have said that we've got other nearby concrete projects that if we could reassign the workers, I believe Councilmember Hayner had mentioned there was a couple sidewalk repair projects in the neighborhood that the contractors could work on over there. If for some reason we need to finish the design plans for the Barton Drive. To my knowledge, the design plans are not, the switchback and all that has not been resolved. And so my concern is, how can we address these people on the watching from home who are worried about the current projects? I don't know if that's a question for Mr. Hoopy or Mr. Hutchins, or is there anything that we can offer to as for these current projects that was the impetus for this whole millage, actually, in many ways?
I'm not sure if Mr. Hubie's able. There you go.
I will jump in, and the answer is it may be a legal question with a millage, and we would look at that in drafting the language. Generally, the millage would be prospective and not retro.
Could we have just something a little more official? Because I know those people are looking out their window and wondering what's happening or what their next move is. Or is that Barton Drive sidewalk actually not coming anytime soon? Mr. Hutchins had mentioned it's already started, and I can see that it's started, but if they're going to be working on the water main till August, then we have some time.
I believe that the sidewalk work is scheduled for July or August. I don't remember exactly, but it's not coming up, in the next couple of weeks, certainly. But I believe the whole project is scheduled to be done by the end of August.
If I might, so those projects are approved and would proceed unless council, and because the direction on the millage is coming later, those projects would likely proceed unless council were to bring those items back and have them reconsidered. Right? The timing just doesn't work out any other way.
Well, at the May 18 meeting, if we rewatch the video, we did see that there was interest with Councilmember Ramlawi and maybe even Councilmember Smith. I don't want to speak for anyone, but there was interest in consolidating the 3 projects to look as we brainstorm and come up with a better solution. And this millage is a great solution. So I'm just trying to figure how we could use it to make these 3 existing projects under there.
I think staff is hearing you that as we develop options, we can look at that for the millage language and see if that's possible as an option.
And if the millage language doesn't come back though till after the sidewalk is done, we're beyond pins and needles or something?
Well, the millage wouldn't even be voted on at the earliest, by the voters until November, past the conclusion of these projects. So that's something we'd have to look into.
Well, I'm just trying to avoid any misunderstanding. There was some misunderstanding after the May 18 meeting about what intentions were. And so I just want to underline that my intention is that hopefully these 3 sidewalk projects could be included in what we're talking about solutions. And also there's the whole issue that as we've seen, this is tricky with technology, and a lot of the residents were unable to figure out how to call in. I had to help coach them myself on the phone and so forth and so on. A lot of them aren't aware of how to, with the pandemic, you can't just be out talking to your neighbors about it, and so I'm uncomfortable making these irrevocable, costly decisions under these circumstances. And I'll close with that I'm looking, I appreciate Councilmember Lum's concern about not raising taxes, but to impose $5,000 to $50,000 on an individual is similarly not affordable. And so, thank you.
It's been a couple of minutes. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lum.
Quickly, in terms of the plan for the sidewalk gap projects in this period between now and when the money would actually be collected, I did ask about that, and staff indicated that for projects already approved, that we would proceed under the current system of special assessment. So I think as we go forward, clarity on that too. We have so many sidewalk gap projects that whether they were standalone sidewalks that were built or gaps that were filled in conjunction with other infrastructure projects, water mains, sanitary sewer, et cetera, that were installed. We do have residents across the city who are paying their special assessments in installments over a period of, many years. And I think clarity on how we would proceed with those special assessments would also be helpful.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I just want to kind of echo some of what Council Member Bannister was saying, in that, my hope is to be presented with options of flexibly using this. I think Council Member Hayner and I are in complete agreement that this is something that the city always should have been taking care of, and that this millage is the way to solve the problem. At the end of the day, the millage can never be big enough to make it right for everybody that's been dinged by this in the past. But, at least for these projects, as there's been momentum to potentially move forward, then, I would like to understand the full ability to look at using some of these funds to help offset these projects. In the event that this millage doesn't pass, then, we're in the same boat that we're in now, obviously. So I think either way, we still have a lot of sidewalk gaps to fill, and not a whole lot of dollars to do it outside of making people pay for it. So I think this is a really important step forward to completing our non-motorized network. I'm excited to put it before the voters and let them weigh in on it. So I would appreciate any staff guidance that we could have on how we could use these proceeds to help offset the projects we've been contemplating and that there's been controversy about this year. And the more options you can give us, I think the more helpful it'll be for us to come to a conclusion. Thanks.
Further discussion, the main motion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? It is approved. CA4, resolution to change the date of the Mayor's Green Fair to Friday, August 14 from 3 p.m. until 11 p.m. Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of CA4. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just was bringing this up because it just, with everything that's going on right now, all the events that have been canceled, social distancing that's going to be ongoing for a considerable amount of time, whether this was an appropriate measure to take. I understand it can be scrapped at any time, but it just throws a lot of uncertainty into the mix and perhaps sends the wrong message. We will be discussing road closures a little later on in this meeting, and it's going to complicate matters when it comes to that. I do believe. I also would offer, and I asked it before, suggest that this is something that perhaps could be moved on the City of the Center, activating that part of our downtown that is desperately in need of activation, and this would be a very good way to light that fire. Perhaps include Liberty Plaza, and not have the effects that road closures have on small business owners. I mean, I just talked with many small business owners today because of the resolution that we're bringing forth, and all of them have said road closures hurt our business. Road closures hurt our business. They're excited about, by and large, I know we had one person who didn't support it here, but by and large, as you all got in emails today, support road closures for the reasons that we stated. But for other reasons, such as these type of special interest affairs, they really hurt the small businesses downtown. And it really, I think, is poor timing. And I'm sorry, but I just it's hard for me to continue to support this, even though it hurts and it hurts small businesses downtown.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Hayner.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
I couldn't get my hand up in time, but I do agree with Councilmember Ramlawi that this Green Fair would be lovely on the center of the city, and then we wouldn't have to close any streets, and it would be activating the center of the city as the voter approved. And so I'm just confused why we keep insisting to do it. So I'm sorry, I couldn't get my buttons waved up in time. But with Councilmember Ramlawi's permission, I think we should make a motion to move it to August 14, but move it to the center of the city.
I guess got to call the order. I'm not sure what parliamentary rules would be at this point.
I mean, I've started the vote. There's only been one person voting because, thank you for asking, Councilmember. Insofar as, I suppose as a matter of rigorous procedure, the statement is out of order. At the same time, we're all trying to figure this out as we go along. And Councilmember Bannister indicated that it was a technologic issue, and I don't think that Councilmember Hayner is prejudiced by having voted and so I'm just prepared to just let that go, and we'll continue to roll if people want to talk about this. And so I guess I'd say Councilmember Bannister still has the floor, and if she's done, it's Councilmember Lum.
I'm done.
Councilmember Lum.
Was that an amendment, Councilmember? Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing this to be discussed. Were you making an amendment?
Yes, I was asking Councilmember Ramlawi if he was making an amendment, and if he is not, I would like to make an amendment.
I'm not prepared to propose an amendment.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
May I continue?
I'm sorry.
No,
Councilmember Lum.
sorry. So on the main motion, staff did indicate that this is subject to cancellation like every other event. But I do appreciate Councilmember Ramlawi's comments. He is, has been a hands-on, frontline, effective spokesperson for the downtown businesses. And on this, we have received feedback on the lack of consistency, perhaps, to approve this while we're at the same time proposing these street closures, which not all businesses back. Some feel, as we all know, that it will hurt their business, not help their business. And we'll talk about that plan shortly. But to put this on top of that, I mean, the reason we're doing the closures is to create as much space on the streets for them to operate. This is taking up some of that space, basically, and could present a hardship. So I think to address these concerns that have been brought to our attention, I think it makes sense to not proceed at this point and to make that decision now. So I agree with Councilmember Ramlawi.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I was just reading through the resolution again, and the title of the resolution is just to change the date, but obviously the street closures are mapped out in the times for the same. And it occurs to me that the overlap of this and what we're going to be referring to as our Healthy Streets Initiative is quite similar. In fact, these streets may all already be closed for, if we approve these Healthy Streets Initiative, they may be closed already from those times. We're looking at 2 p.m. on Friday. This one says 3 p.m. And so my notion is to let's just go ahead and change the date, and the flexibility is going to exist either through the governor's orders or through future conversations we're going to have tonight and in the coming weeks, that it may be fruitful to find out that the dates change, but the location is going to have to change because the streets are already closed and they're already full of restaurant tables and so on. And so I'm inclined to again say yes to this and just change the dates, and with the understanding that there's a lot of things in flux right now, especially on the heels of the governor's rescission of the stay-at-home order. So I think we should pass this and keep an open mind about the location. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, and I apologize for adding more time to our meeting, but just want to reiterate the fact that all small business owners right now feel like they've just been punched, kicked, stepped on, and spit on by their government. There's not a whole lot of us out here that are getting a whole lot of support, and we need consistency, we need direction, and we need confidence. And by throwing a bunch of things up and saying, well, this may stick, this may change, and this may not, that's not good for small business owners right now who are struggling to stay alive. And I think we need to be very careful here, or we're going to kill the golden goose that we call our downtown. And I think we're out of touch with the realities that small business owners right now are dealing with. I mean, I frankly will say that we small business owners now need confidence and consistency, and that's not what we're doing here. I'm sorry, I get a little emotional because I am one of those small businesses.
Further discussion? Councilmember Griswold, I guess I'd ask folks then to hit the raise hand button so that I know who's who.
Oh, sorry.
No worries, Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, I agree with what Councilmember Ramlawi said, and I don't know that it needs an amendment, but I would like to have an understanding that anything we do does not negatively impact our small business owners further. And if they're paying for barricades and they're scheduling to be serving food in the street on Friday night, and then we suddenly say, well, except for this Friday night, you can't. I just don't think that's acceptable.
It's my belief that we'd be working with everybody. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Hayner.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Lum,
Oh,
Councilmember Grand,
I'm sorry. Did someone second that amendment, or no one ever did?
There is no amendment.
I'm sorry. Yes. My apologies.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
No.
motion carries.
CA9, resolution number 1, prepare plans and specifications for the proposed Boardwalk Drive Sidewalk Gap Project, Special Assessment District number 63, moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion, please, of CA9. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I don't have much to say because my questions were answered in our extended conversation of the prior sidewalk issue.
Thank you. Further discussion of CA9. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It is approved. We can now come to 2 public hearings. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the public, what time is it? Members of the public to speak to council and the community about the specific subject of the public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, you need not have signed up in advance, but your speech must relate to the specific subject matter of the public hearing. Speakers have 3 minutes in which to speak. So please pay close attention to your own time clock as well as the clerk. She will keep time and announce when 30 seconds are remaining. And when your time is up, you'll be placed on mute after a decent interval. To address council at a public hearing, please contact us via the phone number and meeting ID on your screen. The call-in ID should be made if you're having difficulty with visibility. The public hearing phone number is 877-853-5247, 877-853-5247. The meeting ID is 931-3086-8636. That is 931-3086-8636. Callers will be called on one by one by the city clerk using the last 3 digits of your phone number. You'll hear an automated announcement and that the host is allowing you to speak. We do have 2 public hearings. If you're calling about a particular public hearing you would like to speak, please press *9 to electronically raise your hand. The clerk will look to see that you've pressed *9 to see that you've raised your hand, and then you'll be have an opportunity to speak. When she calls you and identifies you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. When speaking, please move to a quiet area and mute any television or background sounds. We now come to public hearing number 1. Public hearing number 1, an ordinance to amend section 263 of chapter 29, water rates of title 2 of the code of the city of Ann Arbor. Is there anyone who would like to speak at public hearing number 2? Pardon me. Is there anyone who would like to speak at public hearing number 1?
We have caller 343. Go ahead.
I wish to speak on the other matter before the council. May I delay?
Delay, please. Thank you. Is there anyone who would like to speak at public hearing number 1 with respect to water rates? If so, please press *9 now.
I have caller 389. Go ahead.
I also wish to speak on PH2. Sorry.
No worries.
Mayor, we have a number of callers, but those are the only two with their hands raised at this time.
Very good. Seeing no one with respect to water rates, public hearing number one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number, can you give us a sense of the queue, Ms. Beaudry?
There are 20 callers in the queue.
Thank you. Public hearing number two, resolution adopting the Living A20 Ann Arbor Carbon Neutrality Plan. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
We have now caller 343. Go ahead.
PK, and I'm.
Sorry, caller 343. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Larry Junk, J-U-N-C-K, and I'm speaking in favor of adoption and funding of the A20 Carbon Neutrality Plan. I'm a longtime citizen of Ann Arbor, Ward 3. I am a professor in the U of M Medical School. Last time I spoke before City Council was on November 4th, 2019. That was a historic day in Ann Arbor, the day that the council voted unanimously to adopt the ambitious goal of climate neutrality by 2030. I congratulate you for taking that courageous and ambitious stand. I'm speaking tonight to ask each of you to look at yourself in the mirror and say, was that just a momentary whim, or am I serious about proceeding with action on the climate emergency? I ask you to consider the opportunity to emerge as leaders in addressing the climate crisis. I ask you to consider your constituents and voters who I believe are strongly in support of action on climate change. I ask you not to let the COVID pandemic distract us from acting on climate. The COVID pandemic has now claimed 100,000 U.S. lives. That is approximately the same number as the number who die in the U.S. every year from particulate air pollution from the burning of fossil fuels. But this is year after year after year. With COVID, the federal government largely abdicated its responsibility and left it to the states, who have generally seized the opportunity to lead on dealing with COVID, with some measured success. With the climate crisis, both the federal government and the states have largely abdicated responsibility, but many communities are seizing that responsibility and taking strong actions on climate change. Please help lead Ann Arbor toward being one of those communities. Please don't say that because of COVID, we have too much on our plate to address the climate emergency. You are all capable leaders, and you, with the help of your staff and your citizens, are capable of addressing two crises at the same time. Please don't say that because of COVID, our budget is strained, so we better put off dealing with climate until some other time. We can't afford not to deal with the climate crisis because of its ongoing cost in human lives, because of its contribution to healthcare costs, which by themselves exceed the cost of the solutions, because of its potential to increase a number of other infections, such as cholera and West Nile virus and Lyme disease and many others, because of its effects on Michigan agriculture, causing economic disruption and threatening our food supply, because it may cause many deaths from heat waves and floods and in other locales from drought, because with the status quo, children born today will, as they age, live in a climate like present-day Oklahoma. I ask you to show us true leadership to adopt and ensure funding for the A20 plan in your deliberations tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is caller 389. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Emily Thompson. I'm from Ward 2, and I'm a professor in the Biology and Environmental Sciences departments at Washtenaw Community College. Today, I represent only myself in my opinions, and I urge City Council to unanimously support the resolution adopting the Living A20 Ann Arbor Carbon Neutrality Plan. I've looked over the plan, and I see that every item is necessary to achieve a just and equitable transition to carbon neutrality. There are a number of absolutely necessary strategies for decreasing greenhouse gases. These include powering the grid with 100% renewable energy, strategy 1, switching appliances to electric, strategy 2, improving building energy efficiency, strategy 3, moving to a more plant-based diet, strategy 5.5, and carbon offsets, strategy 7.4. There are 2 additional strategies that are super important to achieve equity and to improve resiliency in our area. And these are strategies 4 and 6. They are all about improving public transportation, affordable housing, and resiliency. And I have a few stories about those, showing that I support each of them. Regarding transportation, one of the major reasons why my students are late to class, miss class, or even drop out of school is lack of dependable, affordable public transportation. With the coronavirus causing so many in our area to lose their jobs, even more students will find getting to school a barrier to an education because they can't afford their cars. In my opinion, today would be soon enough to start working on strategies 4.1, 0.2, 0.3, and 0.6. I might not be here without affordable housing from the last century. During the Great Depression, my mother's father died, and my grandmother eventually found a job as a telephone operator and a place for the family to live, courtesy of the Wagner-Segal Housing Act of 1937. Now it's 2020,
30 seconds.
and we're about to start our next terrible depression, and we have the COVID crisis, and people in our area, including my students, need affordable housing. You can't start to work on strategy 4.4 and 4.5 soon enough. For my final story, I want to just relate quickly that at a time when the public grocery stores were short on flour, eggs, sugar, and milk, the local stores from the farmers market still had these supplies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have caller 218. Go ahead.
Proverbial, can you hear me?
We can.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor Taylor and City Council members. My name is Christopher Culbertson, and I'm a resident of the 5th Ward in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I thank you for your time this evening, and thank you for your service to our Ann Arbor community. I'm calling tonight to speak in strong support of the A20 plan. First of all, I want to thank the committee members for unanimously declaring a climate emergency. This has never been done before. I want to thank you for aggressively setting 2030 as a carbon neutrality target. I understand that this target is 5 years earlier than the draft you received proposed. I also appreciate your approval of the administrator's FY21 budget and for providing new resources for the Office of Sustainability and Innovation. Gracias por eso. Now, you see, the word sustainability, it really gets to me. You see, I'm a teacher of the Ann Arbor Public Schools, and as such, I work with the future of our community on a daily basis. As a teacher, I work with a large percentage of our community's Latino and Hispanic community, and in speaking with them on a daily basis, do you want to know what the majority of them, if not all of the families, say to me? They came to our beautiful, diverse, and welcoming community, not for an opportunity for a better life for themselves, but for their children, our children. I'm sure it's not easy to stomach such a large investment, but I implore you to search your feelings, as you know it to be true that if we do not act now, I'm afraid the consequences will be catastrophic. The community has already supported a $1 billion AAPS bond issue, and I believe that this can significantly move us forward and toward carbon neutrality, especially with the city taking the lead and the University of Michigan responding this fall. Our major institutions, along with your leadership, can help move us towards and make this reality possible. You see, as a community, we should be ready to invest in the sustainability of our planet and the world in which our children will live and hopefully thrive. And I'm sure that we can all accept that while the 7 strategies and 44 actions laid out before us may not all have unanimous support, they form the basis for constructive discussions on how we can move forward. It is said that great human beings plant seeds of trees under whose shade they know they will never rest under. It is our duty as citizens of this planet to protect
30
our
seconds.
planet for generations to come. Your action is not for yourselves, but for the grandchildren of our grandchildren. You can help them take this step by supporting the 820 plan and to protect our community and our society for generations to come. To quote a small voice that once spoke for the trees, unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have caller 386. Go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Taylor and council members, for this opportunity to share a few comments on behalf of DTE Energy regarding the Living A20 Carbon Neutrality Plan. My name is Henry Decker, and I'm a director with DTE Energy and a local resident of Ann Arbor. DTE Energy has had a long history of providing reliable energy service to the city of Ann Arbor and its residents. We take pride in that relationship and compliment you on your commitment to achieve significant carbon emission reductions by 2030. At DTE, we are on a similar journey. We have committed to reducing our carbon emissions to net zero across our electric utility services by 2050 and have already reduced our electric emissions by 25% from 2005 levels. We have reviewed in detail the plan that you have under consideration and see many opportunities where we can partner with you on this journey. For example, develop a customized renewable electricity solution that promotes renewables in Michigan, directly attributable to Ann Arbor, including community renewable energy projects such as wind, solar, and wind. Explore opportunities to leverage a voluntary green natural gas program to allow customers to reduce up to 100% of their emissions from natural gas. Expand Ann Arbor's participation in our electric vehicle adoption program to support the electrification of vehicles such as mass transit and school buses and delivery vehicles. Explore renewable natural gas as an economic and clean approach to heavy-duty vehicle applications such as refuse trucks and tractor trailers. Partner to increase awareness and engagement in our energy efficiency programs so residents can learn more about reducing their energy use and managing their bills. While there are many areas to collaborate on with the city, we do have some concerns with 2 actions out of the 44 in the plan that we want to address this evening. The first concern relates to the plan's use of community choice aggregation. This action would require the state to deregulate electric markets, something that affects all Michigan residents and is something we do not support. We believe the city can achieve 100% renewables through other programs. The second concern relates to the action calling for restricting the future use of natural gas through building code changes. Efforts to restrict natural gas usage must take into account the full cost of conversion to other energy sources for residents and businesses, along with an evaluation of the secondary effects to infrastructure costs. In closing, we commend you for taking on the task and challenges of striving to achieve significant carbon emission reductions by 2030. We have programs in place today that can help you towards that goal and have been developed with reliability and customer affordability in mind. We look forward to opportunities to collaborate, but we also urge you to avoid approaches that could unnecessarily increase costs and would like to work with you on other pathways forward. Thank you.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Next is caller 215. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you, and it's your turn to speak.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Fike, and I'm a Ward 1 resident and an Ann Arbor resident for 32 years. I'm the current chair of the Greenbelt Advisory Commission. 16 years ago, Ann Arbor voters overwhelmingly voted to approve a millage to protect farmland and open space. I hope that Council will now take another bold and critical step in adopting the Ann Arbor Carbon Neutrality Plan. We cannot wait any longer and delay in this important step to fund this needed plan. In my work in nonprofit finance, I understand and recognize the importance of being prudent and weighing cost benefits of expenses. The benefits of this plan far outweigh the costs. The costs will increase drastically if we do not take action now. This is a financial investment in our future. Be bold and be leaders. Show our children that you care about the future of our planet and adopt this plan now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next caller is Mr. Elkole.
Alkalali, hi.
Go ahead.
My name is Zainab Al-Qulali, and I'm a University of Michigan student and political organizer. Like many others tonight, I'm here to speak in favor of the A20 carbon neutrality plan. This plan represents excellent, decisive action toward what we know is a necessary goal, and there are a wide range of critical topics related to the plan and its opposition that deserve attention. However, I want to focus the speech on what is likely the most important and most overlooked aspect of this plan: the fact that it centers equity and justice, implicitly acknowledging what decades of scientific research has demonstrated, that climate change is necessarily a racial justice issue. Unfortunately, over the past few weeks, we've observed an alarming trend among the council members that oppose the plan and their community allies, a remarkably obtuse but steadfast argument that equity and justice have nothing to do with carbon neutrality. While I know that many of you understand that this is a baseless and dangerous notion, I've been alarmed by the amount of times I've heard it stated. As an Arab and Muslim woman in this community, this is especially a slap in the face. We've claimed a climate emergency and have done very little to act upon it. Ann Arbor's inequities and injustices are clouded by our obsession with our beautiful greenery and flowing rivers. Let me try to dismantle this dangerous and frankly racist notion with a few examples. On a global scale, we should all know that the impacts of climate change will hit hardest the people who have contributed the least. Indigenous peoples worldwide that live on low-lying islands and face constant flooding and more frequent and intense storms, or indigenous peoples of North America, because of climate change, have lost access to their key traditional food sources. We've heard these examples, but the relatedness of climate change and justice is quite visible even here in Washtenaw County. For example, as you should all know, it is literally impossible to live in Ann Arbor on a minimum wage salary. So a tremendous percentage of the folks that work here cannot afford to live here, and most commute here, thus burning fossil fuels. The worse this inequality gets, the more difficult it becomes to live in Ann Arbor without a six-figure income. The more people are going to have to commute in, and the higher our carbon footprint will be. If you continue to make it impossible for your waiters, your mechanics, your retail workers to live here, you are locking us into perpetually rising carbon emissions. Making it possible for the folks that you rely on to live here through increasing density is absolutely essential if you ever want to reach carbon neutrality. The same
30
phenomenon
seconds.
occurs in improving public transportation. Inequality and carbon footprint go hand in hand, and you know this. So this begs the question, whose side are you on? Your vulnerable constituents or DTE? We're watching you, and if you vote against the marginalized members of our community, and voting against this will directly harm the marginalized members of our community, we will vote you out. It's that simple. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up is caller 015. You can go ahead.
Yes, hi. Thank you for taking the time to thoroughly consider the A20 carbon neutrality plan. My name is Mike Schreiber. I'm a resident of Ward 1. I'm also the Great Lakes Regional Executive Director of the National Wildlife Federation, which employs about 25 people downtown that work in part on climate resiliency. I've sat on the Energy Commission for about approximately the last 10 years, and I hold a PhD in environmental policy and teach climate policy at U of M. The plan before you is tremendous. Dr. Stoltz and her team have done the impossible by providing an ambitious yet achievable plan with incredible community input, detailed analysis, and a clear plan and pathway. It's also brought to you with great humility, the understanding that there will always be more to assess, but uncertainty remains and that plans change, as we've learned painfully in these past few months. And this plan, as you just heard powerfully from the caller before me, is based in equity. And I can't think of a better time to focus on equity and justice as this plan does. My core message to you is that this is a clear and watershed vote. You're either going to stand on the side of climate action and leadership for the Ann Arbor community, or you're going to stand against it. It's really that simple. Yet the text of the resolution makes it clear that this is a vote about principles and planning, not the details and implications of the plan. All major budgetary and land use decisions, among other things, will go back to council individually. So this is not a tie your hands moment or vote, but rather a don't limit the possibility of this vote. It's about vision. And council has done a great job of setting the vision, asking for a plan to reach carbon neutrality by 2030, declaring a climate emergency, maintaining climate funding so far, even in the midst of potentially terrible budget times, and voting for our past climate plans that got us on this path, as many of you have done. Unfortunately, in my experience on Energy Commission, I've seen many red herrings put out by those who are not favorable to climate action. Endless processes that never end in an outcome, claiming that this plan somehow has a magical power of law to override planning and budget initiatives, and misleading claims about what this plan would cost. These are excuses searching for no from a faction of the community that may be vocal, but is far outnumbered by those in this community who have filled your inboxes with messages from constituents, put up climate voter signs all over this community, and from the youth whose energy on this is contagious and must be heard. The vote today is clear. Do you favor
30
Ann Arbor
seconds.
moving aggressively, yet responsibly towards climate neutrality or not? A vote for the plan moves us forward and allows conversations to continue. A vote against this plan leaves us stuck in neutral or worse. I hope that you'll be with your constituents, back your past actions, and be on the side of science and vote yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is caller 118. Caller 118, go ahead. Caller 118, you can speak. Caller 879, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Vince Crusoe, 556 Glendale Circle, 5th Ward. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to this resolution. I'm a coordinating member for the Allens Creek Watershed Group and board member for the CART, Coalition for Remediation Action on Dioxane. I think that we have great opportunities to reduce our carbon footprint in Ann Arbor and in Michigan. I think we need to make sure we don't have missteps. For example, at the 820 meeting, the inaugural meeting, one of the breakout sessions, I asked Dr. Missy Stoltz if she supported the idea of the building in the floodplain with all the conditions we have now that we know we're getting more flooding events, more intense storms, and she said absolutely not. She did not support building in the floodplains. And yet the city is pushing forward on many fronts to do exactly that, build in the floodplain, in some cases probably in the floodway, because we know FEMA lowballs our floodplain maps by over 30% by some calculations. I think, this is a great opportunity for the city of Ann Arbor to move forward. I think, unfortunately, we've made some real mistakes in blocking more homeowners using solar panels when we taxed solar panels in Ann Arbor. And one of the few cities in Michigan that did that. And it took the state of Michigan to pass legislation to force Ann Arbor to stop doing that. I think that was a real mistake. And I think we need to make sure that we actually are doing what we're saying we do and not just have these grandiose plans. It's amazing that this plan is proposing a $1 billion cost with very little public input, very few meetings where people can discuss some of the issues they have. For example, having a proposal to have quadruplexes throughout the whole city as a matter of rights. Homeowners cannot challenge that. And I think that's a real issue. We're facing major budget cuts. The U of M has said just the hospital alone is going to lose $2 billion this year.
30
and
seconds.
The schools will probably lose another $1 billion. If we go to tall buildings, as some people are proposing, tall buildings have tremendous carbon input and have a lot of carbon usage during their lifetime. I think we need to be careful that we don't overbuild our city and cause more carbon harm than we are. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Next up is caller 922. Caller 922, go ahead.
Hello?
Hi, yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Hannah Zhang. Thank you, council members, for listening and to your service to this community. I've never called into a public hearing before, but Ann Arbor's opportunity to be a leader in the climate issue is really important to me. I moved here 9 years ago to attend U of M. I recently got my Master of Public Health and am interning at Mott Children's Hospital before becoming a registered dietitian. Now I'm a voting resident of Ward 5 in Ann Arbor. I can take steps to reduce my carbon footprint on a personal level, such as driving less or taking shorter showers, but I also want to live in a wider community that is taking the lead in achieving climate neutrality. I think it's important that the council declared a climate emergency and moved up the carbon neutrality target to 2030. Also, thank you for providing support to the Office of Sustainability and Innovation. Carbon neutrality is a daunting goal and requires upfront investment of time, money, and interdisciplinary collaboration. However, now is the time to invest these things in our community. There's a quote that says, "We did not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrowed it from our descendants." As council members, you have the chance to leave a positive legacy to future generations. Therefore, I hope you will vote to approve the A20 plan. It is an evidence-based plan that builds on 7 vital strategies to reduce the city's carbon emissions. Please take the step forward with the A20 plan and show that this council values leaving a positive long-term impact on our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have caller 571. 571, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kristen Hayden. I'm a resident of 520 Walnut Street, and I vote in Ward 2. I've lived, worked, and gone to school in Ann Arbor for 20 years at this point. I'm here to advocate that you pass the A20 plan. And before I get into those reasons, I just want to give a big shout out to the Office of Sustainability and Innovation and the many expert community members who made this plan the beautiful, complex thing it is. So in my time, I want to talk about how this unprecedented pandemic is not a reason to set aside carbon neutrality efforts, which is a point others before me have made. This plan not only addresses climate issues, but the many issues surrounding COVID, including the health, justice, and economic crises facing us. It provides a way to promote the kind of societal change we need in a healthy, helpful, and equitable way. We know that climate change represents a massive public health crisis, especially for poor communities and communities of color. As warming accelerates the emergence and spread of new infectious diseases, and it also intensifies food insecurity. Worsening natural disasters will put millions in hospitals in coming years. The A20 plan, while it doesn't solve global carbon emissions, provides a beacon for other communities hoping to cut their own emissions, and is therefore a vital piece of global carbon neutrality. There are a number of actions outlined in the plan that will directly enhance community resilience to the current COVID crisis, the aftermath of the pandemic, and other such health crises. For example, we know that greenhouse gas emissions cause respiratory ailments that make people much more vulnerable to diseases like COVID, and this plan calls for massive reductions in emissions through electrification, expansion of public transit and non-motorized transit, and disincentivizes driving. Paired with this, the impressively robust section outlining actions to increase neighborhood resilience, such as creating resilience hubs, supplying preparedness kits, and conducting community asset mapping are incredibly important in a pandemic and in future times as well. In fact, they closely mirror strategies that have been deployed effectively by mutual aid networks across the United States and in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti to provide basic needs and support to our most vulnerable neighbors during the pandemic. This plan represents a critical investment in our community's health, safety, and regrowth that will strengthen us and prepare us for the crises we know are coming. Austerity measures won't help folks during the long-term COVID or climate crises. Investing in a just transition to a sustainable society will. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Next, we have caller 727. 727, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Logan Beer, and I am a 21-year-old living in Ward 3 of Ann Arbor, and I'm here to support the A20 carbon neutrality plan. Many components of this plan recognize my concerns and address needs that are specific to my demographic and will push Ann Arbor towards a more just and livable future. Since most young people and students living in Ann Arbor do not have access to cars, the inclusion of local and regional transit in the plan will not only give youth access to the transportation that is essential to their lives, but also help them explore the city and surrounding community and establish a better sense of place. The expansion of public transport and infrastructure to support non-motorized transportation will directly improve the mobility and safety of young people in our community. The development of mixed-use neighborhoods will reduce the need to access motorized transportation in daily life, which would be especially impactful for young people. If young people in Ann Arbor had the ability to walk or bike to grocery stores, to entertainment venues, and local shops, they would feel empowered to have a much more active role as a participant and citizen of Ann Arbor. Students and youth with disabilities would experience fewer barriers that set them apart from their able-bodied peers as well. The circular economy portion of the plan supports low-income youth by saving costs through purchasing reused and refurbished items while reducing the overall amount of resources consumed. Additionally, resilience hubs would provide the space and opportunity for younger students and citizens to receive support for whatever they may encounter, that being schoolwork, community involvement, and emergency assistance. The Youth Ambassadors Program would allow young people to feel educated, prepared, and empowered to face the climate crisis with their own community. It will foster resilience and autonomy in our future leaders and will build a force of motivated youth that will ultimately carry out the vision of carbon neutrality in Ann Arbor. This climate neutrality plan shows that Ann Arbor is a community that recognizes the importance of their young people and is motivated to create a future that understands and incorporates their input. Young people want to live in Ann Arbor because they see a progressive city that claims to reflect their values of diversity, inclusion, and environmental sustainability. While this may be the reputation that Ann Arbor has, in many ways, this is not lived up to. The A20 Carbon Neutrality Plan is an opportunity to embody our values and become a place that is truly equitable and forward-thinking. And I just want to lift up Zainab El-Kholili, who was speaking earlier as well. She's one of the youth organizers that I've had the pleasure of working with, and people like her are really what keep me hopeful in this movement. So I hope that you listen to her and all the other youth in your community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have caller 101. Caller 101, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor and members of the City Council. I'm Jan Culbertson, speaking as an architect and the chair of the Ann Arbor 2030 District Leadership Council. Unanimously declaring a climate emergency showed the type of leadership we need at every level of government. Setting the 2030 target was bold, and the Office of Sustainability and Innovation worked diligently to develop the plan that can get us there. As part of this process, we recognize that getting to carbon neutrality is hard and requires a community-wide transformation and the entire community's best efforts. Ongoing leadership will be needed to keep focused on this common goal, yet be flexible in finding alternatives that get us around and over the multiple barriers to implementing the 7 fundamental and necessary strategies. As one of the 64 partners of A20, the Ann Arbor 2030 District pledges its commitment to engage and transform the commercial and multifamily building sector. We have a great start with nearly 50 buildings ranging from 2,500 square foot to well over 100,000, all who have committed to reduce energy, water use, and transportation CO2 emissions. But adoption of the plan is critical to increasing the speed and impact of our work. The draft plan has been held up as an example in city leadership by the 2030 District Network, which engages 22 cities across North America. Just announcing the draft plan itself has increased interest in district membership and opened a new potential funding opportunity. With the plan's adoption, it provides a clear signal that Ann Arbor is serious in taking the steps necessary to create a sustainable future for its businesses, institutions, residents, and visitors. Ann Arbor has the social capacity and can muster the resources to meet this challenge, more than most cities of our size. And thus, we also have a responsibility to lead, removing barriers and smoothing out the bumps along the way for others. I'm buoyed by the expertise and breadth of the volunteers and professionals that have engaged in developing and supporting the implementation of this plan. Funding is also available to cities and organizations that have the capacity to lead. To move forward, We need an adapted living plan with the expectation that we'll work to resolve the issues that have been raised and even more issues that we will undoubtedly come across. The plan wisely provides a process for ongoing community engagement and council oversight. Consistent goal-focused leadership is a critical factor in determining whether we reach carbon neutrality by 2030 or at all. The Ann Arbor 2030 District is eager to move forward in partnership with the City of Ann Arbor and the community we all love and serve. Thank you for taking these bold steps. We're with you.
Thank you.
Next up is caller 430. Caller 430, go ahead.
Thanks so much. My name is Solomon Medence, and I am a resident of Ward 3. I'm here today to speak in favor of the carbon neutrality plan, and also want to lift up what Zainab said earlier. Our climate solutions need to center equity and justice, no questions about it. I just graduated from U of M without secure employment, but unlike the earlier caller from DTE, I will not try to make a sales pitch for you, why you should pay me to help you make this plan a reality. I want to thank you deeply for your leadership thus far. It has been inspiring to see our City Council take the unprecedented steps of declaring a climate emergency and calling for this plan in the first place, stepping up in a powerful way when our federal government has failed us. You have demonstrated that you understand the exigency of the situation and have acted on it. And to the young people here, it means more than you can know. You now have a critical opportunity to demonstrate your leadership again. While the steps you have taken have been meaningful and powerful, they have been largely symbolic. These, of course, are critical first steps and have signaled to the rest of the state and the country that you are taking this crisis seriously. But the time has come to translate these symbolic acts into action. We know that everyone here believes in climate change. That isn't the issue. In 2020, simply believing in climate change is not enough. We need measurable action, and the fact that you put this off for over a month now makes us quite concerned that you aren't actually interested in taking action. We know that this plan is ambitious. We know that it presents a serious change to the status quo, and that it's a tremendous financial impact. But we also know that it will transform our community for the better in a multitude of ways, even outside the immediate benefits of reducing our greenhouse gas impact. Expanded public transit and bike lanes will make it easier to get around town. Expanding our tree canopy and green infrastructure will make our neighborhoods and parks even lovelier. Resilience hubs and community outreach programs will strengthen our neighborhood communities. This is not just an investment in a livable future. It is an investment in making the town we love a significantly better place for everyone who lives here. So we implore you to please not give in to your reluctance simply because it feels too big and different. It has to be big. It has to be different. If we are to listen to scientists, which I hope we are, we have no choice. This is an opportunity to stand on the right side of history, to stand with your children and grandchildren, to stand with the oppressed peoples across the globe who will feel the impact of climate change with a far greater intensity than we ever will. When you're making your vote tonight, don't let that out of your sight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 388. Caller 388, go ahead.
Mayor Taylor, Council. My name is Mike Garfield. I'm the Executive Director of the Ecology Center. I'm here to urge you to approve the A20 plan and to take the long view. On this day 50 years ago, June 1, 1970, a couple months after Ann Arbor's first and largest in the country Earth Day events, the Ecology Center was founded. Over the decades, we've been involved in virtually every major environmental initiative in this community and many more across the state and country. I personally have been raising these issues to you and your predecessors for more than half of those 50 years. And in just about every instance where the Ann Arbor City Council has debated and approved a highly controversial environmental initiative, whether it was about recycling, the Gilman Sciences cleanup, the Greenbelt program, transit, you name it, it took only a couple of years after that vote for a community consensus to emerge that council had done the right thing. I suggest that if you approve the A20 carbon neutrality plan tonight, a community consensus will begin to emerge around it too, and the process will kickstart the real work of fighting the climate crisis. And if you read the climate literature, you know that the real work is hard to fathom. The preeminent source on the subject, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, suggests that, quote, it will take a transformation of the global economy at a pace and scale that has no precedent, unquote. That's what makes this issue different from the earlier ones I mentioned. It is far more complex. Who thought, for example, that land use is an important climate solution? Most people don't see the connection, but yes, it is critical. When you declared a climate emergency last year and established a 2030 carbon neutrality target, you did a very important thing. You formally proclaimed, essentially, that we would need to transform our local economy at a pace and scale without precedent. The A20 plan is a sort of roadmap about how to do that, organized around seven essential strategies. By approving the plan, you are essentially approving the 7 strategies. I urge you to focus your attention there. The action steps, on the other hand, are another thing entirely. As Dr.
30
Stoltz
seconds.
has explained, those steps will have to change because circumstances, technology, and politics will change. Save the arguments over those for another night. I've got arguments against some of them myself. You will be debating the details of the action steps over the coming months and years. The resolution tonight is a big decision, but it's only the start. 50 years from now, I hope our kids and grandkids look back on this moment in history and say that our community and others all over the world did the right thing on climate before it was too late. Please vote yes on the A20 plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 295. Caller 295, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. My name's Heidi Kester. I'm a second ward voter and a member of the Washtenaw chapter of the Climate Reality Project. And I'm here to urge your support of Ann Arbor's carbon neutrality plan, or A20. You're going to vote tonight on whether to approve the plan after months of careful development with extensive input from the community, city staff, and city council. Getting to this point is a significant achievement, and I appreciate council's leadership in facilitating the tremendous amount of work to date. Tonight's vote is a chance, a rare historic chance, at truly creating a positive, lasting legacy. You can cast a vote in favor of a plan that defines real action in the face of the climate crisis. So much has been broken in our society, in our world, and we collectively are largely responsible. So many problems weigh on us so heavily. Ann Arbor aspires to be a force for good, a beacon of progress, and an example that others can follow. You have a chance tonight to act in a way that repairs, protects, and enhances, to counteract despair and destruction. It's a tremendous opportunity and a daunting responsibility. Individuals cannot solve the climate crisis on their own, and it's certainly clear by now that we can't wait for the federal government to act in any meaningful way. Cities, like Ann Arbor, are uniquely positioned to actually do something to mitigate climate change and quite literally save the world. I'm sure you know Ben Franklin's saying, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Its truth is obvious, yet so hard for us humans to carry out in reality. So many of our current problems have become so large and intractable because we fail to heed this truth. The Edenville Dam, the Flint water crisis, the coronavirus pandemic, continued injustice toward Black and brown people, and the list goes on. And perhaps the biggest example is the climate crisis. Yes, acting on A20 may seem expensive now, but the consequences of not acting are so much worse. The time is now to have the courage to act proactively, to joyfully take this opportunity and address the problem of climate change before it is too late. This is Ann Arbor's time to be a beacon, not just of hope, but of action. Ann Arbor's time to be a source of restoration, security, and competence. Your vote is the key. Please take this
30
opportunity
seconds.
to leave a lasting positive legacy, not only for ourselves, but for future generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up is caller 048. Caller 048, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jessie Schwab, and I'm a student at Huron High School, and speaking on behalf of the Student Advisory Council, I would like to voice our support for the Living A20 Ann Arbor Carbon Neutrality Plan. The COVID-19 pandemic has further exposed the inequalities plaguing our communities. In the midst of this unprecedented virus, we've experienced what is all too common, disproportionate suffering among the poor and communities of color. The Living A20 Climate Plan provides a way forward to deal with both of these crises while preparing our city for the future. For instance, today's physical distancing mandates are impossible to follow for the individuals in need of safe and affordable housing. Developing energy efficient, affordable housing, as called for in the plan, addresses immediate needs while also looking towards the future. The savings accrued from net zero energy housing makes reaching the city's affordability goals more achievable. Moreover, this pandemic has demonstrated the need for community-based programs which aid the less fortunate during these times of disaster. Members of our communities need to be able to connect and support one another while social distancing and as we recover from the effects of social distancing. Investing in resilience hubs, which are included in the A20 plan, reduces greenhouse gases and prepares us for the inevitable next disaster. These hubs are also a cost-effective investment. As city staff has concluded, for every $1 invested in resilience, $7 are saved. The Student Advisory Council asked the City of Ann Arbor to pass the carbon neutrality plan not in spite of the current pandemic, but in light of its devastating effects. Now is the time to reflect on how our city is responding to the current crisis so that we are prepared for tomorrow. In order to reach carbon neutrality, we also need to hold all stakeholders accountable and have them work together in tandem. The University of Michigan Central Student Government recently passed a resolution calling upon the university administration to invest in more energy efficient streetlights. As a partner closely associated with Central Student Government, the Student Advisory Council asked that the city also invest their resources into streetlight and traffic signal energy efficiency by transitioning to LEDs. These are a few of the extremely necessary points
30 seconds.
which are included in the plan. We understand that this will be hard, but it's necessary. Climate change is a crisis that looms large, specifically over Ann Arbor's youth. As representatives of Ann Arbor students, we implore you to remember that addressing the climate crisis is not an issue which can be set aside. Your actions as council send a message to other cities about what is possible. And we, the future, need you to send the right message. The time to aid the disadvantaged and prepare for the future is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up is caller 105. Caller 105, you can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Becca Harley, and I'm speaking tonight in support of the A20 carbon neutrality plan. Specifically, I want to talk about the concerning argument that the city should wait around to see what U of M does with its carbon neutrality plan before it decides to take decisive action. As an Ann Arbor community member and student at the University of Michigan, I have followed U of M's path towards carbon neutrality through the President's Commission on Carbon Neutrality, or PCCN. The fact is that we have been disappointed with the work of the PCCN thus far. Their process has been opaque. They have failed to set a target date. They have prioritized the interests of DTE consumers and DTE consumers' energy over the concerns of frontline communities. And particularly relevant here, they have articulated this exact same argument. We can't really do anything bold and decisive until we know what the city is going to do. Thus, we find ourselves in a deadly catch-22. The two most powerful governing bodies in the city pass the buck to each other, shrugging their shoulders and saying, well, we can't do anything if they don't do anything. This dynamic has dominated climate efforts across the country and globe for the past 40 years, every governing body pointing to every other and insisting that we have to wait until they act first. And guess what? The fossil fuel industry relies on these stalemates. It is our imperative to break them. The bottom line here is that you have to lead. City Council has led before, declaring a climate emergency, calling for this plan to be written, setting a hard date for carbon neutrality. We're calling on you now to step up once again, set the tone, demonstrate to U of M that you're serious about this and that they should be too. The city has tremendous influence. If you turn this plan down, you are signaling to the university that you don't care about carbon neutrality and they will act accordingly. Doing so would thus not only threaten carbon neutrality efforts at the city level, but put U of M's efforts in jeopardy as well. U of M's carbon neutrality efforts, with all of its pitfalls, have demonstrated that they are not a reliable leader. Thus, the city of Ann Arbor needs to be at the forefront when it comes to carbon neutrality in our community. The A20 carbon neutrality plan shows the leadership that is so lacking in U of M's plan and shows that Ann Arbor recognizes the urgency and severity of the climate crisis. By passing this plan, Ann Arbor can become the trailblazer that it needs to be, and the University of Michigan will follow its example. I also would just like to add my support to Zainab's earlier comments about centering the Ann Arbor carbon neutrality plan around equity. So yeah, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have caller 013. Caller 013, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Ian Pearsall. I'm a Ward 5 resident of Ann Arbor, and I'm also the co-chair of the Eco-Socialist Committee of Huron Valley Democratic Socialists of America. I wanted to echo what some other youth callers have stated about equity being a central part of this plan and how important that is. And I also wanted to point out that the fact that DTE opposes community choice aggregation, in my opinion, is a huge endorsement for that part of the plan. But aside from that, I want to thank City Council for the leadership in declaring the climate emergency last November and setting the goal of 2030 for carbon neutrality. We understand that combating the climate crisis is a long-term battle and it will be expensive. Getting us to carbon neutrality needs to happen as soon as possible. It needed to happen 10 years ago, and it still needs to happen during a pandemic. All of you voted for the carbon neutrality goal and named this moment for what it is, an emergency. I know that all of you want to approve a plan that can help us respond to this emergency. The plan before you tonight is that plan. A20 is an objectively impressive plan. I have my issues with it, but I know that we can address those issues after approving the plan as it is currently proposed. Declaring the emergency was the easiest part of this process. This vote tonight will not be the hardest step in the process, but it is a necessary step. And in closing, I wanted to comment on a statement made during the public hearing at the start of the meeting. Evan Redmond asked you all earlier to commit to no new funding for the Ann Arbor Police Department. When I look at the possible features that A20 helps bring about, I see more sustainable, affordable housing, cheaper, cleaner energy, fewer cars clogging the highways and Main Street, and a safer, more vibrant, and more resilient community. I see a future without the police. It may sound unreasonable, but I ask you all to take some time this week to seriously engage with the idea of an end to policing and an end to the hostile occupation of Black and Brown communities. In Ann Arbor, one of the most economically segregated cities in the nation, think of all the good that $29 million, those resources and those people in that department could do for our most vulnerable populations outside of the existing criminal justice framework. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next up is caller 618. Caller 618, you can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kunal Joshi and I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm just calling to voice my support for the A20 plan. I think it's a comprehensive and flexible path for Ann Arbor to reach carbon neutrality. My understanding is that the plan proposes a wide variety of measures and then gives City Council and its administrators the flexibility to decide on which measures to implement and how to prioritize them. I think this sounds like a great approach to me, if any of you have doubts about specific individual measures, I don't think it's a good reason to override your general agreement with the objective. With the COVID crisis, we've seen how ignoring early warnings from the scientific community led to many lives and livelihoods being lost. And I think it's pretty clear we shouldn't keep making this mistake. With the climate crisis, it's likely to be even more devastating in the longer term. So yeah, I just hope Ann Arbor takes the lead in tackling this crisis and shows other cities the way forward. Please vote yes on this plan. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, we have caller 215. Caller 215, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. My name is Matt. I'm a student and organizer living in Ward 5, and I'm here to speak in favor of the carbon neutrality plan. Most of the speeches thus far have been friendly. I'm not here to be friendly. Ann Arbor loves nothing more than to put on airs as a progressive town. You belong here signs adorn the lawns of million-dollar homes. Rainbow flags appear in the windows of businesses that pay their employees half the living wage. City officials and residents alike will say that Black Lives Matter, but refuse to hold cops accountable for murder. I've lived here for 7 years now, for undergrad and now a master's in environmental policy, and by now I know better. Your claims that you care about the climate crisis, when they aren't paired with action, are empty rhetoric. We are sick of hearing your straw man arguments that young radical activists unfairly paint you as climate deniers, when in fact you believe the science, but you just don't think our solutions are feasible. I'm not going to call you a climate denier, but what I will say is that in 2020, that distinction is meaningless. If you refuse to actually take action, you are functionally identical. The arguments that you've deployed in opposition to the plan are in terrible faith. One we keep hearing is that many of the actions can't happen until state law changes, rendering them pointless to pursue. I'm curious how on earth anyone expects carbon neutrality to be achievable within the impossibly restrictive current state laws, which, for example, limited distributed energy generation to 1% of the state's total energy production. We need to be part of the change in state law. We also keep hearing that this plan is just an excuse to increase housing density, which will ruin neighborhood character. Everyone arguing this is in abject denial of the fact that this precious neighborhood character is a product of a system that has made their lives very easy and the lives of oppressed people right here and across the world absolutely miserable. So no, I don't give a rat's ass about neighborhood character. I care about human beings, about creating a city in which people can afford housing, about drastic action to avert a climate catastrophe. But these types of arguments are part and parcel of the white, rich, liberal Ann Arbor ethos. This town has been riding the coattails of radical environmental action 50 years ago, claiming that this town is still a bastion of progressive politics. The reality is that this town is just a bastion of white wealth. When you hold the power and wealth that property owners in this town hold, your symbolic gestures of allyship and believing in science hold no water unless you are all also willing to make material sacrifices.
30 seconds.
This plan presents an opportunity to put your money where your goddamn mouths are, an opportunity to demonstrate that this town is a beacon of progressive thought that it pretends to be. So do what you know is right and vote for it. I also want to uplift the words of Zainab earlier about equity and justice, along with the message of the Student Advisory Committee. They were selected to represent the concerns of Ann Arbor students, and their message needs to receive the weight that it merits. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is caller 312. Caller 312, go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Hi, members of City Council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Austin. I'm a condo owner in the 5th Ward and a graduate of and current PhD student in the Department of Climate and Space Sciences and Engineering in the College of Engineering at U of M. I've had the pleasure actually of meeting many of you before, Ali and Jack during Ali's constituent coffee hours, Mr. Mayor at the climate strike on campus, and Councilwoman Griswold briefly when you worked with students on a pedestrian safety resolution in the Central Student Government Assembly, which I led as the elected speaker at the time. It's good to be speaking with all of you, and to all of you whom I haven't met, it's an honor to meet you. I'm grateful for the chance to speak with you today, and in general for your attention to my voice and the other voices as young people in this city, but I'm also grateful for the opportunity to be speaking with you all, in particular, about the threat of climate change, which, even given all the challenges we face in the world right now, is an existential crisis that concerns me on behalf of all human society. As a member of a generation which will bear the primary burden for addressing this crisis if more governments of all levels don't begin to take responsibility, I want to thank you for passing your climate emergency and carbon neutrality resolution and funding the Sustainability Office, and for what that meant as a demonstration to this city and its residents of leadership and of an understanding of the urgency and importance of this challenge. Last year, I was selected by President Social to serve as one of 16 members of his Commission on Carbon Neutrality, charged with charting the university's path forward on carbon neutrality. I also served with many of my neighbors and fellow stakeholders on the Energy Technical Advisory Committee to OSI on this plan's development. Alongside Missy, I am the highest ranking individual from the university's carbon neutrality work to serve in the A20 effort. I believe also that at 23 years old, I'm the youngest person, perhaps by far, to serve in both of those efforts. I've done my best in this work, as you all do too, I know, to represent as best as I can within the limitations of my identities and my experience, the future of this city, the members of my generation and those in generations younger and yet to be. As a flag bearer for members of those generations, from everything I can see and discern, I believe in and advocate that you vote to adopt the A20 carbon neutrality plan as it sits before you this evening. It is not lost on me that the plan before you doesn't know of every detail and that it includes a few references and suggestions to land use that many of you are rightly attentive to. These are, of course, legitimate concerns for the city's chief lawmaking body as they bear on the very fabric of the city moving forward. But I call in today to tell you that as I see it, that type and level of decision is not what sits before you today. Those decisions will come later in the form of concrete plans with financial asks, with the level of detail that you would rightly demand for such a decision, and with all necessary debate and deliberation and time for consideration and voting. Rather than that sort of decision, in this moment, you have the opportunity before you by voting to adopt this plan to take a leap in demonstrating the commitment I know we share to bettering the world and facing the crises of our time together. I feel confident that OSI, under the leadership of Dr. Stoltz and the interim city administrator, acting ultimately only with your authorization, understand and will act upon your wishes should this plan be approved. This is the right time to do this, and the 7 category items before you for your approval, taken all together, is the right plan to do it through. I ask that you approve it. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Caller 150. Caller 150, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jenny Rogers, and I live in Ward 4 and am an active volunteer with Citizens Climate Lobby. I would like to express my strong support for A20. I realize that achieving carbon neutrality will be difficult for everyone, but I think it is the right thing to do. I believe all of you also think it's the right thing to do because of your unanimous resolution declaring a climate emergency and setting a goal of carbon neutrality by 2030. The A20 plan has 7 overarching goals, and if we are to achieve carbon neutrality, there isn't really any way around those 7 items. The individual actions to implement the 7 goals will change as we progress, and you still have a say over every step of the way. I think A20 is the plan that you asked for, and I'm hopeful that you will adopt it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is caller 347. Go ahead. Caller 582. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Brown, residing at 1507 Shadford Road in Ward 3. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to this council and city staff for beginning to address the climate emergency. This is a major existential threat to our civilization that is clear but not as present as the current pandemic. It is difficult to perceive greenhouse gases as a present danger and easy to delay even minor remedies. We have just enough time to slow this runaway train to preserve a livable world for our children and grandchildren. Some claim that this is an all or nothing plan. This is a carefully researched roadmap indicating where the problem exists and identifies solutions with rough cost estimates. Indeed, there are interdependencies, but there is nothing in it that says take it or leave it. This plan is a living document. Actions will change over time based on community feedback, lessons learned, new best practices and technologies. A proposal has been provided describing how the plan will be governed. Moreover, every action has an indicator of success. Others have said on social media that Ann Arbor should wait for the University of Michigan to act. Since the city's emissions are twice U of M's, the city should also be among the leaders and the best and can work in hand with the university as both institutions have declared a climate emergency and will be prepared to coordinate going forward as partners in the same community. The timelines given for A20 enabling state legislation have also been attacked as too short. In fact, 2 packages of bills were introduced last year by Representative Robbie and Senator Irwin, which are written to appeal to libertarian Republicans. These are allies in our struggle. The 3rd bill allows 6 years for passage with a viable backup option if legislation fails. Lobbying is organized statewide, including like-minded communities like Grand Rapids, Detroit, Traverse City, Petoskey, and Northport. As many have noted, most of the funding comes from third parties not under the city's control. Like any long-term investment plan in most of the city's capital projects, A20 includes initiatives to leverage multiple funding sources. How is this alien to current practice for such a major project? Please approve this current A20 roadmap as a reasonable general guide, and let's all get to work. Thank you very much, Council and Mayor.
Thank you.
Next up is caller 653. Caller 653, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Carissa Knox, and I'm a PhD student at the University of Michigan, and I'm here to speak in favor of the carbon neutrality plan. In particular, I wanted to address a few of the key arguments against the plan that I've heard in the past few weeks and demonstrate their serious flaws. The first argument being that the plan is imperfect and that instead of improving an imperfect plan, we should come up with the right plan. If we wait for an idealist perfect plan, we will never act. We do not know everything, we cannot know everything, and this plan is an incredibly useful framework to move forward strategically. We have hired extremely intelligent and qualified people to develop these recommendations after extensive community engagement. Denying these recommendations is no different from denying the recommendations of experts simply because we do not like what they have to say. The longer we wait, the more drastic the changes required, and the more their recommendations are going to sting. The second argument is that this plan calls for zoning changes that will change Ann Arbor neighborhoods too drastically. The science could not be more clear. Higher density and mixed-use neighborhoods are essential for reducing carbon emissions of urban living. As much as we may like our neighborhoods exactly as they are, the fact is that we have no choice. If we want a livable future, things are going to have to change. The current plan strikes a good balance by suggesting zoning changes that allow for quadplexes and ADUs, which increase density while keeping the scale of development small and the neighborhood character intact. People have a legitimate concern about the potential affordability of such units, and this is an important point. Ann Arbor urgently needs to develop a plan to ensure equity and address the extreme cost of living here. But this goal is not counter to the goal of the plans. In fact, they go hand in hand. Climate resilience demands addressing issues of equity. Finally, argument 3, that the plan relies on U of M and other external actors too much. The fact is that we cannot control what U of M does, and we have to acknowledge that they are a major player. For Ann Arbor as a whole to reach carbon neutrality, U of M must be carbon neutral as well. But it is ridiculous to say that acknowledging this fact is a weakness of the plan. It's just the truth. No plan written for the city of Ann Arbor can guarantee a change in the behavior of U of M or DTE or the state legislature for that matter. What we can do is set the tone, demonstrate that we are deadly serious about carbon neutrality, and use our leverage to influence them to do what is necessary. We knew all along that we would have to be on the leading edge of this cause. To say that it's pointless to try because our Republican legislator won't fall in line is absurd and defeatist. These arguments against carbon neutrality plan are weak, so please consider them critically, recognize these weaknesses, and vote yes. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your leadership in making Ann Arbor a sustainable, just, and carbon neutral community.
Thank you.
Caller 383. Caller 383, go ahead.
Good evening, members, council members, and mayor. My name is Ruth Moore. I live in Ward 1, and I'm a longtime resident of Ann Arbor. I want to reinforce the importance of the A20 plan for getting us on the path to carbon neutrality now. The COVID pandemic and the climate crisis are both wicked problems, problems that have a web of complex interdependencies and are difficult to solve because of incomplete information as well as contradictory and changing requirements which defy the development of easy, quick solutions. We are living now in the pandemic wicked problem and can see daily what happens when there is no thoughtful plan to guide actions. The carbon neutrality plan provides a common vision to guide the creation and implementation of a just transition to carbon neutrality by 2030. It is a carefully thought out strategic plan, and it is a living plan that allows for ongoing assessment and reassessment of actions taken and actions to be taken, as well as the situation itself. Assessment, rethinking, and adjustment is necessary with such a dynamic, complex problem where information will be incomplete, things will change, and actions taken will affect what needs to happen next. In such a case, we need a plan that can accommodate and build on the fact that there will be serendipitous opportunities, there will be things that don't work as planned, there will be actions that work gloriously well. There will be opportunities for constructive discussion and engagement around strategies and actions to be taken. We're all in this together. We need the A20 plan to keep us all aligned with a common vision of carbon neutrality and how to think about getting there. And we need the support and leadership of Council. This is a large-scale endeavor desiring a focus on a just transition to carbon neutrality. Only government can lead such an endeavor. While likely to be very challenging, the implementation of this plan to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030 may be the most important thing that the City of Ann Arbor has ever done.
30
I
seconds.
urge you to vote to approve the A20 carbon neutrality plan and to fund it appropriately for the timeline to the objective. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Caller 397. Caller 397, go ahead.
My name is Sue Hanson. I live in Ward 3 on the east side of Ann Arbor, and I want you to approve the A20 plan tonight so we can get on with the very difficult work of implementing it. I'm behind it 100%. You made the right decision last November when you voted to get Ann Arbor to carbon neutrality by 2030. You also made the right decision when you charged the Sustainability Office with coming up with a plan to make it happen. They developed a well-researched plan with plenty of input from the community and its businesses. The plan they came up with is tough, but I believe it will get the job done and will do it equitably. Every detail is not worked out, but this type of plan cannot be picked apart and micromanaged, especially before even approval. It is a work in progress, and I am inviting Council to sign on to it and get involved in implementing it. Yes, you should bring up your concerns and those of your constituents, but do it in a way in which you are joining with the plan and figuring out how to make the plan work. I've heard that there is opposition to increasing housing and housing density in Ann Arbor. I've heard that people think that this will change the character of Ann Arbor. I moved here in 1980, and believe me, Ann Arbor has changed a great deal in the time I have been here, and I know it will and has to keep changing. We don't get a choice as to whether it changes. The changing climate will make that a certainty. We know that we can't get the carbon down unless many more of the people who work in Ann Arbor live in Ann Arbor. So the only way to do this is by increasing housing in the city center and neighborhoods. We do have a choice in how we create that density and what is in, and that is where the character of Ann Arbor and the character of its citizens will be most utilized. Last January, we called a meeting about the climate emergency in my neighborhood and invited Missy Stoltz to present what changes we could expect in our local area from changing climate. We had over 100 people attended this meeting. They asked questions. They're ready to take action. They're ready to work on this. I hope that you will also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 593. Caller 593, go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Eleanor. I'm a resident of Ward 5 and a mother of 2 young children. I'm also the co-director for the Interfaith Council for Peace and Justice, or ICPJ. ICPJ supports the Living Carbon Neutrality Plan and adequately resourcing its implementation. It's impossible to ignore the context of the moment in your actions today. A 100-year pandemic, a deep economic crisis, systemic inequalities that make these crises hit communities of color disproportionately, and widespread protests. Many may think that because of the current uncertainty crisis, we need to be cautious and wait to see what happens. I would urge you to consider that the uncertainty that we currently face actually underscores the necessity of bold action now. Folks are looking for answers about what we could have done differently last year, 5, 10, 25 years ago, so that we could have avoided the current crises, the current suffering and pain. 2020 is the year that our kids will look back to and ask, why didn't they take preventative action back then? Inaction now will have devastating environmental impacts. Intensifying environmental crises and failure to implement this plan will lead to greater economic inequality and segregation. Yet again, injustice hitting people of color and poor neighborhoods the hardest. But if implemented, we will help Ann Arbor and Washtenaw County to begin to reverse our current systems and practices that have brought us to a crisis point today. Specifically, Ann Arbor's undersupply of housing must be addressed. It's forced tens of thousands of people who work in the community to live in less expensive areas. The daily commute of over 80,000 people into Ann Arbor for work is the primary source of our community's carbon emissions from transportation. The housing shortage has made our community less diverse and has exacerbated inequality. The carbon neutrality plan would help us to integrate multiple unit and accessory dwelling units within areas currently concentrated with single-family housing. If equity and affordable housing are centered, this will help us to start to reverse the housing crisis in Ann Arbor. This is a crisis that will lead us right back to the spiraling inequities and ultimately an unstable and unsustainable community. But this plan makes it more possible to build communities in which people of all incomes can live together, can drive less to their workplaces and stores, where we learn together across economic, cultural, and racial differences, and begin to break down our culture of inequality. And we begin to build our path forward for a healthier community. Please act so that our legacy to our children is one that we are proud of, knowing that we did everything that we could to leave them with a healthy environment and sustainable, resilient, and equitable community. Please vote yes to approve the city's Living Carbon Neutrality Plan. And thank you for funding the city's climate work in the upcoming budget. Good night.
Thank you.
Caller 326. Caller 326, go ahead.
Hi, this is Jamie McGarrah, and I'm a resident of Ward 4 for, nearly 30 years now. I'm on the executive committee of the Sierra Club Huron Valley Group. I'm on the board of the Washtenaw Bicycling and Walking Coalition, and I'm president of the board of the People's Food Co-op. I'm calling tonight to encourage council to vote for this resolution. You have a tremendous opportunity to demonstrate leadership and to work with a variety of partners across the community. I want to talk a little bit about a few of the points that have been brought up. One of the points that has been sort of a sticking point, it seems, is non-motorized transit and the perceived small amount that takes. Actually, if we look at the plan, almost all of the items are within just a few percentage points. They're within, 1 to 7%. So the fact that transit is, I think, 2.8, non-motorized transit is 2.8, that's actually somewhere around the median, right? So you always have to look at things in terms of where they are in relation to other things in the system. We can, of course, calculate the change in emissions over time from people living closer to jobs, et cetera. I demonstrated this to council in a paper that I wrote for you in November using SEMCOG data and other available data. We can see when people move how their traffic patterns change. We've talked a little bit about embodied carbon calculations. It's important to note that the plan talks also about upstream and downstream effects. And that is also something that we can calculate. A couple of weeks ago, I pointed council to a group that provides tools for calculating that. And moving forward, that can be calculated. on a per project basis, et cetera. So this voting for this tonight doesn't prevent you from dealing with the notion of embodied carbon. And even if we say, well, concrete, for example, has high embodied carbon, but in relation to what, right? In relation to the total amount and all of these little pieces. The other thing I wanted to talk about is, we talk about land use, and I'm going to get a little personal for a second here. I
30
live in a
seconds.
duplex and have done so for 4 years with my wife, who's going on 30 weeks pregnant. It's been very important to us to be able to have a duplex in the community. And housing that's distributed in that nature, dense housing, has a lot of environmental values. This doesn't prevent you from participating in the process of all of these individual things moving forward. I encourage you to vote for this and to demonstrate leadership. And thank you very much for demonstrating that leadership tonight and in following through with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 231. Caller 231, go ahead.
Yes, this is Chuck Laux in Ward 1. I'm not representing any organization. I'm just somebody who lives in the city. I've lived in my residential neighborhood now for over 20 years, and I've tried to wrap my head around this plan. And there's parts of it that I don't understand. And I got to be quite frank. This plan, it's a very large and complicated plan, and I'm a little bit appalled that this council is forced to accept or deny the plan in an up-down vote. I mean, there's so many elements of the plan that could be broken out and it could be voted on separately, and I think it should be. I think the approach the council took in terms of receiving the plan was a good way for now. At the same time, like I said, I really applaud the leadership, but I think this plan has a number of issues with it. In particular, the land use proposal. All that they're saying, for example, is that we're going to allow by right quadplexes, and quite frankly, I think there are better ways if you want to achieve density than doing it that way. But yet, that would basically alter the master plan, and it's so that there are implications that I don't think have been fully thought through. There are a number of things that have broad support and should be adopted immediately. So I don't understand why we have to. This is an all up or down. I mean, it's it smacks of manipulation here. That we've seen this before. That crises come and. Governments prepare plans in the back rooms, and then they wait for a crisis to happen, and then they tell the representatives they have to vote on it up or down, and there's no time to even read the thing. I'd like to not repeat that. This is, I agree. We should continue to take our time and debate this issue, and that's really all I had to say for now. Have a nice night, and I applaud your action on this matter. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next up is caller 958. Caller 958, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Catherine Starr. I'm a resident of Ann Arbor, Ward 3. I'm calling tonight to express my support for the 820 plan. I wanted to first express my gratitude for the work that Council in 820 has done to get our community to this point, where we are considering a life-changing step forward on a carbon neutrality plan by 2030. I've experienced many moments of frustration and despair about the state of our world and our environment over the last decade. And I do know that I've never felt as hopeful, inspired, and dedicated to support change as I did when I read the 820 plan. My stake in the future is priceless and not simply my own. I'm a social worker educated at the University of Michigan. I own a child and family therapy practice, and I work with children in the community who have experienced trauma. The work I do requires a primary focus on safety to promote healing, transformation, and growth. Safety means safety in relationships, in community, and in environment to help children experience a felt sense of safety in their bodies. Felt safety allows us to be our true connected selves, connected to our own bodies and spirits, connected to others in our lives, and connected to our earth. Because you declared a climate emergency last year, I know you are aware of the tremendous threat the climate crisis poses to all of our safety, and particularly to those who are already the most vulnerable. social justice, racial justice, economic justice, and climate justice acknowledge our responsibility to create a safer world. You do not get to see firsthand the beautiful and powerful healing and growth that young people who dedicate themselves to therapy and environment do every day. I'm incredibly privileged and honored to witness the miraculous hearts, spirits, and voices of the young people in this community. Anyone else who is raising a child right now, who works with children, who has experienced your own growth and healing, knows that the potential in each individual life is beyond what we can even try to measure with data or dollars. Young people move me, inspire me, and challenge me constantly. I see them do the hardest kind of work in therapy every day. Part of what helps them do this work is the fact that they see that I am steady and present with them in their pain and discomfort. They are not alone in the process. As the
30
adults in the
seconds.
room, we have a responsibility to show up and do the hard work outlined in the 820 plan as well. We need to do it now. We must do the hardest work now so that young people have a place to reach their grandest individual and collective potential. Imagine what the future would look like if more of us could experience the safety we know is possible. And imagining what a future would look like if all of us were constantly under threat is what keeps me going day after day to invite more healing to this world. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Caller 644. Caller 644, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My name is Kathy Boris, and I live in Ward 5. Climate change is real, but 820 is not real. Instead, this hastily prepared plan could be viewed as a pretext, a political maneuver which would allow those at the highest levels of Ann Arbor government, through sleight of hand, to give a valuable gift to the development community. The section of 820 that benefits the development community is written very clearly in plain sight on page 78 of the plan. Under the heading, reduce the miles we travel in our vehicles by at least 50%, we find this sentence. Quote, this action focuses on allowing more housing, up to 4-unit residential buildings and accessory dwelling units by right in all areas of the city, end quote, which means that unless you happen to live in a designated historical district, the house next door to you could be knocked down to build a duplex, triplex, or quadplex, and this would be allowed under Ann Arbor's zoning. If you live in one of Ann Arbor's most expensive neighborhoods, this is unlikely to happen to you because developers make the most profit when they buy inexpensive properties for their developments. But if you live in one of Ann Arbor's least expensive neighborhoods, this is very likely to happen to you. Again, because developers make the most profit when they buy inexpensive properties for their developments. If you live in one of Ann Arbor's least expensive neighborhoods, your neighbor, who may be hard-pressed financially due to Ann Arbor's property taxes or due to the pandemic, may be forced to sell his or her property and move out of town. Local or international developers who can easily outbid private individuals who are looking for homes for themselves will be the most likely buyers of the property.
30 seconds.
At that point, the most likely scenario is what we have seen over and over in this city. Developers build luxury units in order to make the greatest profit possible and thereby provide us with even more unaffordable housing. Apparently, the disruption which Mayor Taylor assures us on page 5 of the 820 plan is required to fight the climate emergency is to be borne not by the wealthiest of Ann Arbor's citizens, but by those who live in Ann Arbor's least expensive neighborhoods and are least able to bear that disruption. Those for whom it might be a luxury to give much thought to global warming.
Thank you.
Caller 097.
We gotta go in 10 minutes, so should I just leave?
Caller
Hi,
097.
my name is Tom. I'm from the Geddes Lake neighborhood in Ward 2. I'm a 33-year-old teacher living in Ann Arbor who luckily but barely is able to afford actually living in Ann Arbor. Most of my colleagues live in Ypsilanti, Pittsfield Township, Dexter, Northville, and other surrounding communities because Ann Arbor has become unaffordable for the teachers that work here. I strongly urge you to pass immediately the 820 plan. I wish to be brief and will be. As a homeowner in Ward 2, I eagerly encourage you to vote for the 820 plan, not in spite of the housing density aspects, but because of them. We need action, not obstruction. Council members need to support density when it makes sense, to encourage policies that limit car and oil dependence and grow the supply of housing in Ann Arbor, so Ann Arbor teachers can actually live in the city in which they teach. Thank you. Please understand that teachers want to work in Ann Arbor, but often can't afford to. Thanks.
Thank you.
Caller 345. Caller 345, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Kitty Kahn. I live in Ward 5 of Ann Arbor, and I feel I have to speak out because I, like everyone else, am in favor of climate action. But the 820 plan is not a viable plan. I wonder how many of the people who called in tonight in favor of the plan have actually read it. I have a feeling many have not. The 820 plan has many flaws, and it needs to be changed before it is seriously considered. I have written to City Council about my concerns. Please consider them, and please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 245. Caller 245, go ahead.
Yes,
Caller
hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Taylor. I'm Kathleen Murphy from Ward 5, 315 Linda Vista Street. I'm calling tonight to say I support the 820 plan, and I urge you to support it too. We, as a country, a state, and a city, face multiple life-threatening challenges. We have faced the climate crisis for many years, and that led you to pass the Climate Emergency Resolution back in November of 2019 that sought carbon neutrality in Ann Arbor by 2030. This showed tremendous foresight by you, and we applaud you for that. Climate change is real. The effects of the climate crisis in Michigan seem ever more clear, ever more frightening. We pride ourselves on our beautiful Great Lakes, yet lately, through climate changes, storms on the lakes are getting more vicious. The water in the lakes is rising, destroying our vaunted beaches and causing property damage. With ever-increasing rainfall, the water table in Michigan is high all over the state, and flooding becomes ever more possible, as the breaking dams in Michigan prove. And the changing weather patterns, with too little or too much rain coming at unanticipated times, have seriously complicated the planting and growing season for Michigan's farmers. In addition, we, as well as the whole world, have to worry about our carbon footprint. In the meantime, as the climate crisis keeps unfolding, we have had other crises unfold before us. The coronavirus has taken over 100,000 lives, changed our way of living, devastated the economy, and cost billions. And now, with the tragic death of George Floyd in Minneapolis by a police officer, we find ourselves in a new crisis, a pandemic of racism and unchecked police power. It looks like pandemics and crises of all types are in our future. They surround us now. The 820 plan provides an excellent roadmap for how we can rationally confront the climate crisis. By reaching carbon neutrality by 2030, we will be fighting now for a livable city's future of Ann Arbor. I urge you, please, to support the 820 plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 764. 764, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Sean Floyd. I'm an Ann Arbor native. I have a bunch of degrees, and I'm raising the future of Ann Arbor. The attempt to bully and intimidate into silence differing voices and perspectives is unhelpful either to solving issues of climate change or to maintaining civil society, which is under attack today. About 10 years ago, A2-D2 process led to the rezoning of the central part of Ann Arbor with D1 and D2 zoning areas that were supposed to solve all the problems that the rezoning here is supposed to solve. It was supposed to make Ann Arbor walkable, it was supposed to lower rents, and it was supposed to make the city more sustainable. The thousands upon thousands of units have been built, and yet apparently none of these problems have been resolved at all. So I think before we even talk about rezoning other parts of the city, we need to figure out what went wrong with A2, D2. Why the D1 and D2 zoning situations not solving any problems? They're not even close to being built out. And now you want to go and rezone the rest of the city without understanding whether that actually will lower rents the way D2 and D1 were supposed to. The cynical use of climate change as a cover for unbridled real estate speculation does not either help carbon reduction or reduce the amount of cynicism about government. In fact, it does the reverse. It leads to people not believing government can be trusted at all, and it doesn't actually lead to the solutions that will affect climate change. The false framing of the solution in this of Ann Arbor as an isolated entity blinds us to larger issues such as, one, the impact of building on the edge of a metro area, which Ann Arbor is, rather than building in the center of the metro area, which is Detroit. Right? When you build things out here, you don't support the center of the metro area, which has been underpopulated for a half a century. Secondly, if you want renewables to have any meaning at all, you have to have utility scale battery storage. Distributed storage is a great part of this, just like distributed generation is a great part of this. But right now, when we generate electricity with renewables, it's not when we are actually using the electricity. And you have to burn
seconds.
Either coal or natural gas to have the lights go on at night or to use electricity when we need to use it. So the places to put in resources are trying to figure out how we can direct growth back into the center of the metropolitan area. And secondly, how we can devote resources into the utility scale battery structures that are needed to make renewables relevant to reducing climate use. So I think we need to redo this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 249. Caller 249, go ahead. Caller 249.
Who is 249?
Hi, can you hear us?
Sir, would you like to speak at the public hearing?
Yes, I would.
All right, sir, it is your turn. You may speak now, please.
I think Kathy. Am I up?
Yes, yes, sir. Perhaps turn your television off and focus on the phone, please.
Okay. You know, I think Kathy Boris and John Floyd both have great points. This plan, the land use segment of this plan, really favors developers. They will go into lower income neighborhoods. They'll buy up the homes and build fourplexes. The idea that the elimination of single family zoning and allowing fourplexes by right will produce any affordable housing is doubtful. And the whole concept of high density housing eliminating sprawl bewilders me. You've got a lot of young folks living in these high rises, living in small apartments, and that's a great idea when you're of a certain age. But as these people get older, they decide to have families, and they want a dog, they're going to want a yard. And the fact that they are living in these places is not conducive. And in fact, I've talked to one of my neighbors, and I won't go further as to who it is, who suggested, well, yes, but we have the high rises, we have the green belt, and this will eliminate sprawl. And I suggested, well, look at Chicago. They have high rises, a lot of high density housing, and they have thousands of acres of green space in the park district surrounding the city, and sprawl simply jumped over the green space and moved out 50 miles in every possible direction. So I truly believe that the whole theory here that this is somehow going to prevent sprawl and eliminate the negative carbon effects of sprawl is totally a fallacy. Empirically, it's proven to be wrong. And the fact that the virus, the COVID situation, it's only going to exacerbate the people moving from high rises, moving from high density locations, and trying to find some place where they've got some green space, and not living in these congested areas. Thank you. Glenn Ziegler, 514 Krause, 5th Ward.
Thank you.
Caller 118. Caller 118, did you have a comment?
Hello.
Caller 118, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm not caller 118, but that's okay. My name is Milt Baker, and I live at 628 Green Road in Ann Arbor. And I'd like to thank the mayor and the council for your leadership in declaring a climate emergency and setting a goal of carbon neutrality by 2030. And now is the time to act on that goal. Since there is no national leadership on this issue, reducing the effects of climate change must be done at the local level. In other words, if we don't do it, nobody will. The task of meeting the goal will not be easy. Dr. Stultz and her team have done a great job in putting together a series of recommendations that will get us there. The plan may not be perfect and the implementation will be difficult, but the alternatives are much worse. You've heard people tonight say, oh, let's delay it, let's cherry pick it, whatever. That's just analysis paralysis. That locks us up and we do nothing. In dealing with Dr. Stultz's plan, there's been a lot of dialogue about the cost, and this is something I haven't heard a lot discussed because very little is said about the savings that we can expect. For example, electric vehicles cost 60 to 75% less to operate than ICE cars. Not surprising that Amazon has ordered 100,000 electric delivery vans. Great River Energy is shutting down an 1,100 megawatt coal-fired plant in North Dakota because wind and solar are cheaper. The point is, we're going to get significant gains in reduction in addition to reducing carbon seriously. And along these lines, I strongly support the plan's recommendation that the city help homeowners to bulk buy rooftop solar to save money and reduce carbon. Overall, I would like to see you implement the recommendation of Dr. Stultz as soon as possible. Please show your leadership and vote for this resolution. Our future, the future of our children and grandchildren hang in the balance. And I thank you for your time and your kind attention.
Thank you.
Caller 654. Caller 654, go ahead.
My name is John Mursky. I live in Ward 2. I want to acknowledge the pain and suffering of the last many weeks, especially the last several days. This is the time for action. I thank you for declaring a climate emergency and setting a carbon neutrality target of 2030. I urge you to take the next step tonight to approve the 820 plan. It's time to walk the talk, to put words into action. There are legitimate concerns about the plan that deserve responses. In addition, Multiple false and misleading claims have been made about it that need to be addressed because they undermine civic discourse. First, the plan is a roadmap, not a license for the city and the Office of Sustainability to act unilaterally. The plan does not require anyone to act against their will. It does not override any existing city processes or take power away from any entity. For example, council with respect to budget, zoning, and ordinances, the U of M, AAPS, and property owners and business owners. Many are critical of the plan's recommended action to allow by right ADUs, multi-unit, and quadruplexes. It is in the plan because it would lower total emissions versus the alternative of development in outlying communities and the associated vehicle miles traveled. In contrast to what has been implied tonight, the plan explicitly states that the action is predicated on City Council and the Planning Department and Commission with community input approving an updated comprehensive master plan. Note the plan does not advocate for new downtown high-rises. A charge has been made that because there are inconsistent percent offset figures in the plan, no figure can be trusted. Actually, the offset figures are consistent. The plan calls for 13.6 of emissions being offset on page 11 and 121. It is clearly stated on page 121 that the 45.3% cited there is, quote, the amount of offsets that will be needed to purchase if the university does not participate in any of the actions outlined, unquote. Some argue the plan is expensive. It is, but the cost of inaction is much higher. The social cost of carbon emissions that has been and will continue to be 1.15 billion every decade, and that excludes environmental damages. The
30
plan
seconds.
is an investment in carbon and pollution-free air with many co-benefits, including a more vibrant, efficient, and equitable local economy. It is no different than A2's investment in clean water. Others propose only implementing low-hanging, high return on investment actions. Doing so will have us fall short of carbon neutrality. Even small percentage actions, while more expensive, add up to get us across the goal line. Other concerns, claims, and complaints have been raised. I'm confident none undermine the validity of the plan.
Time.
Please vote to approve the 820 plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phone number 677. 677, go ahead.
Hi, this is Michelle Hughes, and I just wanted to encourage you to adopt the 820 as written. It is a bold plan. It was created with the cooperation of a lot of people, and a lot of people put a lot of hard work into it. It calls for changes. It calls for us to change some of the things about what we do, including land use. If these changes, if we could solve the climate crisis without changing things about the way that we do things, then we wouldn't need the 820 plan. We need the 820 plan because we need to change something. So we put our best and brightest in charge of saying, what is it that we need to do differently? And this is the answer. This is what they came up with. So I think that we should adopt that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller 340. Caller 340, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Luis Vasquez from First Ward, speaking in favor of the 820 climate action plan. I think it was very well thought out, very well laid out. It can be modified after it gets adopted. And just to let you know, I have considered, I would like to, and I and my wife would like to age in place in Ann Arbor. You know, I've got a double lot. I would love to build an ADU so that my wife and I could pass the house along to one of my children. But I can't do that under current rules and regs in Ann Arbor. The other thing I would urge Ann Arbor to do is change the zoning, change the master plan to accommodate greater density, duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes. Get over the fear of density in downtown and in near downtown neighborhoods and along transit lines in particular. And so to close, I'm asking in particular my council members, Jeff Hayner and Ann Bannister, to vote yes for the A20 plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Caller 534. Caller 534.
Thank you. I'm Tom Stolberg. I'm a Ward 1 resident, a certain Ward 1 resident, as a matter of fact. I'm an advocate and a neighborhood leader for affordable housing, for mixed-use development. My neighborhood advocated for high-density mixed-use affordable development right in our own neighborhood, right in our backyard. Unfortunately, council turned that concept backwards and broke its own master plan and approved something else. But we kept advocating, and I keep advocating for affordable housing, mixed use, and high density. And everybody knows I'm a big fan of duplexes. People who don't know me, I'm a real estate professional, and I'm really excited about a lot of new voices that I have not heard at council speaking tonight, and the energy and passion. We must do something about our climate crisis. I totally agree. As a real estate professional, I want to point out this page 78, which is strategy 4, action 5. It is anti-affordable housing. It's anti-equity. And it is even anti-climate change reality, particularly the stormwater issues that are raised by that, which would challenge our current infrastructure, which is, we know in Michigan, one of the biggest impacts of global climate change is increased stormwater. This doesn't help, this hurts that. I only have 3 minutes, so I can't go into all the reasons of that. And I want to talk about something else. I want to talk about the deception. Why is 4.5 in here to start with? It does nothing per the admission of the plan itself. It's a very, very minuscule amount per the plan's calculation, and that calculation is wrong. It's much less. It's nothing, it's negative. But why is it in here? If you are one of the people who have your climate voter signs, if you went to the A2 Climate Partnership website, a2cp.org, you won't find the explanation anywhere in there. You won't find in there what page 78 says. You won't find in there that it eliminates single family zoning by right. And like a couple other callers have said, you won't have a choice once that's done, that your neighbor can tear down their house and build a quadplex and the other neighbor on the other side. And who's it going to happen to? It's going to happen to the more affordable houses already. And what's
30
going to be
seconds.
replacing it? It'll be less affordable houses that's replacing it. So whoever's behind that A2 Climate Partnership owes us all an apology. This does not belong in the plan, and they're hiding it by not revealing it to you. Please do not approve this plan with 4.5 in it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no more callers with their hands up at this time. Oh, Mayor, you're muted. I'm sorry. I have a few more hands.
Thank you.
Caller 367.
Yes, Mayor and Council, this is Brian Chambers from the 3rd Ward. Council, you've been doing a gangbuster job addressing critical issues in our community that directly reflect our residents' values and aspirations for climate action, affordable housing, and the health and well-being of our residents, workforce, businesses, and guests to our city. Council showed leadership and made a bold step by declaring a climate emergency unanimously, setting the target to 2030 even more aggressively than was initially proposed. Really established the target for not only the A20 plan itself, but also the pending land use update. Having established carbon neutrality for 2030 provides a framework for the land use update that could easily have caused it to unravel if it was not already established. Council members deserve a strong applause and appreciation for these actions. Even in this time of pandemic and collapsing city revenues, Council maintained their objectives for climate action and affordable housing in the fiscal year 21 budget. This is phenomenal. Now the task before Council is to take the next step on the 820 plan. It will be hard work, and it'll probably only get harder. It will require the greater Ann Arbor community to continue to work on these commonly held values and objectives. Turning around the form of settlement and energy use that grew in Ann Arbor since World War II is not going to be easy or cheap, especially given the 10-year goal for it that was established. It is important that we not ignore the social and economic issues of equity, nor that we treat equity as an exogenous factor. Trade-offs on social and equity impacts will need to be analyzed every step of the way. The 820 plan, as a draft, takes an initial step to address these core issues, and we need to do more work. The one key addition I would recommend, standard for best practice project management, is a risk register and a mitigation plan for each risk identified. Risks, as discussed, and they're real, include collaboration with the University of Michigan, changes to state laws, dependence on AAATA funding for new buses and related systems, cooperation with PE, and yes, land use policy, among others. Each will need a risk mitigation plan. The 820 plan is objectively an excellent plan based on 7 fundamental and necessary strategies.
30 seconds.
I can accept that actions and strategies may not all have unanimous support, but they do form the basis for constructive engagement. Getting to yes will require a willingness to engage in the personal commitment of everyone. These actions will not happen on their own or simply because they are in the plan. Let us work together and resolve the remaining issues through our own personal actions and positive approach to challenges. Positive critiques and the investigation of constructive alternatives and options will require that we stay aligned as a city. I believe with the 64 partners already signed on to the 820 plan that we have a solid community base on which to continue. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your adoption of the plan. Let's do it.
Thank you.
Caller 556. Caller 556, go ahead.
Thank you. Ralph McKee, 5th Ward. Let's start with this premise. Everyone in Ann Arbor wants to stop climate change. The Ann Arbor or 820 plan is, as advertised, ambitious, bold, challenging. And I have to admit, this is maybe the best local political PR campaign I have ever seen in the 40 years I've lived here, or almost 50. The events, climate voter campaigns, national organizations, and speaker after speaker, extremely eloquent, especially the young people, and I really appreciate that. And after hearing those speeches, I feel kind of like a lonely voice in the wilderness, or someone pointing out that the emperor has no clothes. But as some residents have noted tonight and in detailed letters to council and particularly in Vivian Armentrout's blog, the plan has severe flaws. And on one point in particular, the zoning change, the elimination of single-family zoning, what is in the plan is simply not accurate. Should that matter? I think it should, because everybody wants to stop climate change. Let's look closer. The plan says very simply that it would help low-income folks and renters and reduce income disparity. Speaker after speaker tonight has talked about affordable housing, particularly the young folks, and I appreciate that. But you know what? Dr. Stoltz has acknowledged, after being challenged on that point, that this plan will not add affordable housing. And I would submit to you, and I have sent detailed analyses of this to some of you, it would actually eliminate a lot of affordable housing. So where was that analysis before the plan was released? And why wasn't the item in the plan still on the website saying this will help low-income folks and renters? It won't. Dr. Stoltz has admitted it won't, but it's still on the website, and speaker after speaker focuses on that, thinking that this plan will do that. Do these facts matter? I think they do, because everybody wants to stop climate change. Let's look even closer. there's a house right now near Hazley that's for sale for $285,000, and another offered to rent for $1,700. Not
30
super
seconds.
affordable, but probably affordable. If you do the math, if you tear that house down and build quadplexes at today's construction prices, that's going to sell for $415,000 or more and rent for up to $4,000. That's not affordable. That part of the plan ought to be taken back to the drawing board. If you want density, figure out another way to do it, because this way is not the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 711. Caller 711.
Yes, my name is Wendy Carmen. I live at 2340 Georgetown. I support an A20 initiative for Ann Arbor. However, I'm unhappy with a lot of details in this document. I don't like the pass it now and fix it later approach. I don't want you to vote this down, but it isn't necessary to adopt this plan now to pursue the climate initiative. It can go forward without being officially adopted. We already fund the Sustainability Office and have budgeted the next year of this plan. We wouldn't be holding up progress. The document has errors. Lansing needs to be convinced to change laws. We need to find outside sources for funding to help lower the tax burden. Remember, even without adoption, staff can bring forward any one of the 44 proposed actions to City Council for approval. We've been told this is a living document. We can expect it to change if our budget deficit grows, if there are errors discovered, if there are changes in law or technology. So what does adoption mean beyond receiving the plan? If it is adopted, will it become a part of the master plan? And if so, how will it be used before the master plan is updated? Is the reason for adopting it now that it will become the foundational document in our master plan, as Brian Chambers has suggested? Beyond that of the sustainability plan, natural features plan, parks plan, and land use plan? Since we're deferring the updating of that plan for more than a year, we can't even look at that in this context in an open forum like we should. The proposed plan called for allowing single family and duplex properties to be converted to quadruplexes by right. That would only yield 0.1% reduction in greenhouse gases. Even with the amended text that may be submitted tonight, the master plan process should be in play, not the A20 plan. Where is the transparency here? We know that the proponents of this plan have supported eliminating single-family zonings and tell us that density is good for us. We know it's good for developers, but density comes with costs to residents that haven't been revealed here. We have labeled this plan an urgent response to an urgent crisis, but the city now faces other crises: the budget consequences of COVID, the potential consequences of contaminated drinking water, storm and flooding issues, recycling that doesn't work. I ask, what is the reason for bringing this forward to be adopted as a whole at this time? It's a guide. It should be received. Direction from City Council should be given to move us towards appropriate actions, but it shouldn't be adopted as a whole at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller 310. Caller 310, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Julie Ritter, Old Fourth Ward, the most densely populated part of Ann Arbor, R4C, zoning, with qualified support for the plan. So many enthusiastic supporters of the current Ann Arbor Zero plan tonight, speaking so much truth. So many people aspiring to inspire progress on a truly overwhelming challenge. Everyone on council and everyone running for council and all of the speakers tonight and probably almost all citizens sincerely support the intentions and directions of this plan. However, it is clear in listening to many of the positive speakers tonight that as much as they support the vision, they do not understand the facts of implementation, the pieces of this puzzle. For example, item 4.5, eliminating single-family zoning and allowing by right upzoning will not come back to council. It will become part of the city's land use plan, and going forward, any single-family home will be able to be demolished and replaced with a multi-unit building, period. and not necessarily affordable units, with no public engagement on this topic. Tonight, the DTE representative already spoke and said that electrification of new construction and community aggregated purchasing are not supported by DTE. These are two very big pieces of the puzzle. No one is talking about the infrastructure costs for the new electric buses. There are problems with this program, serious holes, yet people who question the existence of these problems are being called immoral and threatened with all kinds of dire consequences, even if all they want to do is pause the process in order to fix the problems before they finally approve a realistic, accurate plan. The realities and problems are not going to go away. They need to be addressed before the final plan is adopted, or they will become obstacles that may very well derail some of the central efforts. The efforts in this plan have already been funded for the next year. They will go ahead all by themselves no matter what the vote is tonight. So there's no danger that things will come to a screeching halt if the plan is improved before it is approved. Make it accurate, put the land use changes where they belong in the master plan process. Make sure the plan we end up with will inspire the university, inspire DTE, and inspire the state. All of tonight's well-intentioned cheerleading won't
30
create the
seconds.
changes needed in these places to bring these proposals to life unless they are improved. With clear-headed, clear-eyed work, accuracy based in the reality of city laws will allow this document to fulfill its potential. Accept the plan, fix the holes, improve it, and approve it. Accept, improve, approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, there are no more callers with their hands up.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. I think we take a short break. It's 10:39. Let us reconvene at 10:40, at 10:50, please. Thank you. Back after a short break. We have before us A1, the work and special session minutes of May 11 and the regular session meeting minutes of May 18, 2020. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion of the minutes. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? The minutes are approved. I think we now have DC1. Is that right, Councilmember? Councilmember Lum, we have DC1 now, if I recollect. Is that correct?
You're muted.
Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you. DC1, resolution regarding water rates. Moved by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion of DC1, Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Before diving in, I need to make one change suggested by Mr. Postema, and that is to strike the words, quote, if determined necessary by city staff, end quote, in the second resolve clause. It's council's responsibility to set rates, so Mr. Postema recommended that phrase be taken out.
There is,
I'm
is there a
assuming that's
second?
friendly to the body.
Yeah, is there a second to that? Second by Councilmember Griswold. Is that friendly to the body? Councilmember Lum, you still have the floor.
Okay, thanks. This is the resolution we began to discuss at the budget meeting and decided to postpone the discussion to tonight. What the resolution does is to defer the water rate increases proposed for July 1, 2020 until January 1, 2021, and take that time to revisit the water rate structure changes adopted in 2018. It's very important to understand that this deferral is revenue neutral for the system. Second resolve clause explicitly addresses that. Mr. Crawford provided the numbers, and what would happen is that rather than have a 6.5% increase in July 2020, there would be a 13.3% increase in January 2021. For fiscal year 21, that fully recovers the lower revenue in the first 6 months with higher revenue in the second 6 months, and it eliminates the need for a fiscal year 2022 increase in July 2021, or at least reduces it by 6.5%. So please be clear, this resolution is revenue neutral. It does not reduce the total amount of revenue to the water system in fiscal year 21 or in future years. What the resolution does do is defer the increase and utilize that time to revisit the water rate structure I know at least a few of us remain uncomfortable with. Specifically, the resolution directs staff to review the rate structure alternatives presented by Arcadis and present to council before January 2021 a recommended structure that's feasible, legal, and addresses council's concerns regarding 1, the wide range of per gallon charges in Ann Arbor's residential customer class, 2, the lack of tiering or any mechanism in the commercial customer class rate structure to incentivize conservation and to reflect the system costs associated with peaking. 3, the validity of the cost of service study results given the actual usage experience subsequent to restructuring. I fully recognize that staff does not support alternatives. They stand behind the restructuring in 2018. That's fine, and this resolution is not intended to ask them to change their position and does not contemplate a major new study. What the resolution is requesting from staff, however, is a good faith effort in using their expertise to help identify what could be reasonable alternatives and approaches to address the concerns. The resolution does not presume an answer. It simply asks for staff's recommendations with regard to the art of the possible. And if staff does not need 9 months for a good faith effort and would prefer a shorter time frame, I'm fine with that. As I mentioned last meeting, the decision here is very straightforward. If council members are comfortable with the structure and don't want to invest some additional staff time, you should vote no. But if you believe, as I do, that council should take another look at the water rate structure and not build on a structure you're uncomfortable with, you should vote yes. Again, this is not a question about revenues to the water system. The system is made whole. It's really a simple question. Should we invest staff resources in revisiting the rate structure or not? Obviously, I believe we should and hope you'll agree, and thank you for listening.
Further discussion? Councilmember Umlawi.
Thank you. I appreciate the persistence Councilmember Lum has on this issue. It has been a dogged fight from the start, and it continues. I don't think this is, something that I would jump out and support as I do on some things that are brought to us. But I do believe that our current system is flawed, and it's flawed, and it's evident just with the shortcomings that we projected that we'd be getting from Tier 4. There was a drastic reduction in revenue. We missed our mark mightily. And as we continue to go down that path, I think we're going to continue to miss our mark with that higher tier. We're not going to get the revenue that we have projected that we would receive. We are, I think, headed towards bigger and bigger problems if we continue in this flawed system. In that spirit, I will support my colleagues' attempt to have staff revisit this, because I feel if we continue to go down this path, we're just going to have a bigger and bigger problem to solve later. I think taking it on now and trying to address it now will stave off bigger increases later for folks, because I just have a current problem with it, and again, it's evident in the fact that the revenues projected to come from Tier 4 were off the mark by a considerable amount.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Lum stated it pretty eloquently, that if you're comfortable with the current structure and don't want staff to invest additional time, that we should vote no. So I am comfortable with the current structure. I don't want staff to invest more time, but I do want to say why I'm comfortable with it, and what worries me about making a shift where we double the rates for 6 months. Because if we change who we're charging, then that doubling, I believe, will have a much larger impact on some of those people who can afford it the least. So we know that based on our study, the last time that led to the change in the water rates, that multifamily homes were subsidizing single family homes, because it costs more to deliver water to single family homes than it does to multifamily residences. It's not a really complicated concept. So because of that, if we were to change the way that I think some of my colleagues would like to see us go, and we double the rates for the second 6 months, double the increase anyway, I think that will disproportionately affect people who rightly are no longer subsidizing water rates in the same way. I definitely don't plan to support this. I certainly don't want staff to be spending time when they could be spending time on other critical infrastructure needs.
Councilmember Umlawi. You're on mute, Councilmember.
Yeah, there we go. I just had a quick question. I should have asked this the first time I spoke. This is coming from a different part of the agenda where staff is proposing to increase the current rates on the current structure. I have a question regarding part of the ordinance, section 2.63, where it breaks down the water rates by unit and then also by residential class. And I probably should know this answer already, and I apologize, I don't. We break it down between residential 1 and residential 2. And again, this is chapter 29, section 2.63. Could someone explain to me the difference between those two classes of residential customers?
Mr. Hupy?
I'm going to defer to Lynn Jamowitz, who is more versed in that than I am.
Yeah, so residential 2 customers just represent a residential customer that also has a water only meter on their account. So the water only consumption is billed at the $9 rate, and the residential meter is billed at that Res 2 rate. So it's capped out at tier 2 if you also have a water meter. Does that make sense?
No, it started tonight and I veered off course. When you say it's capped at rate at tier 2, it's capped at tier 2 for what class?
Residential customers. This is for residential customers only.
Residential customers, water only?
If a residential customer has 2 meters on their account, if they have their standard residential meter as well as a water only meter that's used for water only purposes and doesn't flow into the sewer, then they are given the residential 2 rate for their primary residential meter, and any consumption over tier 2 is billed at that res 2 rate.
And do we have any idea what percentage of our capacity falls under that particular subset of customer?
I don't have the exact number, but it's a much smaller subset of customers that have the 2 meters.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lum.
I would like to wait to comment.
All right.
Back to other comments.
Very good. Councilmember Nelson.
I just wanted to comment and thank Councilmember Lum for bringing this up for a reason that Councilmember Ramlawi brought up about how this change in the rate structure has impacted our revenue in a way that was not expected. And I remember when in one of the previous conversations about our water rate structure, it was acknowledged that this was not intended to be a water conservation tool or a way of incentivizing water conservation, but ultimately it has functioned that way. And so people are using less water and we're not getting the revenue that was expected from the tier 4. And so I think that's meaningful. Unfortunately, I think the issue of revenue is also meaningful to me in terms of how this puts off $700,000 in revenue. And I appreciate that it's revenue neutral and we're sort of kicking the can down the road, but I am extremely concerned about what our revenue stream is going to look like for water if the university doesn't come back. And I'm not going to be able to support this resolution, but I appreciate where it comes from, and maybe if the circumstances were different, I could support it, but I'm just very uncomfortable with us holding back on an opportunity to get more revenue under these circumstances. But yeah, it's kind of a big deal that the revenue didn't turn out the way we expected it to, and I think that probably does need to be talked about a little bit. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Just a couple of quick questions since we went down the question road a little ways. This report that we're going to refer back to, where in there do I find this notion that is there a table or something in there that'll show me exactly how it is that it does cost more to deliver to single family versus multifamily? How is that? We keep hearing that, and I'm just wondering where do I find the data that supports that? Is there? I mean, all I know about gallon per minute for gallon per minute versus the size of a line and things like that. I understand plumbing physically, but I don't understand how we've come to this determination that where do I find that in our report?
Mr. Hupy?
Again, I'm going to defer to Lynn, but it is covered in the report as the report goes through the allocation of costs to deliver services to the various uses. Lynn?
I think it's in there. It has the cost to serve by customer class in the report, and I'd be happy to send it to you.
Yeah, I would appreciate that because, like, I keep hearing it, and from a plumbing perspective, I'm having a difficult time understanding it. I mean, I understand that there's, residential has, more curb stops or whatever, and I can see how it could kind of add up, the 5/8 line versus 2-inch versus 6-inch, whatever. But I'm just having a hard time with that. And so I want to just understand why I keep being told that when it's counterintuitive to me from a plumber perspective. Okay, so my second question is just real briefly, um, this notion that we have these two residential classes, and I assume that's like a swimming pool meter is what those used to be called, right? When you had a water only meter, that was like if you had a swimming pool or something. Is that what that is primarily?
Or it could be an irrigation meter.
So if you're a person who doesn't collect a lot of rainwater or uses more watering for irrigation, then would it behoove a residential customer who was an avid gardener, say, to put in a second meter like that?
It would depend on their usage. They would have to look at their usage and do an analysis of whether they cross a break point or not.
So like if you were obsessed with irrigating your lawn, say, would you be going for that second meter? And, I understand like the cost of installing that second meter and so on. It's the same line, I assume, before it makes that house split, it horns off to 2 meters, and one is for one and one is for the other, right?
That's physically how it's done, yes. But again, you have to do your own analysis to see if it will pay back for you.
Okay. We don't offer that service we'd have to kind of figure it out on our own.
Correct.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Lum.
Last person to speak. I don't know if anyone else is going to speak. I'll just make a couple of notes or comments. First, this doesn't presume an answer. So the assumption that this would raise the rates for lower income, perhaps lower volume users. This doesn't presume an answer. This does ask us to consider looking at commercial tiering. There were several alternatives that Arcadis identified. One was seasonable pricing, the other was tiering based on peaking, similar to the residential structure. In the past, staff indicated that second alternative would be more work, and perhaps we wouldn't want to go down that road. This whole pricing structure was based on tiering when it was rolled out, and peak demand concept. And what we're living with is, and why I don't think that it makes sense that structure, because we're just doing that for residential but not commercial, where the peaking is great. The discussion about servicing households, what we've got is a structure where the price per gallon for higher volume users, that includes larger families, is 8 times higher for that price per gallon for the low volume user, a smaller family, let's say. And it's that spread that I do not think is reasonable, and we're trying to address. And then also, just in terms of the COVID impacts and what we've come to learn, we were given a comparison comparing the usage pattern for the last few years. And what's happened with the COVID impacts, residential is up a bit, 10% or so. Multifamily is essentially flat, and non-residential is down significantly, 40%, which is of course not surprising with businesses and the universities shut down. There was a question asked about the water only. By customer class, if you compare fiscal year 18 and 19, the water only is up 29%, just under 2 million. And the commercial and multifamily is down 26%. Residential up 25% or 1.5 million. And so the total, again, it's down. The water revenues of all the customer classes down 700,000 or just under 3%. So again, it's we know more now with this history, and well, I think, yeah, it's helpful to take another look. Thanks.
Further discussion? I'm going to be voting against the resolution. I think that the water rate study, the cost of service study, was incredibly detailed and thorough. It demonstrated that it does indeed cost more to provide water to single-family users, and that it properly allocated costs to high-volume users, because the system needs to be built in order to deliver the capacity, in order to deliver the water that high-volume users demand. And so the water rate structure is designed to link those costs with the users that obligate the capacity. As the consultant that council retained to second guess those findings demonstrated, changing the water rate structure will mean, of necessity, a increase of water rates, of cost of gallon, cost of CCF rates for a large number of users, particularly in the low volume user category. Low volume user category will be lower income persons who don't have as much land to irrigate, and seniors who are living at home. It seems to me fairly simple. Altering the rates are going to increase rates on a large number of users in a way that strikes me as improper and inconsistent with our obligation to allocate costs to the users who obligate us to build the infrastructure necessary to provide them with the high volumes of water that they demand. And so that's a very important consideration. As to the fee shifting, as to the elimination of the fees for the fee increases for this cycle and picking them up on the flip side, for the reasons that Councilmember Nelson identified, I don't think that's a wise thing to do. We have cash flow. We want to make sure that the cash flow is maintained. I understand that this is over the course of the year revenue neutral if council follows through with rate increases on the back end. But to my mind, people don't like major jumps, and bundling this on the back end would constitute a major jump. I think that it makes sense to pay for our water infrastructure in a incremental and disciplined manner. That's what staff has recommended. That's what I think we should do. Councilmember Hayner.
With regards to this setting it aside and then picking it up again, the 700,000, couldn't we just buffer the cost to the system with $700,000 out of our fund balance? Why is there a need to drop it and then pick it up again? When don't we have that kind of fund balance that we could buffer this supposed hit to the system by setting this aside? Am I not understanding this correctly? I mean, Mr. Crawford, could you maybe answer that, or?
I'll let Mr. Hubie answer.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
I'll start and I'll let Marty Prashant finish. Understanding our rate plan is the long-term plan. As we look out over the coming years and we look at our capital, particularly building ability to pay for a replacement of capacity at the water treatment plant, why we have a fund balance as we look at the long-term rate plan, 6 to 10 years, we will be using that toward the capital replacement of the plant. And if I don't have that exactly right, Marty will jump in.
Nope, you have that Exactly right.
Yes, said another way, it's not a profit-making enterprise. So because its costs are tied up in production and in capital improvements, if you use up the reserves which are planned to be used for one of those items, then it just pushes the cost. Either something's not going to get done, which you can defer stuff, or we raise rates.
Councilmember Hayner, you still have the floor?
Yeah, okay, hopefully this will pass because I don't see the harm in it, and I'll have my follow-up questions offline. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lum, thank you. Further discussion? Councilor Lum, you're already at 2 on this. Thank you. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Hayner.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum? Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson? No. Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
Yes.
Motion carries.
BB1, an ordinance to amend section 263 of chapter 29 water rates of title 2 of the code of the city of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Rumlawi. Discussion of B1. Councilmember Rumlawi.
Thank you. I just have a question, and I apologize with everything going on. I'm just not able to get into the weeds as much as I want. When we're looking at our projections, have we recalibrated our projections for the upcoming year or years based on what has happened in the last year? Or how are we basing our projections going forward? What set of numbers are we using to make those projections with?
Craig or Marty, or Lynn, one of you guys.
Yeah, so we would use actual numbers from fiscal year 2018, and then we would incorporate any changes that we know. Most of the change we saw was due to weather this past year, resulting in lower usage. So we will take, like I said, fiscal year 18's usage numbers and incorporate any changes that we are aware of.
Now, did fiscal 18, did that year include the new rate system? Was that the full year of the new rates?
Yes.
But is there any reason why we're not using 19 as a barometer, as a baseline?
Well, at the time we would,
behaviors changed after the new set of tiers were in place. Did we go ahead?
At the time we would prepare the rate recommendations, we don't have the full year's data yet. So that's why we use the previous year.
Do we have that information now?
We do.
And could we be using that when we come back to council based on our last vote?
Oh, let me correct that. I guess we did have 19's data. So that was used in the calculation.
19 was used for this upcoming's projections.
Yes.
And that, again, would have been the second year of the new tiered system.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
Councilor Lum.
Thanks. And thank you to my colleagues who supported DC 1. So I would like to move to postpone B1 until the first meeting in January or the first meeting after the study time period, if the time period is shortened from the 6 months.
I think that's a tabling. If you're going to try to bring it forward earlier, isn't that really a tabling?
Okay, so I'll move to table. since DC1 passed.
I didn't follow that.
We passed DC1, so then this must be postponed or tabled. DC1 passed.
Motion by Councilmember Lum, seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Councilmember Hayner.
There's no discussion.
Debate on table. No debate on tabling.
No debate on tabling.
It's not to debate, it's a procedural question.
Councilmember Hayner.
How does one bring something off the table or place it back on, or whatever the expression is? We've tabled things periodically since I've been on council, and how do we get them back?
Just by resolution, Councilmember Lum.
Yeah, on this one, Councilmember Hayner, because DC1 passed, this will come back after the study time period, whatever that turns out to be.
So someone will bring forward a resolution to bring it back.
So it's just as simple as that. Here's a new resolution, just bringing it right back.
Well,
okay.
After the study,
Actually, now all you have to do is make a motion at the table to bring it back, because it's
still here,
remains viable. We're just putting it off. And so,
okay.
We just put it off until January. We've asked for that. We approved. We recommended this study time period. We've requested those things in the resolve clauses in DC1.
No, the question was just the mechanics, Councilmember, and I think mechanics have been answered. It's a motion at the table.
Yeah, thank you.
I think we bring it back, yes, after the work in DC1 is performed.
Roll call vote, please, with respect to the tabling.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister.
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes.
Councilmember Lum.
Yes.
Councilmember Grand.
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
No.
Councilmember Eaton.
yes.
Councilmember Nelson. Yes. Councilmember Smith.
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
C1, an ordinance to amend section 529.6, 529.7, and add a new section 529.8 of chapter 55, the Unified Development Code of Title 5 of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Ackerman, seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion, please, of C1. All in favor? I'm sorry, my mistake. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I just was hoping that maybe someone on staff could really just highlight what this is supposed to be doing. It's a little bit above some of our pay grade. Is someone on staff available to kind of highlight what significant material differences this is proposing to bring?
Sure, I'm happy to address that. This is Brett Leonard, the planning manager. This is intended to improve some duplicate language in the UDC. Currently, we have distinct sections that outline the procedures for consideration of site plans and the content required on site plans. Then another section provides that same framework for area plans and provides the content requirements for area plans. When you look into those sections in the current UDC, there's a lot of duplication. So our intention here is to consolidate the content requirements for all of the different types of plans that the city reviews, and to provide a summary chart or table at the beginning of that outset that will hopefully provide an improved roadmap for those seeking to understand what the specific components of that particular plan would be required. It doesn't propose any substantive change to the content required for any types of plans.
Appreciate you being here to explain that to us. Just for the sake of a longer meeting, can you explain, maybe just giving us an example of what that is? Because we hear many times that, development is stalled, or Ann Arbor is not an attractive place to do business because of the cost of doing business is so great with getting projects approved and moved. I'm not sure if that was the intent of this, or if this was more for internal use and experience, but just anecdotally, if you could provide us with an example.
This proposed amendment won't move the requirements in a substantive way towards some of the concerns that I'm presuming that you're hearing in that regard. That type of unpacking and evaluation was considered in a prior resolution that was tabled by the board to look at two components. Are there scales of projects that might be appropriate to lower the approval threshold, that is from city council to planning commission, or planning commission to staff level, or independently change and improve how we communicate a different component of site plan review process, that is what types of improvements mandate what level of approval. This proposed amendment, while I think it does improve the communication of what content is required, it doesn't significantly change the content required. So I'm just presuming the context of some of those conversations, I don't think that this would alleviate concerns that, for example, a project has to provide a very high level of detail and information to proceed through the site plan process. It just hopefully communicates that content in a more clear way.
And I apologize for running long, but just to understand it. So this will alleviate some of the issues that we have when communications break down, and this will make it more understandable for people who approach the city to do the type of work that this encompasses, and that they have more information on the onset, and they're not later asked to provide additional information that they weren't aware of to begin with.
That's exactly our intention, to more clearly communicate what is going to be required once they embark on those processes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Bannister.
I want to thank Brett Leonard and Derek Delacourt for preparing this ordinance amendment. I've received, several of us council members have been talking to local commercial property owners who have had trouble improving their properties, making modest improvements to their commercial properties, because they're triggering this site plan approval process that can get very lengthy and expensive. So this ordinance amendment is a first attempt to do that. But what I would like to suggest is that we defer this back to staff for further discussion. And several local commercial property owners have volunteered that they would enthusiastically serve on a little task force or subcommittee meeting to go over this ordinance and truly get down to improving the process so that local commercial property owners can improve their properties. And what happens if we don't help them to do this is that they can't improve their properties. They could be an eyesore and then or fall into disrepair, and then it makes them vulnerable for a larger project to come through and tear down the existing buildings, because the larger, possibly out-of-state developer, if you will, can come in and afford the expensive and lengthy site plan process that just isn't worth it on some of these modest commercial property owners in town. So I'm asking to send this back for review and public engagement with local architects and local civil engineers and local developers and owners of commercial properties who have not improved their properties because of some of the details that they're aware of, and could help us improve systemically this problem.
Is that a motion to send it back to Planning Commission, I guess, then? To refer it back to planning, is that?
It didn't come through planning, it came straight from staff, but yes, to send it back for public engagement and to improve the actual ordinance requirements for site plan review.
So where would you like to, where would you like to send it?
Would that be Mr. Leonard?
So we're happy, we're always appreciate that feedback, and I'd be happy to engage with anybody who's interested. To be clear, this and any proposed change to the UDC does go through Planning Commission. This was reviewed by Planning Commission as well, but it was initiated by my team as a means of hopefully more effectively communicating the standards. If additional sort of analysis of this ordinance is desired, I'm of course happy to undertake that. It would be helpful to me in the context of that direction, though, to get some clarity about what perhaps some of the goals might be of that.
I have been listening to a lot of these commercial property owners, and one of their main goals, or as I recall, is that like if your improvement is more than 10% of the floor area, that triggers the site plan process. But that 10% is whether your property is a 2,000 square foot improvement or a 10,000 square foot improvement. And so since it's always 10%, that skews it to make it more inconvenient and expensive and lengthy for this smaller size project.
So, yeah, so, and I think that was some of the intention of the second resolution that was considered by council, is to look at those thresholds to determine if those are the right numbers, and that if they're linked with the appropriate authority to make the decision on those plans. I think that there's the original thought in that regard was to not only look at our standards, but do some benchmarking of peer communities to where their thresholds are. Happy to look at that, of course. I do think that some of those decisions could be evaluated independent of this proposed amendment, which is strictly site plan content, but of course, happy to respond to the direction that council would like us to look at.
So I guess I'm taking that as a motion to send it back to planning for that purpose. I have Councilmember Hayner and Ackerman on the queue. In case that fails.
It needs a second.
Mayor, was there a second?
There was not yet. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Griswold. Let me suggest we just vote on this one where the other people probably have their general idea of what they think. Is that all right?
Sure.
Does anybody want to say anything about sending it back to planning? I'm going to vote no. Seeing no materials.
If I could.
Sorry, I've got a queue. I'm going to run the queue. Councilmember Hayner, then Ackerman.
Well, I think that this is, I don't know what existed before. I've never tried to develop, a site myself. And so this seems so thorough that I can only imagine that we have almost more information than they might need or want to have. And I don't see how that's a bad thing. And so when I see this in front of me, I look at the table, then I look at the descriptive elements that are really thoroughly spelled out below it. I think it's great that we're offering to provide this amount of detail to developers. They can skim right through it and assign whoever needs to, account on their team, whoever needs to account for what. And so I think that, as you said, Mr. Leonard, that these are different solutions to different problems we have before us here. And I think this one's a good solution to the problem of maybe, people didn't know what to expect in the amount of detail the city was going to ask, and it looks like they can now. And so I would just suggest that we move this forward and pick up the other resolution that may address some of the other concerns. I'm not sure that bypassing council's approval is the right solution to that, but I'm certainly willing to let that study run its course. So I'll probably vote no for kicking this back. It seems perfectly fine to me.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Ditto.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. So, Mr. Leonard, this merely clarifies what's already in the ordinance. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And the issues that Councilmember Bannister and I have brought to you about what triggers a site plan process will be handled separately from this. Is that correct?
Yes, I was, from my perspective, waiting for sort of staff direction. I know that's been a topic of past discussion of council, so that is not component to this proposed amendment.
So I would ask Councilmember Bannister to reconsider her motion to send this back, because I think this actually involves a completely different issue than you and I are concerned about.
Okay, I might ask Mr. Crawford to weigh in, because I know he and I talked about it a bit over the weekend, where as I recall, we were thinking that this was maybe a systemic problem that we were looking to fix. And so I didn't want to just, I'm not sure if we're on track to fix
it. And just additionally, this is first reading. We have time to talk to both Mr. Leonard and Mr. Crawford before it comes back for second reading.
Further discussion of the referral back to Planning Commission. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Hayner.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Lum? Councilmember Lum?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Councilmember Nelson? No. Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion. I had Hayner, then Ackerman on the ordinary queue.
I'm all set. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman. Roll call, further discussion. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Hayner.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson? Yes. Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
Yes.
Motion carries.
C2, an ordinance to amend section 316 and 317 of chapter 40, trees and other vegetation of title 3 of the code of the city of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Ackerman. Discussion, please, of C2. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Since first reading, I'll be brief. This is motivated by my desire and also the public's desire to make sure that the types of yards that we have in our city are as beneficial as possible, and biodiverse as possible, and are serving the residents and as well as the ecology. And so we're basically adding the types of things that are allowed in front yards. We're adding vegetable or flower garden, pollinator garden, or rain garden as the types of plantings that are allowed to exceed a minimum height limit. And so as you know, the current ordinance is outside of a cultivated bed, but a lot of container gardening happens. And there was some concern, is that a cultivated bed? A lot of people do containers, which isn't really a bed, and so on. And we also have, of course, we know stormwater gardens. The city is doing its own stormwater gardens. Some excellent examples run out Miller. And so I just basically, took a look at the height of those plants and realized that, even the city's plants are in excess of our current ordinance. And that's the kind of stuff we're trying to promote. And we're trying to get away from turf grass. And so this is sort of another step in that direction. It doesn't force anybody to have a giant flower garden in their front yard or a vegetable garden for that matter, but that is a general trend among cities and among residents to kind of take matters into their own hand when it comes to ecology, and hopefully that this will allow them to feel that the city encourages that kind of behavior. I will say my own experience with my rain garden and pollinator gardens and now micro vegetable gardens have been pretty awesome. I just read a report this week and kind of looking at some other aspects around this of the people have been doing some biology surveys in their front yards, and folks who have a more diverse habitats, taller plants and flowering plants and stuff, they're finding they have 600-700 species in their yard. They didn't even know it. And so really biodiversity is where this comes from. And so I would appreciate your support on this. And I also want to thank Ms. Larkham, who went through and cleared up some stuff in 317 to make sure that there were some changes that didn't happen last time. And so that's sort of an administrative change in 317 to clear up the private property lawn extension and right-of-way conveniences. So thank you.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding this properly here in this proposed changes. We talk about private property, and then lawn extensions has been crossed out, and city right-of-way is left in. It's my understanding that lawn extensions are city right-of-way. Is that correct? Is there just redundancy in the ordinance prior? I'm just wondering why, what's being affected with that crossing out of lawn extensions.
That was my understanding, but perhaps one of our attorney's office could answer that. I mean, it's one and the same. You're right, Councilman Ramwali.
Mr. Postman?
Yes. This is Kristen Larkham.
Thank you.
And yes, it is redundant. That is why it was taken out. The right-of-way includes the lawn extension.
Okay, so thank you for being available to answer that. I thought so, but I don't want to assume anything. I just have a slight concern, and I'm not sure if it's a concern shared by many, with crosswalks and the obstruction that higher vegetation would cause to see pedestrians in mid-block crosswalks. And so I'm just putting that out there now, and it's first reading, so I don't have any problem supporting this, but that is a mild concern of mine about the obstruction that this would cause, perhaps, for that type of crossing.
Councilmember Griswold.
I would recommend that we send this to the Transportation Commission so that they can take a look at it from a pedestrian safety issue. And this is also consistent with the outdoor safe social distancing resolution that we passed a month ago, because sidewalks were included on that resolution.
Is it a motion to send it to Transportation?
I move that we send it to Transportation so that it can be evaluated from a pedestrian safety perspective as well as a driver perspective, because sometimes it's a matter of seeing another vehicle as you're going around a corner and there's a tall garden.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion of the referral back. Councilmember Lum.
We do that between, this is first reading, between now and the second reading?
Yes.
So we could vote on this then and still do that.
No, I'm sorry. I misunderstood your question. If it's referred back, then we do not vote. Rather, if it's referred to Transportation, we do not vote on the main motion. Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks. Transportation Commission didn't exist when these changes were put in, but there was some kind of equivalent that this bounced through, and I don't recall who it was, and what it was called at that time, and it wasn't Tax Cab Board, but it received the review of folks related to the concerns of crosswalk and the engineering right-of-ways and sightlines, and that's why it contains the that shall be maintained, so that no part thereof is obstructing or blocking the sidewalk or the street, and must be trimmed for the 8-foot clearance. And private property should not include in the right of way that's a hazard for pedestrians and others using the sidewalk. And so I didn't want to do anything that would interfere with that notion that it's unsafe in some way. And I think that I think that it maintains its safe status because of those phrases. I'm not sure that it needs a going over, to be honest. Part of that came from this. It used to be a free-for-all, and then this was set in there because there were concerns over pedestrian right-of-ways and so on. And so that's where this came from. And we're basically just adding what are also considered gardens, but in no sense does it remove that necessity to make the sidewalk clearer.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I remember when this came to council before, and so long as that language hasn't been removed about sightlines, I know Councilmember Briere was the one that brought this forward. So when I saw council members, I just thought it was like a Ward 1 tradition or something. So I know that my guess is it was, and maybe Ms. Larcombe can correct me, that it was vetted. It's kind of way back in my brain, but by the Commission for Disability Issues, but maybe that would be helpful context.
I'm sorry, but I actually don't know.
I can't remember myself. I'm sorry, but I remember the conversation, Councilwoman Graham, that there were concerns about sight lines and the radius on the corners and so on. And
Councilmember Nelson.
So just along the lines of what Councilmember Graham said, are there concerns about the increase from 12 to 18 inches? Because that's the only real difference in this, because all we're doing is adding to exemptions. So that if I had a pollinator garden, that counts the same as if I had cultivated bushes. And so are we just talking about, the height then? Is that the part that we think needs reviewing?
That is the part that I have concerns with.
Okay, the 12 to 18, and okay.
Yeah, it's a substantive change. Obviously, this was reviewed before, and I'm sorry to jump the queue, Mayor, but I noticed that perhaps that was next. So I mean that I know it was reviewed before and it was approved before at a foot, but now we're going to 18 inches, which is 50% higher. And that I appreciate Councilwoman Griswold's suggestion. I just would feel more comfortable if this was vetted a little further.
Councilmember Nelson, I think you still have the floor, if you wish.
Oh, I'm ready to give it up. Thanks.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
I jumped the gun there. I'm done.
You were up next, Councilmember. Councilmember Griswold, I see your hand, but I will remind you that I am unreliable because of people moving around. Your hand was up before Ackerman went, so I'm going to pick you. But
my apologies.
I can't promise I will never make a mistake if you use the raise hand, but it's less likely. Councilmember Griswold.
I would like to amend my resolution to include sending it to the Disability Commission as well as to the Transportation Commission. And my concern is not so much with going from 12 inches to 18 inches. It's looking at what is being practiced right now. For example, in the Huron Parkway median, the vegetation there is about 4 feet tall in August, and I don't have a problem with that because of the way the trimming goes. And I have been following this ordinance since the 1990s, and it is a little looser and non-specific than what the federal government would recommend. So I'd like to take this as an opportunity to look at the language.
Is there a second? Is there a second to that amendment to the referral? Sure, I'm going to pick somebody. Councilmember Malawi, thank you. I'm assuming that's a friendly amendment to the referral. Excellent. Councilmember Ackerman. On the referral to disability and transportation.
Can you clarify the objectives of the Transportation Commission and the Commission on Disability Issues and their review of this? The sight lines don't seem particularly threatening at 18 inches. But if I'm missing something, I appreciate it.
Councilmember Griswold?
I would like them to take a look at the complete ordinance, not just the sight lines and those distances. And I don't know that 18 inches is appropriate. Maybe we don't need to have a measurement if the language states that it needs to be safe based on some other criteria, because I know that we have vegetation that's much higher than 18 inches right now and is not a safety concern.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, on the referral, starting with Councilmember Hayner.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
No.
Councilmember Nelson? No. Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DS1, resolution adopting the Living A20 carbon neutrality plan, moved by Councilmember Smith, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion, please, of DS1. Before getting started on this, I guess I'd just like to say that I am hopeful that this will move forward. I think that the declaration of the carbon neutrality goal by 2030 was an ambitious moment for this council. It was an ambitious moment for the community, and we charged staff to do something incredible, and they did. They produced a incredibly detailed, incredibly thoughtful, incredibly visionary plan to achieve community-wide carbon neutrality by 2030, and it is, I believe, our duty to do our part to affect community-wide carbon neutrality, and the way that we do that is by adopting the plan and then moving forward as it iterates. It is a plan put together with an incredible amount of community engagement, incredible amount of community and staff expertise, and it's the right thing to do. And so I'm very hopeful that we will we'll move it forward. Councilmember Griswold.
I sent an amendment to Jackie that's actually language that Dr. Missy Stultz prepared earlier today. It doesn't change the scope of the project. It doesn't change the goals. It doesn't change any of the strategies. It simply clarifies some of the language so that it removes inflammatory language that was causing a lot of questions. We heard questions tonight about strategy 4, number 5, increase the diversity of housing. There were questions about how this relates to the master plan, and so those are addressed as well. So,
Jackie, can you distribute that, please, Ms. Beaudry?
And while she's doing that, I would just like to thank everyone who has worked on this. And while the language hasn't changed in 2 weeks, there's been a tremendous amount of work that's been done trying to refine it and bringing people together who probably weren't talking about it before, even though we had many, many technical advisory committees. We now have, seems like hundreds of community members who want to be part of the solution, and this is great.
So the amendment has been distributed. Shall we have a second on that? Second by Councilmember Nelson. Councilman Griswold, do you have the floor with respect to the amendment? Do you want to brief it?
Not especially. I don't know if Dr. Missy Schultz would like to make a comment if she's still here, because the language is actually hers.
Everyone, sorry, I'm just getting this updated here. So in conversations with many of you this week, what has, or over the last several weeks, I think Councilmember Griswold really laid this out nicely. We attempted to kind of take a step back and really refine. I don't think anything in substance is changing, but we really tried to refine the pieces that were causing a lot of heartburn and make it explicit that this particular action was never meant to usurp the master planning process. And so to draw that out and make that super explicit as opposed to being implicit before. So we're drawing that connection, and that was the intent of the language. Thank you, Councilmember Griswold.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So I've got Eaton, Smith, and Ackerman on the main motion. Can I have, let me write that down. So I'm going to clear you and then we'll talk. Well, shoot, let's talk about yeah, I'm going to clear the three of you and then I'll get back to you on the main motion. Who wishes to speak on the amendment? Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll support this amendment if it means the passage of the full plan. I think these changes are somewhat cosmetic because the intent was never sinister. And I'll say in the original version of this laid out any potential changes to our zoning ordinance in the year 2028. And I think in those next years, we're going to see a very drastic change in political discourse across the nation with respect to how we address climate action and the urgency required, and that will involve land use. So I think with or without it, these issues are going to be coming forward, and I'll look forward to a decade's time when I can live in my triplex in the Burns Park neighborhood for a lower rate than you can buy into it now.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Stoltz, for being here and helping try to get one voice together in adopting a plan. It's been a challenge, but I think when you take on this kind of endeavor, it's only to be expected. This part of the plan has caused the most consternation among the community. There's a lot of scar tissue. There's a lot of skepticism and hesitation for some folks when it talks about land use in this plan superseding all other plans that we go to adopt and follow. So I think it's only right that we take our time to the degree that we get it right. We can't take too much time, but we need to understand all the concerns that we're working with, and some of them in the community are very concerned with the by right phrase used in parts of this plan. I believe we're going to have hundreds of more conversations as we go on. I know all the actions that follow, many of them need to come back to council for approval. I appreciate that type of assurance, but I also want to make sure that we have the complete buy-in of our community. And I think that is important in order for this to be effective. And, I don't want to water down this plan, but I want to make sure that we have the support of the entire community as we go forward. I think this is a big step in the right direction, and this alleviates the heartburn that it causes some folks. And if we can make some small changes like this that some say are cosmetic, I think we can advance our goals at a much faster rate. So I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
I got Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I'll support this because it seems like this is critical to the adoption of the plan by this body this evening. I would point out that state law requires very formal process when you're amending a master plan. So the concern that this somehow superseded the master plan or didn't require any return to council to adjust zoning is a false accusation and a little bit of fear mongering. I think one of the things that if people look at the plan, the measure of success for this element is to add 2,000 housing units in 10 years. I don't think that that's an excessive number. It's certainly a very modest goal. And so I think one has to temper some of the language with what the hoped outcome is. But again, I appreciate Dr. Stoltz and her team suggesting these changes. Happy to support them to get this plan adopted this evening. Thanks.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really excited about this amendment. I'm particularly excited about it coming directly from Dr. Stoltz. I know I had conversations with Dr. Stoltz. She really made herself available to all of us in terms of giving us the space to relay the concerns that we were hearing from residents. And I think what is most important to me about this amendment is the reality that if our goal is to make walkable communities, we need to recognize that the parts of town that right now are most walkable happen to be the most expensive parts of town, and they are truly the least likely to be redeveloped. And so when we are thinking strategically about how to legitimately make this town more walkable, it's not going to be fourplexes everywhere and anywhere. It's going to be thinking about where can more people live and walk to where they need to go. I've lived in a couple communities that were very, very dense. One was very walkable and one was not so much. One I relied on a car to get to the grocery store. So I guess I feel like I have some real world experience in terms of how density does not automatically lead to all these walkable benefits that we all love. So I'm happy to support this amendment. I'm happy to support the plan, and I just want to thank Dr. Stoltz for all the time that she put into this plan in the months leading up to the sort of more nitty-gritty discussion in the last month. Thanks.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And still speaking to this amendment, there's a couple of things that the amendment specifically outlines some changes, and there's some other places in the plan where it would have to be carried through. And I don't know if this is just administrative function, but as an example, we have the, well, I'm flipping to them here. We were given some funding things, we were given a prioritization summary and so on. And as an example, that changing it in the one plan would still leave it in the prioritization summary where strategy 4.5 says increase the diversity of housing allowed by right and so on. And so I don't know if we need to amend the amendment to make sure that it's gone through, or if we're just, going on goodwill, which is perfectly fine with me. But there are other places in this report where that same language is followed through that aren't addressed by this amendment. I just
I think we'll with council's acquiescence, deem those as cross-references that would be picked up by these changes.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I wanted to point out is that, we received, again, speaking to this issue, we received a lot of emails from folks, and as is often the case, we got a lot of multiples of the same message from different people. And so somebody's floating a message out there that this increase in units is going to address affordability concerns. And, I just, in taking some time to speak with Dr. Stoltz, and again, like everyone else has, I want to thank her for really taking the time to have a wholehearted Q&A with me, and then another one, and then let me sit in on a few other things. And so I really appreciate that. I was really trying to do my homework to make sure we had the best thing before us here. And, I just, when we look at, like, I looked at other cities that have done this exact same thing, like Minneapolis. And of course, and I'm not making light of what happened in Minneapolis by referring to them, but we all know that Minneapolis essentially removed single family zoning from their choices in an effort to combat this historic racism, and also to increase diversity of housing choices and create affordability, just like this plan says. And it's not working out for them so far. And what's happening is what one of our callers said, that the houses that are getting converted, the lot spaces that are getting converted are spaces in the low and medium open market, lower income neighborhoods. And you can bet your butt that that's what's going to happen in Ann Arbor, because developers are in it for the profit. And so I appreciate that we're making this effort to strike this out, and the suggestion that it has affordability component. We'll just let the market sort that one out. But I suggest that it does not and will not. And 2,000 units in 10 years is not a lot. It's not the number, it's the how and the where that has people concerned. And, when we made commitments to 140 of, prior councils made commitments to 140 units of affordable housing per year. And we don't seem to be in any panic to get at that until recently. If I had to come up with 140 units of affordable housing this fiscal year, which means I'd have 30 days to do it. Frankly, I'd take that $800,000 and buy a bunch of 35-foot fifth wheels and find places to put them and hook up proper social services to help support them. And we'd house 140 people. And so I'm not worried about the numbers. It's the how. So I'm going to support this as long as we accept the notion that it's going to be scribed through and carried through. And I certainly Dr. Stoltz can do that. This notion that it exists, that there's legitimate concerns that things happen outside the master plan, because we've seen projects completely and totally ignore the master plan completely. And, I bought my house in a walkable neighborhood, and that grocery store is gone. That Chinese market, Korean market's gone. A lot of that stuff's gone. And so neighborhoods change. I get it, but they're not supposed to change for the worse. They're supposed to change for the better. And so now I get to walk further. I get to go over the bridge to Carytown to do my shopping now, if I want to avoid a car. So I agree with what Councilwoman Nelson said, that density alone is not the panacea. It has to be strategic. And what I'd like to see in this plan moving forward is strategizing around where those should go. And I'd like to see this body get behind the notion that we got to put our collective foot down on some of these projects that are going to take up these infill spaces that could be prioritized for transit-oriented development and so on. Because we're letting some go, and it's just
got you at almost 4 minutes, Councilmember.
I'm done.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I would just like to offer and see if Councilmember Griswold is open to this. I appreciate that Dr. Stoltz helped come up with this language. Exploring ways seems a little wishy-washy to me. It won't keep me from supporting the overall, plan if this is the will to change it. But I would like to maybe offer if we could change that to supporting policies to increase housing opportunities within the city. I just think that has just a little more teeth, as opposed to exploring ways. Just doesn't sound. There's just not really any action there for me.
Does any Councilmember Griswold?
That's friendly.
Thank you.
All right. Is that a friendly change to the body?
Can I just say maybe something even stronger? Like, I don't know, not my motion, but adopting.
Adopting.
I don't think we want to use that word.
Then I pull it back.
All right. So we've got. I'm going to give that second to Councilmember Griswold. Is that friendly to the body? I'm getting a no from Councilmember Bannister. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So I've got Grand, Ackerman, Grizz. Okay, so on the amendment to the amendment, amendment being deletion of exploring ways with the insertion of supporting policies. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Can I just suggest that we all know what we think about that and we just vote on it? Does anybody need to say anything about that? Roll call vote, please start with Councilmember Hayner. This is on the amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment being the deletion of exploring ways, the insertion of supporting policies. Roll call vote starting with Councilmember Hayner.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister, Councilmember Bannister,
I'm trying to read the supporting policies.
Councilor Bannister?
Yes, I said yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Lom,
Can folks speak up a little bit more on their mics? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Councilmember Lom,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson, yes. Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
Yes.
motion carries.
I've got Griswold, Grand, Ackerman, Griswold on the queue on the amendment. Councilmember Grand.
I think I said what I need to say. I think it just.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Oh, no,
sorry.
it's just actually points I did want to mention. We talked about transit-oriented development, and I think that's critically important and, maybe not as fearful for some people.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Griswold is actually ahead of me, and I think I'm fine. Take myself.
My apologies. My apologies, Councilmember Griswold. Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, the more general language actually includes transit-oriented development, and I was concerned about the previous language because it was more specific and didn't seem to include transit-oriented development. And I agree with Councilmember Grand that I think that's probably the easiest way to pick up density.
Anyone else care to speak on the amendment? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Hayner.
Councilmember Hayner,
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Lom,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson, yes. Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi,
Yes.
motion carries.
We got Councilmember Eaton, Smith, and Ackerman on the main motion as amended. Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. The clerk has just distributed a document with a proposed amendment to this resolution. And it would read, resolve that the Ann Arbor City Council directs the city administrator to delete strategy 4, action 5, increase the density of housing allowed by right, pages 78 and 79, from the A20 plan to allow a full community discussion of the master plan and land use independent of the carbon neutrality plan. The second resolve clause would be the existing one, but slightly modified. Resolve that the Ann Arbor City Council adopts the A20 carbon neutrality plan with the exception of section 4.5, and the other resolve clauses remain essentially the same.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Lum. Councilmember Eaton, you have the floor.
I appreciate the effort to water down this particular section of the plan, but until we have gone out into the community and done an actual master plan review and heard from all sides about what our vision for our entire town should be for the next 20 years or so, I don't believe it's appropriate to address it in this plan, especially because this aspect of the plan is projected as reducing our carbon output by 0.1%. It's an enormous undertaking with very little payoff. And so I just believe we should extract this from the plan. And if we did so, I can support the entirety of the plan that remains.
Councilmember Hayner.
I'm going to pass.
Councilmember Smith.
I don't see any reason to remove this. I think a big part of the way that all of these strategies are interconnected to create resilient neighborhoods, to create a sustainable community, and to do so with an eye on equity. We have to talk about all these things, and taking pieces out of it remove that interconnectedness. I think that the language that's been changed in here is important to leave in. I think as we talk about mixed use neighborhoods, I think it's also really important to, look at the way we've reacted to COVID, how we would react to flood or natural disaster when it happens, which is, take the idea of the 20-minute neighborhood, which is an idea that was pioneered by Maurice Cox in New Orleans, and that he used in Detroit while he was there. It's the idea that you can take care of all of your business within a 20-minute walk of your house. That's not necessarily meaning that every neighborhood's going to get a 100,000-foot Kroger in it, but certainly you'll be able to get groceries. You'll be able to go to a dentist. You'll be able to take care of your business at your bank. That type of stuff, all within a 20-minute walk. I think that's what we're looking at when we talk about what a mixed-use neighborhood is. And there are lots of parts of the city where you cannot do these things without getting into your car. And I think as we think about how to lower the number of vehicle trips, we have to think about the way and the location that we house people. So I think taking this section out is does quite a bit of impact on the overall plan. So I'm not going to support this.
Councilmember Lum.
Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Eaton. Strongly support this amendment. Excuse me. This particular action to change zoning to permit more density in single-family neighborhoods has been my biggest concern with the plan, and I could not support adopting a plan that included it. As Councilmember Eaton noted, it's an action that has very measurable GHG reduction impact, but potentially significant impact on the character and integrity of our neighborhoods. And as evidenced by the reaction to this one action, it's pretty clear this is a highly controversial change. So given that, and the fact that the emissions benefit is so negligible, it just not makes sense to keep this in a plan if we want the community to endorse and buy into the plan. Plus, in my view, it does not naturally belong in a carbon neutrality plan and should be considered separately and independently as part of the master plan update and in the normal course of zoning and planning discussions. It's much too important a question to be just one of 44 actions in a carbon neutrality plan. As stated by one of the speakers tonight, who noted density comes with cost to residents, and this was also noted that that this land use piece by one of the speakers will become part of the master plan. That was certainly more than implied. And I would just note too that our history and our experience does demonstrate, we've seen this with innumerable plans, that when plans are adopted or accepted, they become and are used as reference and foundational documents to justify or support other recommendations. And this would certainly apply to the land use and all the strategies, recommendations and all the land use related strategies. So I think that again, thank you, Councilmember Eaton, for bringing this forward. And I fully support this change. You may have also received, Councilmember Smith alluded to a change that another land use related action that I'm going to, I already have that amendment. I will be bringing that forward after this one. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't be supporting this amendment. I think how you display data makes a really big difference to how people react to it. And when we look at 0.1% of the total makeup of our carbon, that seems like a really small sliver. But if you look at the fine print, it's actually over 2,000 tons of carbon taken out of our environment, taken out of our atmosphere. And that equates to planting 2,300 trees. 2,300 trees will remove the same amount of carbon as simply allowing more people to live in our community, allowing more people to be our neighbors. Not even that many more people, just 2,000 units worth of people. That's a huge dividend, especially when you consider that the private market, private developers will absorb all the costs, not the taxpayer. So we have the opportunity to make the same amount of difference as 2,300 trees, send the check to private developers, and allow ourselves to get more neighbors. Those sound like 3 wins to me. And I can't understand why we wouldn't want to do this. I'll also say that with respect to the conversation of the housing that we build won't be affordable, I think it's important to understand that as we're making land use decisions and we're making urban planning decisions, which is what we do as a body, we have to be thinking beyond what is the first year's rent going to be? What is the first year's sale price? Because I don't know if you all tuned into the webcast I did around transit supported development, but you can find dozens and dozens of clippings from the Ann Arbor News in the 1960s of what are the cheapest apartments now in Ann Arbor being advertised as luxury. Because at that time, they were new construction, they were expensive. Fast forward 50 years, and they're the cheapest housing we have. And so you talk about these duplexes, these triplexes, these quadplexes into the future. For my kids' kids, they're gonna be the affordable housing. And I'm totally okay with that. In the meantime, if we have concerns about what the effects of gentrification could be, let's start with the affluent neighborhoods, right? We say equity is important to us. Let's start with the affluent neighborhoods, which usually have better access to grocery stores. They usually have better access to walking to downtown and the amenities associated and the jobs associated. Those are possibilities, but those are possibilities that we would explore in the master planning process through engagement with the public. And ultimately, in 8 years, which this dictates, in 8 years, we would consider changing our ordinances. So I think we get a bunch of wins. I think we have a lot of time to be super strategic and intentional about it. And we have 8 years worth of public engagement, not to mention all the other public engagement we've done around ADUs that we've done through our other master planning efforts and the like. So, we're by preserving this, we'd be giving ourselves another 8 years of opportunity to have public engagement.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I clearly won't be supporting this. I really thought that the effort that Councilmember Griswold brought forward working with Dr. Stoltz was really in good faith. which I mean that, and I thank her for it, because I think it was trying to bring us to compromise. And we hear a lot in the community about why this council can't work together, why there's lack of trust. This really feels like a bait and switch to me, bringing forward something where we all support a compromise and then pull this, and it's over mixed use neighborhoods. That is what most people in this community want. And we had a public hearing tonight that we listened to for a long time. And, by my count, 34 to 11, which was, so it's a 3 to 1. We had people who were supporting this plan. And a lot of the people who were in support of this plan are in support of mixed use neighborhoods, and in support of supporting policies that encourage a diversity of housing in our community. And to use this as a, well, I'll do it except for this part, to me is just, it's so disingenuous. And did anyone hear, like, any of these young people who were speaking to us tonight about what they want and the community that they actually want to be able to afford to live in, to invest in, to come back to? This is what they want, mixed use neighborhoods. This is what they want to come back to. This is how they want to see their community change, for the better. And to talk about neighborhood character and to use that as an excuse not to support a plan when we've seen what's happened in our country. And Minneapolis has had that change for a year. You're not going to see substantive differences in a year. But when we talk about neighborhood character, we can't talk about it without recognizing the roots of racism and redlining and exclusionary practices that we're seeing play out in our country right now. And so if you want to look at all the young people who were in the streets today, and the past few days, they want mixed use neighborhoods that support equity. And they want plans for climate action that support equity. So if we care about them, we wouldn't support this.
Councilmember Hayner.
I'm not going to let any opportunity to point out hypocrisy on council slide by me. And so we can bang on the desk all we want and say we want mixed use neighborhoods, but you can't go back and tear down Lower Town and get the mixed use neighborhood that the master plan called for. And everybody who supported that project voted against mixed use walkability for my side of town. And that's just a fact. There's a voting record I can point to. Now, I was perfectly fine with the removing the by right aspects of this notion that, we can do housing however we want outside of the master plan, because it's a legitimate concern. The question is, where does this document stand? Where does this document exist within the city's structure? Last year, when we were going over this, I was told by our former city administrator that this document was going to bring forward a complete reorganization of City Hall, that all the departments would be reorganized underneath the OSI, that it was going to be integral to our city functions. So that suggests to me that this document exists in a place that is of extreme importance to the city. So I understand the concerns that it will become a touchstone for any kind of thing that we want to do. When I told folks from out of town and we talked about this with people from all over the area, really, the region, because it is a regional concern. I mean, it's a global concern. And the one thing that leapt out to everybody who read the plan was, God, this is the biggest developer giveaway in the history of the city. And so for good reason, people don't want this in there. But I was perfectly happy with the muting of the by right aspects, because I don't have a good basis living over here on the north side for trusting that city councils of the future or the past are going to commit to accepting and acting on our master plan, no matter how specific it is. I'm willing to take that chance to keep this project moving forward as it is. And so I'm having a hard time pulling this out because I was happy with the revised language. But I don't want anybody, I'm not gonna accept this notion that, voting records speak louder than words. Let me just end with that.
Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, I hate to get into the weeds on all of this, but adopting this plan does not make it part of our master plan. It does not supersede the state law that requires us to go through a very prescriptive process to update our master plan or to amend our current master plan. It does not supersede the requirement that the legislative body make all zoning decisions. So let's just stop talking about that because it's not true. I think if we can sit down and have a real discussion about what a walkable mixed-use neighborhood means, we can get a lot farther along than by saying things that are factually incorrect and make people scared of change. And I think this goes back to, looking at our city, the most expensive neighborhoods are walkable mixed-use neighborhoods. The ones that have the least walkability and the least amount of mixed use tend to be the lowest income neighborhoods. I think as we look at the equity component of this carbon neutrality plan, we have to keep that in mind. So thank you.
Councilmember Eaton.
Thank you. So I'm not against mixed use development. I'm not against walkable neighborhoods. What I'm suggesting that we don't want to do is take down single-family houses and replace it with multi-unit dwelling, because it's a complete waste of the structure that you've taken down. What we should be focusing on for our housing needs are antiquated retail areas. The retail environment is changing dramatically. We should be looking at Briarwood Mall area. We should be looking at areas that have retail that is going to fail because that's not how people shop anymore. But to destroy a house creates an enormous carbon footprint before you even start building the new structure. Whereas if we're going to remove buildings such as Penny's or Sears, we're going to take those down anyways, and then we have the complete option of what we want to build in that real estate when we replace those structures that are going to be torn down at some point in time, not too distant in the future. It's a folly to believe that taking a house out of a neighborhood and replacing it with a multi-unit dwelling will in any way produce affordable housing. It's just not true. It's not possible with current construction costs. So I think that we're focusing on trying to place this 2,000 units of housing in the wrong locations. We're going to get far more than 2,000 units in the next decade without imposing anything on any neighborhood anywhere in town. But if there is a neighborhood that wants to upzone, they can petition the city. I mean, Burns Park neighborhood can come to the city, ask to be upzoned, and start building duplexes and quadplexes all they want. But there are neighborhoods that will actually have this visited upon them that don't want that. That will be subject to real estate speculation by people who can afford to buy houses, tear them down, and replace them. So I think that this is unrelated to the real mission of the carbon neutrality plan in front of us, and I hope that you'll support it.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thanks. God, there's been so much discussed. I don't know where to begin or make a coherent statement. I thought, when we adopted the prior amendment, we're going to cross-reference all the by right development language that's in all the these documents and these pages that are being called into question right now, page 78 and 79, correct? So we can
Correct.
ignore all the by right language that's being proposed prior to that.
Correct.
Thank you. Well, you know, I think we're all trying to get somewhere better than we're at now, and we're all, I think, a little bit off. You know, I have colleagues saying in a way that, you know, people have to wait 50 years before housing becomes affordable for them. If we develop how expensive luxury housing today, just wait 2 generations and it'll become affordable for you. I don't know if that's the right policy. I have another colleague saying that people are in the streets today demonstrating for zoning changes. I mean, they marched right by me. I didn't hear any of that. I heard no justice, no peace. I heard hands up, don't shoot. Things they were protesting today was police brutality. And I think we need to be very careful. We don't dishonor the people who've been protesting for the last 3 days. And we don't use the cause and exploit what's been going on in the last 2 days over zoning right now. It really disturbs me that we bring that conversation into today's topic on climate change. It really disturbs me. And it should disturb more than just me. If we can kind of keep these things separate and focus on the task, I think the community would be better served. That being said, I do not support taking this out. I think we addressed some of the concerns that we have with upzoning and increased density with the language that was changed with the prior amendment. I know this is very uncomfortable for a lot of people, but it's going to be uncomfortable for a long time to come because the current system is broken. Whether it's the economic system, our housing system, police brutality, climate, we have a lot of broken systems. And I think we'd be better served if we just narrowed the focus when we talk about things and quit conflating everything into the climate action discussion. So I'm sorry I don't have anything more to say, but it's very disturbing to me to hear people talking about police brutality and this zoning right now. So let's please keep the honest, let's keep the discussion honest and on point.
Councilmember Lum. Councilmember Lum, you're muted.
Briefly, yeah. Again, I think I wholeheartedly agree with Councilmember Eaton, and particularly the comments he just made as well. And I think, you know, clearly, also reflecting on the comments from Councilmember Smith, this is a land use discussion, and as proposed, I also think, you know, there are some inconsistencies between this push for density and the lack of, our plan is silent about this whole subject of embedded, I guess it is, carbon. And I won't get into the weeds on any of that, but it's just, it shows that there are some inconsistencies, and that's kind of a glaring one, I think. And the assumption that, I don't know, you tear houses down, you put up multiplexes or whatever in neighborhoods, that that this is going to lead to creating more affordable housing is a major assumption. And it's unclear to me what models have been used to come to those conclusions and support those assumptions. I think if you look around most neighborhoods, you see where this occurs that the buyers and sellers have flipped the property in many cases, and if anything, it's the result is a more expensive piece of property. I see it all, many neighborhoods. So again, in so many ways, this is at its core a land use discussion, and why I think it does not belong. This section does not belong in the A20 plan.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I'd like to respond because I think I was called a liar by one of my colleagues, and then another one went after my neighborhood. So I'd like to respond to both of those. One, I don't think what happened was conflated. What I meant, and I apologize if it wasn't clear, what I meant to say was that police brutality, which is a result in large part of structural racism, is similar to the fact that zoning is also related to structural racism, and climate is also, and the impacts of climate change are also related to structural racism. So to pretend that connections don't exist, it's not meant to denigrate anything that the protesters were standing for, or to take the focus off of it. It's just to say that these are complex systems that are interrelated, and you can't just take one in isolation. They're very much related to our history of racism in our country. I know that living in Burns Park, that my neighborhood is often a target for a lot of discussions, but I do live in a place where we have lots of duplexes, where some of the new development that's happened has been multifamily. And for almost 14 years, I've lived across the street from a house that's all but abandoned, and people come in for the requisite few days a year. And at one point it had a hole in the roof, and it's not very well maintained. And I would welcome the opportunity for someone to tear that down and put up a triplex or a quadplex. Welcome neighbors, please, because I've had none directly across the street from me for almost 14 years. And it's tragic that the value of that land keeps that family from, I think they were also trying to get in-state tuition for one of their kids for some time. So it's, so I just want to address both of those, but I also want to address something very quickly that Councilmember Eaton said, because I think this is something that I see happen a lot, which is a deflection of, well, we don't want this kind of housing in this neighborhood. We should just put it out where no one lives, out by the mall. And it's not an or. This is a complex, these are complex issues, climate, housing. We can't, it's never going to be an or, it's got to be an and. It's got to be a yes and another yes and 20 more yes ands if we want to actually create substantive change. So it's got to be housing at the mall and housing along the transit corridors, and and some changes in different kinds of neighborhoods throughout the city. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to always for the heated discussion. It's what keeps it engaging at 1 a.m. Councilmember Lum asked about the models that help us to make assumptions and understand that if you replace single family home with slightly more density, so duplex, triplex, quadplex, for examples, why will prices lower? And I actually sent this body multiple studies, actually over 7 of them, that worked through those models and assumptions. Multiple times I sent them to you. So I encourage you to go back and review those. They were sent as an independent email and then also as attachments and references to our conversation around transit supported development. I mention that because I think it's really important to reemphasize that there is pretty much universally unanimous support in the academic community and in the research community that increasing housing density, even by small margins, small increments, will lower prices over time. And I apologize for giving just one example about that from the 1960s to now, right? It is too long to wait 50, 40 years to see prices lower. So I'll offer you one that showed dividends for the community much, much quicker. As we look to the A2, D2 rezoning that happened at the beginning of the 2010s, we saw some new buildings go up, some student advertised as luxury high-rises. One of the first was Landmark on South Forest North Forest and South University in the 3rd Ward. And when it went up, its rents were the highest in town. And then another competing apartment building went up, and then another, and then another. And now it's one of the cheapest, with rents actually comparable to where I live, pretty far out in the southeast side of town, along Washtenaw Avenue. So I mean, even in just that one decade, you take that market and you look at the price differences that happened there, these prices are lowering. So we're seeing this not only in academic research, which is supported nearly unanimously by the academic community that this works, but also here in our local markets in Ann Arbor in just the span of 10 years. Also, in response to Councilmember Eaton's questions about why don't we add density in outlying areas, that's actually exactly what I was hoping to accomplish with transit-supported development. And I will point out that Councilmember Eaton was the one who moved to table that discussion without any debate or conversation. So I'm with you. I'm with both. Councilmember Eaton, if you want to bring that back to the table, let's have that conversation. Sounds like you're all about it, and I'm excited to work with you to support that. But I think we can do both, and we should do both, because a diversity of types of housing to give people options is really important, because some people can buy their way into options. They have enough money, they can buy whatever property they want. Some people need those options provided in a systemic way, which things like this help to accomplish.
Further discussion? I'm going to be voting against the amendment. I appreciated very much Councilmember Griswold's efforts to bridge some differences here and to put together a plan that achieved the goal, but also didn't create complication and controversy where we didn't need to have them. I think that was a good effort, and I'm glad we did it. I think that this amendment is inconsistent with that. Roll call vote, please, on the Councilmember Eaton's amendment, or pardon me, I don't want to personalize it. Roll call vote, please, on the amendment, starting with Councilmember Hayner.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Long?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Councilmember Ackerman?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson? No. Councilmember Smith?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Motion fails.
Councilmember Lum, further discussion of the main motion.
I have another amendment.
Thank you.
Ms. Boudry, could you send it? Maybe you already have. There were 2 zoning and land use related actions in the plan. We just talked about the first, and this amendment is to eliminate the second, although after this last vote, I don't have pulled out a whole lot. I hope that this will pass. Specifically, I move to remove strategy 4, action 6 from the plan. Resolved that the Ann Arbor City Council directs the city administrator to delete strategy 4, action 6, mixed use neighborhoods, pages 80 to 81 from the A20 plan, to allow separate and independent consideration as part of the master plan update and consistent with the review processes for zoning and land use revisions. So if someone could second that.
Is there a second?
Thank
Second
you.
by Councilmember Eaton. Councilmember Lum, you still have the floor.
This action, mixed-use neighborhoods is defined in the A20 plan as follows, quote, Update zoning to allow mixed uses in residential neighborhoods so that things such as bakeries, grocery stores, breweries, coffee shops, etc. can be accessible in nearly all of our neighborhoods, end quote. I recognize that some of my colleagues might support this action, but for the very same reasons as the prior action, I don't believe it belongs in the 820 plan. The action has negligible greenhouse gas reduction impact, but potentially significant impact on neighborhood character. While some may consider mixed uses in single-family neighborhoods a good idea, I'm sure there are others who would object. And the main point here is that there needs to be that discussion. And that is precisely why, similar to the previous action, this action is more appropriately considered separately and independently as part of the master plan update and in the normal course of zoning and planning revision discussions where there are processes and mechanisms to encourage and enable a robust public debate.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Councilmember Lum, you still have the floor.
Yes, sorry. I hope you'll agree that neither of these land use related actions, obviously we didn't support Councilmember Eaton's, but that this also doesn't belong in a plan, and you will support this amendment, which again is to remove strategy 4, action 6, mixed use neighborhoods from the plan. Thank you for your consideration.
Councilmember Nelson.
I want to thank Councilmember Eaton and Councilmember Lum for bringing up these concerns. They're legitimately concerns that have been raised by members of the community. Even though I don't find them compelling, I'm glad that they're brought for discussion. I think it's good for us to talk these things out. I do want to say that based on the last conversation on the last amendment, I hope that this discussion is not terribly long. I think we could probably vote on this pretty quickly and get an answer. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I agree with what you said, Councilwoman Nelson. These are concerns that have been brought. This one ranked like what, 31st out of 44, something like that. And so it's pretty low on the pecking order of what we're supposed to be focused on. And so I doubt that it'll leap right to the fore. As far as the mixed use neighborhoods go, I'm having a little cognitive dissonance with my understanding of Ann Arbor and the affluence, because when Councilman Ackerman, when you suggested to start in Burns Park or whatever, I don't care where we start. But like when I think of affluent neighborhoods, I think of Ive Woods and the Newport area and Ann Arbor Hills and neighborhoods like that. And none of those are walkable neighborhoods. I mean, nobody's walking to the grocery store from Ann Arbor Hills. Are you, Jane? I mean, okay, maybe. I guess I'm having a little.
Center's a couple blocks away. Yes. Sorry.
What is? Whole Foods?
Washtenaw Avenue.
Yeah. All right. Well, maybe I got it wrong. I never considered those walkable neighborhoods. All right. I don't. With everything with planning and zoning, the devil's in the details. And we don't want a situation where a lot up in the middle of the corner of the city, like there's a lot up on the corner of Pontiac and Duvar, and that's currently sitting there with the expired site plan zone PUD. And a couple, about 2 years ago, it was about to be swept up and made a Rite Aid. And so, a Rite Aid wouldn't count as a core of a mixed use neighborhood for me. And so I hope that common sense and will prevail, or uncommon sense, as the case may be, will prevail in future decisions as to what goes where. It's not a fear, but it's based in reality that our land use decisions and our zoning decisions have not been in the best interest of the neighborhoods, in the best interest of affordability, in the best interest of carbon neutrality. Indeed, they've been in the service of what some might consider a pyramid scheme to raise property taxes. And so we got to look and make sure why we're doing what we're doing and where we're doing it, and set aside this notion that we need to constantly increase the tax revenue in this town. What we need to do is constantly increase the quality of life for the residents in this town, and that includes future residents. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner spoken. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this amendment? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Hayner.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Bannister,
No.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
Councilmember Lum,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
No.
Councilmember Ackerman,
No.
Mayor Taylor,
No.
Councilmember Eaton,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Smith,
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
No.
motion fails.
Further discussion, the main motion is amended. Councilmember Ackerman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And before I say something, I want to say a very sincere thank you to you, Mayor Taylor, and Council Member Griswold, as well as Dr. Stoltz. I think the first amendment that you all offered in consultation with Dr. Stoltz, I think hopefully will help us coalesce around this and vote to move it forward. I think the last two amendments were a bit of a distraction from what could have been some good, solidarity in moving forward. So I just wanted to really sincerely thank the two of you, as well as Dr. Stoltz. Let's pass this. Let's pass this 2 years ago. In the absence of passing it 2 years ago, let's pass it 2 months ago, and in the absence of passing it 2 months ago, let's pass it tonight. I think in just this past year, we've spent a lot of time discussing issues and challenges and tackling those issues and challenges in some areas that were the result of missed opportunities of the past. I think of our water infrastructure. I think of the underinvestment in that infrastructure, the underinvestment in our sidewalks, in the past. I think of ignoring the importance of stormwater regulations as neighborhoods around town were built in previous decades. And I think about the inability to build sufficient housing, as our economy grew, as our job base grew, and needing to catch up now. And I think by voting for this tonight, by voting for the 820 plan tonight, we have the opportunity to seize this moment, to seize the opportunity, not pass it by, not miss it. And I think that'll do a lot of service to councils of the future, to generations of the future. And I think this is a wonderful plan put together in a really comprehensive, thoughtful way with a lot of input from a lot of stakeholders, experts, as well as residents, because it has to be created by both. And I'm just so grateful for the piece of the work, and I'm so excited to get started. So that's all I got to say.
Councilmember Griswold.
I just want to address the people who didn't support the plan or who had major concerns about the plan. Some of the people with the concerns were the ones that put in the most effort and identified areas for improvement. And I just want to say that we're going to continue to improve this plan. It is a living document. So if there are areas that you don't like, keep advocating, because it's only going to make the plan better. Thanks.
Further discussion, Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is on the main motion?
It is.
Thank you. Appreciate everyone's work involved with this, to be honest with you. My colleagues, city staff, residents, the nonprofits, everybody that's been involved in this long and including plan. I will say that I support adopting it with great hesitation. It's not that I think I found the answer to all our problems, and I just want to really throw that into our discussions here, because this is a living document, as my colleague just spoke about, and it does have a lot of assumptions baked into it, and many of those assumptions aren't going to pan out in our favor, and we're going to have to look at other things. And I think one of our one of our community members yesterday, and I won't call him by name, but I'm sure he'll recognize this comment if he's still listening, is that we don't have a risk mitigation plan in hand to go back to and fall back on if some of these assumptions don't work in our favor. And I think it's really important with all these assumptions in here, whether it's the electrification, community choice aggregation, University of Michigan, infrastructure funding from the federal and state government, we have to have plan B, plan C, plan D down the line because I highly doubt everything that we have in this plan is going to work into our favor. And I think it's given the community false hope. And I know in times like this, we need some hope. It's been a very dark year. And I just don't, I want to be careful and measured and responsible in adopting this plan and understanding that it has some severe question marks. But the cost of inaction is, in my opinion, at this point, at this juncture, at this critical moment, the cost of inaction and the cost of delaying this, or the cost of tabling it, is far greater than the cost on working on some of those assumptions and some of those failed assumptions. So there's plenty of work that still needs to be done by this council and subsequent councils. And I will look at this as a piece of legislation that even the most divisive council in recent memory for Ann Arbor has been able to come around and adopt something. And I think that is very significant. And I think that shows the community how committed and how united we are when it comes to taking action on climate change. But again, I also want to warn that there's still a lot of work to be done. This plan is far from being complete.
Councilor Eaton.
Thank you. So I want to thank Dr. Stoltz and her staff for preparing this. This last November, we asked her to prepare a draft plan by March 30th, and she did produce that. Certainly, this is at best a draft plan. It's going to need a lot of revision over time. I've been very impressed at Dr. Stoltz's ability to react to the points that the community have brought to her attention and make some corrections and some of the concerns that have been expressed to her. But I believe that this plan still has some real significant problems in it. But because it is a living plan that she is going to continue to modify, I feel comfortable that over-reliance on mass transit and community choice aggregation will give way to things that may in fact be more workable and more viable. I certainly hope that we can accomplish more in the early years of this plan than it currently shows. Most of the improvement in carbon emissions in the first 5 years are accomplished by the university, not by the city. I think that we should be doing much more to accomplish our goals earlier in this process, because if you reduce carbon early, the positive impact compounds over time. Some of the things that we're projecting aren't going to happen for 6 years or more if the legislature cooperates with us. And so we really have to have Plan B ready if those contingencies don't come to fruition. But I'm confident that she's ready and willing to continue to work on this plan. And so I will be supporting it tonight.
Councilmember Lum.
Mr. Mayor, I'd also like to thank Dr. Stoltz and her team for all their efforts in pulling this together. And I especially appreciate the response to council's request for both the funding plan and the prioritization framework. Revising the most contentious piece of this plan, permitting density in single-family zoned neighborhoods, has given me some comfort, but that is not to say I do not have reservations, concerns, and suggestions. I do. First, I really believe that we need to be surgical and focused on high leverage items. This should not be considered an all or nothing proposition as it has been presented. The prioritization framework council requested and was provided was quite enlightening. It clearly demonstrated that the cost benefit of actions varied widely. That framework should be prominent in decisions on what actions to pursue and when. I also believe we should not make any significant strategic or financial commitments until we fully understand the university's plan. And the most recent, update was from December of 2019 from the President's Commission on Carbon Neutrality. And in looking at that last update, and again, they're gonna next provide a report at the end of this December or early next year. There are so many inconsistencies with the path that we are recommending. And I can pull out several examples. I won't do it now, but there are these inconsistencies, and these plans need to be interrelated because so many of the assumptions are dependent on each other. So we need to understand that plan and the extent of the adverse COVID related financial impacts on the city. And that would certainly include borrowing any money. I remain concerned that the funding plan is just not realistic. AATA, NRTA, and the federal government are all financially challenged. And it's just not likely that hundreds of millions of dollars, that's what we're talking about here, are going to magically appear from them. The reason I bring this up is to provide a sense of realism to all of us and to temper expectations in the community. Everyone needs to remember the city is facing financial challenges itself. So the notion that we can simply, and this is what was stated to us, quote, reprioritize the budget, end quote, that's not realistic or likely either. The city has many priorities. I also believe that it's very important that OSI participate in whatever cost savings actions balance of all the other city departments are required to implement. I'm confident Dr. Stoltz will do that, but there will be pressure to do otherwise. I'm also confident Mr. Crawford will manage the financial recovery effectively and consistently with the guidance council provided, which you'll recall included the notion of shared sacrifice. Anyway, with those concerns and suggestions noted, and with the understanding that any specific new spending commitments will be approved by City Council, I will be supporting the resolution. Thank you for listening.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I just want to take a minute to thank Dr. Stoltz and her team. I would put our little sustainability and innovation office up against any mid-sized city, if not, larger sustainability and innovation office in the country. We have people around, the state certainly and throughout the country have taken notice of what we're trying to do. And so I'm glad that even with some reservations from some, that it looks like we'll be moving forward. And I also just want to thank all the hundreds of people who emailed us in support of this plan, many of whom had never emailed a council member, some of whom were, 10, 11, 12 years old. So I want to acknowledge that and encourage all of you who did encourage us to push forward with this plan to please keep the pressure on, give us your feedback, continue. There's going to be lots of opportunity for community engagement in the future. So please continue to give us your ideas and advocate and hold us to it. We're not going to get anywhere close to carbon neutrality by 2030 if we don't have members of the community keeping our feet to the fire. So please do that. And I also want to thank staff outside of sustainability for buying into this new ethos that we have at the city and understanding how it aligns with the values of the community and willingness really across the organization to make change. We just wanted to recognize that as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Heener.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So this declaration of a climate emergency, I didn't have a problem with doing that because it's clear that the global climate is an emergency, that the inputs are already into the system. And I think I won't speak for Dr. Stultz, but I suggest that she would agree that what we're really trying to do here with this plan is mitigate the effects of climate change that are already going to happen with or without us. And so we're trying to reduce the ongoing effects. And that's one of the reasons it was so easy for me to help declare a climate emergency, because the mitigation of those effects is going to be critical. And I hope that it is recognized that the resilience is a big effort that has to be put forward here, because it's going to happen with or without this plan. And that's not to dispel any kind of hope we might have in the community, because obviously we're all called upon to do the best we can. Since we're just talking to the general motion, I'll just run through my list here. So typically I wouldn't ask us to commit as a community, a larger community or a nation even, because some of this funding is predicated on other people's money. $1 billion to a project like this without agreements from those who are going to be responsible for huge parts of it, like the University, Washtenaw County, AHEA, DTE, even the schools and so on. U of M better get on board with this, because we've, in many ways, have been suffering from the effects they've had on our housing market with their increases in jobs and residents. They're responsible for some of that, just as surely as they're responsible for the commuter traffic. And so when I assume we're going to pass this, that U of M hear us loud and clear that you're part of this plan. And I would not commit us to $1 billion, typically without some kind of written guarantee that they're on board. And so I'm counting on all those people who called up with their U of M PhDs and the students and everything to squeeze on U of M to help us out in this situation. It's very necessary. I mean, $1 billion, $275,000 a day for 10 years we're going to be spending on this as a community. So I just want to say that I like some parts of the plan, some parts I don't think are emphasized as much. I think that, and I hope that it comes around when the accounting, the ways that we count carbon are allowed to be shared with all the communities, when those, and Dr. Stultz, you know what I'm referring to here. We talked about natural capital. I wish there was more consideration of value of natural capital, more consideration of resilience and stormwater management, agrarian reforms, historic preservation, lists of potential policy actions would be very useful for us, so we can start planning policy and putting that through. I think that would be most useful for us to help mitigate, to mitigate and define what we're supposed to do. Help answer some of those questions, because that's what we're here for. Anybody can write somebody else's check for $1 billion, but to craft the policy that's needed to support it is going to be important. And that's been my conversation with OSI going back a ways, that I hope that that's something that I can help bring forward. I hope that this is scaled appropriately. These solutions are scaled appropriately for a city of our size, and also that these solutions compare appropriately to the other C40 cities that are going at this. And so with that, I am going to accept the notion that everyone keeps calling this a living document, and I'm going to push to have those things added along with the PR component that we've talked about, because it's one thing to say that other communities notice what's going on, and it's another thing to tell them what's going on. And I think it's important that we shift some of our PR efforts as a city to highlighting the good we've already done for this plan, purchase of electric vehicles and the solar projects and so on and so on. That all of that makes national and world news say, here's our plan, here's we're moving forward, and that we see that it's moving forward and we're seeing the results and we can tout those results. And my hope is that we get good results with this. So I'm going to support this vote, and I don't know. I just, there's a lot of risks. So let's just keep it moving forward. We already paid for the next year's worth. So why not another year or 10? Thank you.
Further discussion of the main motion? I guess I just want to echo what has been said to date with respect to my thanks to staff, of course. Dr. Stultz and everybody that works with her at OSI. I also, with respect to staff input and engagement, like to thank former Administrator Lazarus, who was very committed to this plan, very committed to its success and its careful and diligent nature. And so I want to extend some thanks to him as well. I think without the work that he was leading, we wouldn't be here today with a successful, visionary plan that is a real roadmap for us to get to carbon neutrality, which is a place where we all need to go and want to go. I also want to thank the members of the community, the many members of the community who have engaged with us as electeds, but really more importantly, with Dr. Stultz and her team in various working groups, whether it's as community partners or as technical advisors. This is really it's an effort of many, and it shows in its breadth and its depth and its quality from beginning to end. As many council members have observed, this is a start, but it's an incredibly important one, and I'm glad we're gonna take this step. Further discussion. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Hayner.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum? Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DC2, resolution to approve downtown street closures for restaurant and retail use during the time of mandated physical distancing. Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Lum. Discussion, please, of DC2. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. My questions mostly revolve around the map. And I see on the map, because the resolution specifically points out these streets. I got contacted when I don't know if there's something in the paper about this or what, but I got contacted by a lot of businesses that are around that intersect confluence of Liberty, State, and Maynard, which you might call the fourth little segment. And they can't figure out what's going on with Maynard and how we're going to close Maynard Street, because we've already cut off access to some of the businesses along William for their pickup service, their takeout service, and so on. And once Maynard's closed, those places in State and Liberty, those places are isolated for those periods. And so Maynard, stood out to me as one that they're asking for permanent closure on. And so I was confused, and I do not support that notion that Maynard should be permanently closed, because not only is it access to our structures, but it's access to various service alleys and right-of-ways and commercial parking and loading zones and so on. So I don't know where that came from, but a lot of people are saying, please no. And, I guess just the other thing I'll just throw out there is that a lot of these restaurants, like on Liberty, and I know a couple others, but especially there, they have made this transition during this pandemic to support their businesses to do carry out only. And by closing these streets in front of them, that's going to go away. There's not going to be. Where are the people going to come up and get their takeout food and go away? And so I just want to express my concerns that for all that we might be helping the businesses with this and the community, we are also going to be hurting some. And it's been made very clear to me that some of them will be very hurt by these street closings. So I'm kind of on the fence about it because I recognize the good and where it came from, but it also, I've been very specific that people say, please no. Thank you.
Councilmember Bannister.
I received a question from some people to mark where we were going to have handicap parking access during these street closures. Has there been any specific provisions made for the handicap parking?
Mr. Crawford, I know that I raised this question with you the other part. Is there a response on that?
Yeah, I don't know if you've got Mara Thompson available to bring in Ms. Beaudry, but if not, yeah, we brought it up in the conversation. I don't think they've identified a specific spots at this point. They are looking at what the approval process can be to do that as rapidly as possible. So they're in the process of trying to identify locations and setting up the approval process.
Councilmember Lum.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Before I offer any comments, I will just share that some of you may know Councilmember Ramlawi and I serve on the DDA Partnerships Committee, started discussing this at that forum, and then that evolved into other meetings with all of the, that were helpfully coordinated by the city, by Mr. Crawford and Ms. Pale and her team, with all of the 4 business associations. And so the proposals before everyone were drafted with input from all the organizations. I see Ms. Thompson here. She can, I can just turn this over to her. She can explain the process. She facilitated a lot of this. Thank you, Maura. And the general idea is that Mr. Fournier as well, who was very helpful throughout, thank you, is joining us, can also speak to this. So I should just turn this over to them. The plan, though, as presented, is it recognizes all the unique needs and the various specific aspects of this. As proposed, it's to allow for the flexibility for staff basically to work with the downtown to make adjustments as needed going forward. Any closure will require a permit, which will then receive the typical review by police and fire, and from the public safety standpoint and all the other transportation, delivery, health and safety, ADA accessibility, curbside pickup, on and on and on. The fire chief was involved in these conversations. They need to know where all the hydrants are located. It got pretty complicated, and I do appreciate staff's assistance with managing that. This before us. Maybe can I just make my comments then quickly, or just why don't you chime in and then I'll make comments, either Ms. Thompson or Mr. Fournier, because we are getting some individual, emails from businesses saying, why close Maynard? I can't have curbside pickup to my restaurant on State Street. Some say, closing it Friday through Sunday isn't enough. We want Wednesday to Sunday, on and on. I will just say that all the downtown business associations reached out to their members They had them vote on these proposals. They took that feedback into account. For example, we heard from a restaurant who's concerned about, and tonight too, one of the public.
Councilmember Lum, I think you're at 3 minutes.
Okay, sorry. On East
Thank
U,
you.
and I will say South U took that into consideration. East U isn't being closed. So I'd just like to turn this over to Mr. Fournier or Ms. Thompson to speak to the concerns raised by Councilmember Hayner and others.
I've got Councilmember Ramlawi on the queue. Do you have any objection to that, Councilmember?
No.
Mr. Fournier.
Well, first of all, Councilmember Lum gave an excellent summary of the work that's been done with our merchant associations. But the objective here is to ask council essentially for a preemptive permission to engage in a permitting process to close these streets down. The vote today isn't in itself a closure of the streets. It is essentially permission to staff for staff to move forward and continue the planning process with businesses downtown and engage in the intense and rigorous planning that we generally undertake when it comes to street closures in the downtown district, working with police, working with fire, working with businesses, of course, to make sure that we're doing everything we can to support a healthy business climate in our downtown during the pandemic and moving through the summer. And I'll ask Maura Thompson to speak a little as well. She, you know, I appreciate the recognition, but the real thanks goes to Maura Thompson and Susan Pale and many others who've been involved in working directly with merchants and doing the real legwork to pull this proposal together. So Maura?
Yeah, sure. I would just point out the map that you see as an attachment to the resolution is basically the streets that the area associations may want to close. So I think you're not going to see that entire footprint closed. We sort of wanted to give them the flexibility and to kind of get this set so we don't have to come back to council for another resolution to close additional streets. So that footprint are the streets that they may want to close. They won't start with all of those streets. Specifically to Councilmember Hayner's point about Maynard, I know that the State Street District talked extensively with their membership, and it's actually a portion of Maynard that they're looking to close from, I think, just north of the parking structure entrance to Liberty. So the parking structure would remain opened. And that's something I know they wanted to try for 30 days. And as far as the handicap parking, that is definitely something that has been, you know, something we've talked about and something we know we have to address, but we were waiting to get this approval tonight before we move forward with a lot of the details that still have to be worked out.
Ms. Thompson, you may want to also comment. As you were being brought on, they were asking about the pickup service and how that might, the strategies around that.
Yeah, so, you know, obviously carry-out service has been essential for a lot of the restaurants, and we recognize it will continue to be. The area associations have kind of taken that balance, going block by block, talking to the businesses, and I know that they're going to close the blocks where the majority of the businesses feel that the closure is going to be more essential to them than the carry-out pickup. For those businesses that still are going to need to maintain that pickup, the area associations are going to be looking for spots that they can use as close as possible. And keep in mind that a lot of the some of the businesses do have alley access. So there are creative things that we can look at as we move forward with this.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Well, thank you, and thanks for staff for staying up this late to be here to better articulate the proposed plan than perhaps I could at 1:30 in the morning. And all these, you know, questions that are being raised have been raised many times in the many meetings that I've been involved in with Councilmember Lum and many others, and Maura and John and Tom, and the list goes on. And so again, I think folks who look at the Healthy Streets map are looking and assuming, you the greatest case scenario. And as Maura has pointed out, that is the most that would be affected. We wanted to streamline this and get a lifeline to these small businesses, and also help our residents practice social distancing. I think there's a couple goals we're trying to meet here with this, and we're also being sensitive to the residents who need access to their dwellings. We're obviously very cognizant. I am. All my business today was to go, and I understand the importance and the need for curbside and delivery services as we go forward. But I was really pushing this as much as I could, and I appreciate staff's attention to it, so that we could have something in place when the stay-at-home order is lifted. As we all know, earlier today, the governor has announced Monday as the date that the restrictions on the restaurants and bars will be lifted to 50% occupancy. So I think it's important that we get something in place. The details, I understand we all want the answers to have a better level of comfort, but I think we have a pretty well organizational team who can better handle those concerns than us, even myself, because street by street, area by area is vastly different. And I wouldn't feel comfortable bringing this to council if I thought it was going to be harmful to small businesses. As we saw today, we had dozens of emails in support of this. There have been a couple people who are concerned because of some of the unknowns that still may exist. But I think in this case, we haven't heard this in a while, but don't let perfection be the enemy of good, if I'm even saying that right at almost 2 a.m. So I really feel comfortable advocating for this, even in light of some of the concerns that we've heard.
Councilmember Hayner?
Just 2 questions about 2 resolve clauses. The third resolve clause says that and any public parking lots for that same period. So that means that the parking structures or surface lots, or what is that referring to?
That refers to the surface lots themselves, but there are some limitations on that. The next piece of legislation council will consider speaks to the outdoor service permit that MLCC has developed for the pandemic, and restaurants will only be able to serve within certain proximity of their actual establishment. So this isn't, this isn't a situation where be shutting down a massive parking lot downtown and just having restaurants vending beer through the whole thing. It really is just added in to create, those few instances where there may be some added value for a bar or restaurant to add some outdoor seating. We wanted to make sure that flexibility was there.
So then the fourth resolve clause that speaks to Maynard Street says Maynard Street completely. And I know you said that they're talking about basically north of the parking structure entrance, because I know people are going to come down that street and they're going to have to make a U-turn, right? And so I assume that's what that means. In all hours, it's just between the dates specified, and the dates specified are June 13th to nothing. It's open-ended, so it isn't between dates.
I believe the date specified, Councilmember Hayner, is the date up until the point where the governor's restrictions on seating would be lifted. And so if the intent of the resolution is to help businesses who are at 50% seating capacity, this would start on the 13th and go as long as that restriction was in place.
All right, so this is, would you say this is more business oriented or health oriented?
I'm not sure that it's one over the other.
All right. Just curious. Thank you.
Council member from I thought I had Crawford. Did you drop off?
I did drop off. I was just going to point out to everyone, it was somewhat covered that, this is something new. It's different. We don't normally plan and execute this way. It won't necessarily go smoothly. You should prepare yourselves for that. But by setting a cap on what can be closed, you've put boundaries around this. If you approve this resolution, within those boundaries, we'll adjust and make it as successful as we can.
Thank you. Councilmember Romali.
Thank you. I did prepare a couple amendments, one that addresses some of the concerns that Councilmember Hayner has brought up. If Ms. Beaudry can send that one around, I titled Amendment A for DC2, where it does allow for a sunset provision of August 23rd. I think it's important for council to set boundaries, and I believe the community would want some assurances as to what the time frame is, and not just have it open-ended. And obviously, it's something that we can review. So I moved to put that forth. And in fact, I apologize. I do want to add or change the start date to Friday, June 12th, as the earliest that this would be in effect. I do want to move that up because of the release of the information that the governor put out today. That's not included in what you just received. What you just received just has the sunset, doesn't have the starting date. But I move both of those if that's possible. I didn't catch that in time.
That's right. I note that Councilmember Lum has dropped off. She indicates that she's having technical difficulties. Ms. Beaudry, are we going to fix that?
Yeah, she just emailed me that she's having technical problems. I'm going to see if I can reach IT.
Is she able to phone in, perhaps?
I'll get her the phone number.
Thank you.
There will also be another amendment as well. I don't know if you want to hear that now. But,
let's see. I mean, I'm reluctant to go with one council member off. I'm kind of reluctant to.
Yeah, no, she was
to proceed.
Definitely a big part of this. So
if it was Chip, we'd just keep going, frankly. But
hey, in the meantime, I can show you the splinter I took out of my foot earlier.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Oh my God.
the faster we can move this along, the better. My internet connection's very unstable.
What do you think about that one, huh?
So gross.
I know, right? There was only about a half inch of it hanging out.
Oh.
Mayor, some of us do have to be at work at like 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So if maybe we could at least start talking about the amendments to move things along.
all right. Well, she's just been given the phone number, so I think that should get her here. Councilmember, so as I tracked, you had one was a sunset provision on this. Is that right?
yeah, but I also wanted to, with that sunset provision, move the date up by 1 day if it's possible, without. So the effective start date would be Friday instead of Saturday, Friday, June 12th.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Is that friendly to the body?
And I can just vouch that Councilmember Lum had proposed this as well. So,
yep, no worries.
Are we treating them both, those two pieces, as a single amendment?
No, I was doing the one. I did
that was all one.
I did the start date on the one. What's the sunset date, Councilmember?
August 23rd.
So adding a sunset date of the 23rd?
Yeah.
Is that
council wants to renew it?
Seconded by Councilmember Nelson. Is that friendly to the body?
Sure.
Excellent. So now we have amendment for DC2, the amendment just recently sent around, which is, has that been moved and seconded? I don't think so. So Councilmember Ramal, you're moving what was just sent by the clerk with respect to, well, I've lost track. Can you tell me what the amendment that you have not yet moved?
That one calls for increased engagement with business owners. I sent that one to Ms. Beaudry about 8:40 tonight. And that one talks about each association will continuously meet with business owners and operators to address the concerns and issues which are associated with the road closures, changes to the use of the right-of-ways, and use of on-street parking.
Is there a second? Is that the text?
Yeah, that is.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bannister.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Jane. I've been trying to rejoin.
No, all we've done is we have altered the we've altered the start date and the sunset date. Otherwise, there's been no material discussion. Councilmember Ramlawi just made them an additional motion, which I gather had been communicated earlier with respect to
He and I
resolving.
actually have had, Councilman Ramlawi have had exchanges about this, so
Great.
I know, yeah.
Okay, is this amendment friendly to the body?
I copied you on that.
Yes, is this amendment friendly to the body? Friendly to the body. Councilmember, do you have any further additional amendments, Councilmember Ramlawi?
No, I just wanted to see if Ms. Beaudry had the opportunity to send that second one around so my colleagues can see it.
I'd like to see it. Yeah, I don't totally understand it. You said it's like regular updates or regular consultation with the associations. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
Okay.
In the 5th resolve clause, you'll see 6, 7 different bullet points that the associations must comply with. I wanted to add another one that would require them to continuously engage with the business owners on an ongoing basis, just to make sure that we can address the issues that may come up, that will come up.
Yeah, and so that was deemed friendly. On the queue, I've got Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So on these, speaking of these amendments, I believe, although I'm fine with them, I just had a question about the first one with the sunset date. And so if that sunsets on August 23rd and, U of M's back in school or whatever, we decide that it's still appropriate to provide this space for, safe social distancing, but taking advantage of the social opportunities that are downtown. How would that function? Would we just come back and say, hey, we're going to give it another month, we're going to give it, and so on?
Yes,
okay,
that's exactly right.
And that's the same way as we have done with your emergency declaration, is that correct? Like right now, your emergency declaration was open-ended for the pandemic?
I guess I'd say that it's just like we're essentially creating a structure for street closures, and we would just, have an amendment to this program which extended it from the 23rd through the 7th.
So time, it'd time out unless we say otherwise.
I would expect it to be.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Further discussion, the main motion as amended.
Yes, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I have an amendment. I just sent it to everyone. Should I read it?
Please.
Okay, thanks. This is awkward. Sorry, I did try
That's right.
to join by Zoom. So the amendment I just sent to everyone reads as follows. Resolve that the Ann Arbor City Council directs the city administrator to delete, oh God, I sent the wrong, oh God. Ms. Boudry, could you send the amendment I sent?
You're committed to that.
Earlier for this item, I just found it. I will forward it. I apologize. Here it is, City Council. I just sent it.
Is this, Councilmember Lum, is this the add fourth resolve clause?
Yes, thank you. So
Okay.
this is DC2. So I'm proposing to amend with this resolve clause. It reads as follows: resolved that City Council grants the city administrator the authority and flexibility to expand or scale down the closure days and times of blocks within each business district. If someone could second that.
Is there a second? Second by Councilor Hayner. Councilor Lum, you still have the floor.
Thanks. Just briefly, we all received an email today from one of the downtown business owners, and I had a couple of exchanges with staff and Councilmember Lowy and the mayor to see if we might add this to address the concerns that have been raised about providing basically more flexibility, so this doesn't again have to come back to council. And again, with this will provide that flexibility that was requested and might help some businesses. And the intent here is again to provide the flexibility so that this doesn't have to come back to us, and it might allow for to be a bit more ambitious with some closures up front, but it can also be scaled down and it can be done administratively. And again, we should all know that any street closures will not be closed until the permit is approved, you know, with the normal staff protocols.
Is this friendly to the body? It's friendly. Further discussion of the main motion as amended. Councilor Hayner. Councilor Lum.
Yes, my final comments. Again, sorry I can't join you by Zoom. I will just comment on this item and DC3 because these are two related resolutions on the agenda, and I will just say I'm happy to be a co-sponsor on them, along with you, Mr. Mayor, and with Council Member Ramlawi. And I would like to thank the staff, the DDA, and the Downtown Business Associations for their hard work in pulling these proposals together, and thank the DDA for providing the $50,000 grant as well for the barricades and other support. The COVID-19 pandemic has, without question, hit our businesses very, very hard. And what this resolution does is, as we all can appreciate, try to support our businesses and aid in their recovery by allowing the use of selected downtown streets and sidewalks for social distance compliant seating and sales on weekends until the time when the number of people allowed in bars, restaurants, and the retail stores is no longer limited. This resolution DC2 sets up these ground rules that we have discussed, and the next resolution, DC3, provides council's recommendation that temporary outdoor liquor licenses be approved for those establishments that have indoor licenses. So, as has been noted, the resolutions are just setting up the mechanism to do this, and it wasn't all that easy. I appreciate that everyone understands that it was complicated, it is complicated, and that the specific needs of each of the business associations and the types of businesses differ. And so what we have here reflects, to the best of everyone's ability, the input and the preferences of the associations who consulted with all their individual businesses. And I do appreciate all the work and communication by the many people that have been involved in this. And everyone recognizes it may need to be tweaked, but the important thing here is that the overall approach puts the ball in the court of the merchant associations and the city to determine what's in everyone's best interests. There may well need to be adjustments along the way, and thanks for accepting that last resolve clause as friendly. But I do think this is a well thought out plan, and I know we all share the same goal that we want to support our local businesses and do what we can to aid in their recovery. And I do think that this is a great way that the city can do that, and hope we can all support this tonight. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Hayner on the main motion as amended.
Yes, so the penultimate resolve clause is, I know there's some boilerplate to that where they speak of everyone having to carry insurance like you typically would for closing a sidewalk or a street, and naming the city of Ann Arbor as additional insured. Does Ann Arbor have any kind of, do we, in affecting these street closures against the wishes of a couple merchants, which one spoke at public hearing tonight, are we somehow insured from the liability? Like if they go out of business because we can't react quickly enough, are we immune from any kind of liability for that we've caused that business with this notion of closing streets? That's just a general question I want to throw out there for us to think about. Secondly, I thought that this healthy, this is fine what we're doing here downtown, but I thought that healthy streets was like, the notion was like to close streets in neighborhoods so like people could walk in neighborhoods and stuff. And is that coming forward separately from this idea of where various people we're going to put into the website what streets they'd like to see closed? Is that obviously that's a completely separate thing?
Mr. Crawford?
Yeah, that does not have to come back to count. The neighborhood ones don't have to come back to council. It's if 1/3 of the residents on the block approve it, then you've authorized that with the resolution. The other ones have not come back to council yet.
Oh, okay. And so that's just the local traffic only, the signage, that one, the 1/3.
I'm not sure what the signage is.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It's approved. DC3, resolution to approve outdoor sales, service, and consumption of alcoholic beverages during the COVID-19 pandemic. Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion. Councilmember Ramlawi.
Yeah, appreciate the opportunity. I'll try to make this quick. We just, again, want to put something in place so when the state does allow for this type of consumption of alcohol in public spaces, that our businesses are ready to go with it. Again, it's, many people don't know this, but I've known it for years that most of these restaurants would not exist without alcohol sales. It just doesn't make dollars. It doesn't make sense doing what I do. I was able to do with it because of my business with the University of Michigan, but you take that from out underneath me, and I need to start selling booze. There's just no way you can pay $40, $50 a square feet in rent and just sell food. So anyhow, I think this can be done in a responsible way, and in a way that can help ensure that the culture and the diversity and the attractions that we have downtown. I really am extremely concerned about the future of downtown. I know it will have opportunities, but without your restaurants and bars, I'm not sure what's downtown any longer. So, it's really important that we recognize that and do something about it. The vitality of downtown is at risk right now.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I just want to point out that the first resolve clause makes a direct reference to the attached business name and address list. And there are liquor licenses that do not appear on that list that are well within the street zones. So how does one get their business on this list that is referred to?
We can double check that list, but that should be a list of every on-premise liquor license within the DDA zone.
Yeah.
So if there are businesses that are absent, we can bring those forward to council. But This list is the app. Each individual business will have to make application to the MLCC. This part of that application requires the consent of the city, and this is merely our preemptive consent in case these businesses wish to apply. But if there are businesses who are absent, we can bring that forth.
And that would have to come through as part of a council resolution to amend the list?
We'll just we'll bring forth a second list with any businesses that are absent.
All right, well, I can't support it without these businesses being on there now. I'm not going to put them through that. So I'm sure it'll pass without me, but for sure there are businesses that do not exist on that list that have premises licenses. I mean, I know one of them contacted me today.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Should I amend the list?
This may be for Mr. Fournier. Do we have any idea what the timeline is right now with any of the legislation that's being proposed in Lansing with open container?
So this is separate from that legislation that you're referring to. I don't know what chance that legislation has to pass. I don't know that it will pass, but I know that it's getting some discussion. But this legislation that we're looking at here is related to a new permit that the MLCC has created, and it's separate from any legislative act.
And I'm sorry, do you know what the timeline is on that enabling legislation? Does it currently exist? I apologize.
Well, do you mean for this new MLCC permit?
Yeah.
There is no legislation associated with the MLCC permit, but the staff has created the new permit. I know Kristen Larkham is on the call. She's been in direct contact with MLCC, and perhaps she can provide some illumination on the timeline.
Yeah, this is, there are two different concerns here. One is businesses that or establishments that already have sidewalk space. They want to expand into the street. There's a way for them to do that existing already. They have to make an application to the MLCC. There is also a new application form where establishments that do not have currently outdoor service will be able to apply for that. And normally a temporary outdoor service would be only for 12 days. This new form that they have just worked up, and I've been speaking with people at the MLCC, it just came out last week, but they are committed to enabling restaurants and businesses to open up again. And so they will be working with establishments to make sure that they're able to do this. That's what I've been told.
Thank you for being here this late.
Oh, sure.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Hayner.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Smith?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We have communications today from our city attorney.
Mayor, there's nothing I could say at this hour.
We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilman Lum, seconded by Councilmember, Ramlawi. Discussion of the clerk's report. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Clerk's report is approved. We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have signed up in advance. The phone number and meeting ID for you to call in should be displayed upon your screen. Callers will be called on one by the city clerk using the last 3 digits of your phone number, and you'll hear an automated announcement. The host is allowing you to speak. When you're speaking, please move to an area that is quiet and mute any television or background sounds so that we may hear you clearly. The clerk will keep time and announce when 30 seconds are remaining. When your time is up, you will be placed upon mute so that we move on to the next speaker. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at public comment?
Mayor, there's no one on public comment.
Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Do we have communications today from council? I'm sorry, Councilmember Amlawi.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it, and I appreciate everyone's. These have been 2 very long meetings that we've had back to back, and I know members of the community are upset with us for taking this long to talk to people's business. But I think that kind of criticism is, in my view, welcome. I think we're being deliberative. We're debating things. We're flushing out things. We're having good conversation and some disagreements, obviously, but we're learning a lot. We're discovering new things, and we're trying to, find what we can under every rock and stone there is. And I don't think we should be, be told that we're keeping the public from participating. In fact, we had nearly 2 hours of public comment tonight about 820. So the criticisms that this council is receiving recently for late meetings, I think is unfair. I think we should be applauded. I think we should be thanked. I think we should be given a pat on the back, to be honest with you, to put this much time and effort and energy into discussing the people's business. So I appreciate everyone staying up late and getting through these 2 long meetings. I think we've done a lot, and time will prove that.
Further communication from council. Councilmember Hayner.
I agree we've done a lot, but I also feel strongly that we shouldn't be doing the people's business after midnight. And we did it with our budget, and now we did it tonight. And, shame on me for calling for a public hearing on $1 billion climate action plan. I don't regret doing that one bit. I think it's important to hear from people. But we gotta figure out a way to not be doing the people's business after midnight. It's not right. It's just not right. It's not public. And this is a public matter before us. So I just wanted to put that out there and thank everybody for hanging out so late. It doesn't bother me. I'm usually up till 4 anyway. But that's just, it really is, it's skirting the boundaries of our ethical commitment to the public, to be doing the public's business this late. Thank you.
Further discussion? Further communications? Mr. Postma, do we have any closed sessions today?
Yes, we do. We have one closed session. It is on.
Seriously? Okay.
Check your email. He told us it was coming.
I suppose he did. I never read any of this stuff.
Is
there a hot one?
Did you say you never read any of his stuff? Or right, folks.
I mean, this might be one that doesn't get voted up.
Yeah, pending litigation. The case is under the Open Meetings Act. The case is Cervantes versus the City of Ann Arbor.
Just trying to find it. And the closed session link is in our email. Perfect. All right, may I have a motion, please, to go into closed session? Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Hayner.
Councilmember Hayner?
Sure. Yes.
Councilmember Bannister?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Lum?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackerman?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Eaton?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes. Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
I guess so. Yes.
motion carries.
We're in closed session.
So
So
we
see
need
you.
Go to
We
the
need to
new
leave.
link.
moved by Lum, Grand, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, we're adjourned. Oh, wait,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Stop.
That was to come back into open session.
Oh.
Motion to adjourn, moved by Griswold, Grand, discussion, all in favor?
Yes.
Opposed, we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.